This is the Angels pregame show on Angels Radio and on the AM 830 radio app.
2-2 on Adele. That ball is absolutely crushed out into left field. It is way out of here. There's a ball lifted high in the air. This ball's well hit. It's carrying deep out there into left field, and that ball is out of here. Zach Neto, 26th home run of the season. Next one on Trout. And he swings at this one, drills the ball deep down that left side. It is Trout of here. Over the out-of-town scoreboard into the Crawford boxes, and Mike Trout is on fire in Houston.
With a preview of today's game, including the starting lineups and countdown to first pitch. And now, here is Angels pregame.
All right, here we go. Coming up tonight from the Big A, our boys are back in town and getting ready to take on one of the hottest teams in baseball, the San Diego Padres. Hi again, everybody. I'm Roger Lodge. Wherever, however you are tuning in, thank you so much for making Angels baseball a big part of your Friday on a most difficult of days here around the ballpark and for Angel fans everywhere as we mourn the loss of all-time Angel great Garret Anderson, who we have lost at the age of 53. GA, one of the all-time greats in Angel baseball history. 15 of his 17 Major League Baseball seasons with our Halos, was inducted into the Angels Hall of Fame on August the 20th, 2016. A two-time Silver Slugger award winner, three-time All-Star, but more importantly, amazing husband, father, and friend. And our thoughts and prayers are with the Anderson family as we kick off this edition of the Angels pregame show. So obviously, if you've been away, you have missed a lot, both on and off the field. As far as our Halos in New York this past week, if you missed that series, my goodness, you missed quite the roller coaster ride through the Bronx that took us through as many ups and downs as we have seen in quite a while. Monday night, after the Angels took a 10-8 lead in the top of the 8th inning on a clout from Trout, the Yankees came back to score 3 times in the bottom of the 9th inning off of Angel closer Jordan Romano. Halos stayed dim in an 11-10 absolute gut kick. But then on Tuesday, the Halos got a stellar pitching performance from Reed Detmers, who went 7 strong innings, and the Halos got first inning back-to-back-to-back jacks from Trout, Adele, and Soler as the Halos shined in a 7-1 Angel victory. But then on Wednesday, another gut punch after the Angels had taken a 4-3 lead in the top of the 5th on a solo homer by Logan O'Hoppe and a 2-run clout from Trout. It was a 4-3 game in the bottom of the 9th, but again, with Romano on the mound, the Yankees came back to score 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 catastrophic fly ball that landed between Zach Neto and Oswald Peraza on the left side of the Angels infield that played a huge part in that Yankee comeback win. And then on Thursday, boy, did we ever revisit the reason we all love baseball. After those 2 gut-wrenching losses, the Angels would try to salvage a split against Max Fried, one of the best lefties in the game. The Angels were without Jorge Soler, who was serving Game 2 of his 4-game suspension. And the Angels were going to try to get a win with a bullpen game, with Brett Suter as their opener, followed by Nick Sandlin and Sam Aldegari as their first 3 out of the bullpen on Thursday afternoon. And early on, things went, well, kind of expected. Not to be disrespectful, but Suter, who allowed 11 homers last year in 67 innings for the Reds, gave up a homer to Aaron Judge in the bottom of the 1st. And then Nick Sandlin came aboard, who gave up 24 home runs his last 2 years with the Guardians. Well, he served up a home run to Giancarlo Stanton in the 3rd. And then enter Sam Aldegari, who had walked 10 batters in 13 innings in AAA in 3 appearances to start this year. And you guessed it, he walked the very first batter he faced. But then the Italian stallion escaped the inning when Joe Adell chased down a Trent Grisham fly ball at the wall to end the 4th. And then things took a bit of a mysterious turn. Aldegari pitched a 1-2-3 fifth. And then in the top of the sixth inning, the Angels got a one-out walk by Trout. And then Adele reached on what was ruled as an infield single. And then it was Oswald Peraza who had already hit a two-run homer in the first inning. Well, guess what? He did it to his exes again.
Here's the next pitch. Swings at that one and lines a ball into right field. This is going to roll all the way out to the wall. Trout's going to score on it. Adele is going into third. He'll be held there. Peraza has an RBI double, and this game is tied at 3.
Oh, my goodness. Peraza's fifth hit of the series, his fourth RBI of the series, tied the game at 3. And then the very next batter, Vaughn Grissom, he got the Angels the lead.
Next pitch, and this is grounded sharply. It's off the glove of the third baseman. The ball caroms into left. The Angels are going to score a run on it, and that is going to be an RBI hit by Vaughn Grissom, and the Angels have a 4-3 lead.
The Halos had the lead at 4-3 thanks to that hard smash off the bat of Vaughn Grissom. And then after a Travis d'Arnaud walk, the bases were loaded for Josh Lowe, who strolled to the plate sporting a 133 batting average. He fell behind 0-2 in the count, and then he took a ball to make it 1-2 before fouling off 4 pitches to stay alive. And then he took one just off the plate to make it 2-2. And then on the 9th pitch of Lowe's at-bat, he broke his bat and hit a 69-mile-per-hour blooper that scored 2 more.
The 2-2 delivery, and he broke his bat, pops one into shallow center. It's going to fall in for a hit. 1 run will score, 2 runs come in. Lowe delivers right there. He blooped that one in, that long at bat he had. The Angels add on. It's now 6-3. What an at bat right there.
What an at bat, and it'll look like a line drive in the box score. Who cares? It was a broken bat single. It got the Angels 2 more runs, and it made it 6-3. Lowe delivered after a 9-pitch at bat. So the Halos are up 6-3 until Aldegari served one up to Rice-A-Roni, leading off the Yankees 6th.
And here's the first pitch to start the inning off. It's a high fly ball. It's carrying deep out into right center, and that one is gone. First ball swinging Ben Rice against Aldegari, and he just parked one into the Yankee bullpen. So the 6-3 lead becomes a 6-4 lead.
Aldegari served up a bomb to Rice. It was 6-4. Halo honks were already groaning. But then in the top of the 7th, it was time for another one of Trout's clouts.
And Trout swings at this one, blasts a ball high, he hits it deep out into left field. It is Trout here. Mike Trout has done it again. That is his 5th home run in this series. Angels add on. It's now 7-4.
12th homer for the Angels in the series, 5th by Trout, and Trout's 9th RBI of the series made it a 7-4 ball game. And then in the top of the 8th, the Joe Show was an absolute hit on Broadway.
Here's the pitch. Swings at this one, lifts it in the air. This ball is carrying deep down the right field side, and it is out of here. That is a grand slam right there for Joe Adele. It's 11-4 Angels. Another homer for the Angels in New York. 13 of them for the Halos in the 4 games.
So after the gut-wrenching 2 losses, one in Game 1 and the other in Game 3 of that series, the Halos, everyone was expecting to roll up into a ball and stagger back to Southern California against Max Fried and the big bad Bronx Bombers Thursday afternoon. But that's not this year's group of gritty, hard-nosed Halos. Your Thursday afternoon totals from the Bronx: Angels 11 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Padres the Yankees 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Sam Aldegari, he wins the bullpen game. Max Fried suffers his first loss of the year. So the Halos got the split. Easily could have been a sweep, but after those 2 gut-wrenching losses, they settled for the split. get back to 500 on the year for already the 8th time this year. The Angels were 2-2, 3-3, 5-5, 6-6, 7-7, 8-8, 9-9, and they are now an even 10-10. If they can get a win tonight, that would put our Angels up over 500 for the 5th time this year. The Halos were 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, and they were 6-5, which was the last time they were over 500. Trying to get over 500 tonight. Our boys are back in town at 10-10 with Jose Soriano kicking off this 6-game homestand against the red-hot San Diego Padres. How hot is San Diego? I will tell you after the break, but I kind of feel like I just took everyone around the grill, which is always presented by Hoffy Beef Franks and Sausages. Whether you're at home or at the Big A, Hoffy's premium quality always means premium taste. My name is Roger Lodge. This is Angels pregame on a special night out here at this ballpark. Our thoughts and prayers are with Garret Anderson's family tonight and in the future. See you in a minute.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
What's up, Angels fans? Trent Rush here, host of the Under the Halo podcast. That's right, we're back for another season, and the Under the Halo podcast is a great way for you to get to know your favorite Angels on a deeper, more personal level, and we truly get to know who you're cheering for at the Big A. This year, we're having even more fun with brand new features, all part of our conversations. You can check out the Under the Halo podcast at angels.com/fans. That's the Under the Halo podcast at angels.com/fans.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Hey, welcome back to Angels pregame here on a Friday. Angels and the San Diego Padres, who come in real hot. How hot are the Padres? Well, they've won 8 games in a row, and you look at their lineup, and my goodness, it's pretty gosh darn impressive. Jake Cronenworth leading off, playing second base, followed by Fernando Tatis. He will bat second and play right field. Jackson Merrill will bat third and play center field. Manny Machado's at third base in the cleanup spot. Xander Bogaerts, the former Red Sox, signed that long-term deal. The Padres picked that up. He bats fifth and will play shortstop. Holy sheets, as in Gavin Sheets is batting sixth and playing left field. Nick Castellanos, who the Phillies said goodbye to, he's their DH. He bats seventh for the Padres. And the former Mariner, Ty France, is playing first base, and he will bat eighth. And Luis Campasuano is the catcher, and he will bat ninth. For the Halos tonight, Zach Neto's leading off, playing shortstop. Mike Trout will bat second and play center field. Nolan Shonwell is batting third. He'll play first base. The Joe Show is in the cleanup spot for our Angels as the DH tonight. Yohan Moncada will bat fifth and play third. Oswald Peraza is batting sixth. He'll be at second base. Josh Lowe is batting seventh out in right field tonight. Logan O'Hoppe will do the catching, and Adam Frazier is in left field and batting ninth. And oh my goodness, do we have a pitching matchup tonight. But before we get to that, I would like to tell you a couple of things. Number one, our fresh look is brought to you by Vista Paint, by Big League Results. Yeah, that's right, Big League Results with the right coating. That's where it all starts. So drop by your local Vista Paint store today. Vista Paint brings us a fresh look. I want to go back really quick, though. What Mike Trout did in the Bronx, that was pretty amazing. A multi-homer palooza with Aaron Judge in game one of that series when they each homered twice. And then Trouty homered again on Tuesday and Wednesday before going deep on Thursday. You know what Mike Trout needs? He needs his mom and dad, Jeff and Debbie, and his sister Teal at every game because he always plays so well with his parents and family members in the stands. I mean, how about Beckham and Jordy's daddy? 6 for 19 in the Bronx, 5 homers, 9 RBIs, and he becomes the first visiting player to homer on 4 straight days at this version of Yankee Stadium, and the first visiting player to homer in all 4 games of a series at either of the Yankee stadiums. The first guy to do that as a visiting player since John Mayberry did it for the Kansas City Royals back in 1972. Anyone remember the 72 Royals? John Mayberry at first base, Cookie Rojas at second, Freddie Patek was the shortstop, George Brett over at third base. You had Amos Otis, Al Cowens. I mean, what a great squad that was back in the day. Seemed like they were in the playoffs every single year. But that's how far you got to go back to a visiting player homering in all 4 games of a series at Yankee Stadium. And one more quick shout-out to the bullpen in that win at Yankee Stadium yesterday. And I'm talking about Brett Suter, Nick Sandlin, Sam Aldegari, Sam Bachman, Chase Silseth. To give up only 4 runs in that ballpark, the way the ball flies out of Yankee Stadium, props to the bullpen bunch. They were really good. Let's get to tonight's pitching matchup. And whenever we talk pitching matchup, that's always presented by Chick-fil-A of SoCal, the official chicken sandwich of Angels baseball. Jose Soriano getting the ball tonight for our Halos, and it will be knuckleballer Matt Waldron getting the baseball for the streaking Padres, who come in winners of 9 games in a row. Let me start with our guy, the sensational Soriano, who enters tonight as basically the best pitcher in baseball with so far a record of 4-0 and an ERA of 0.33. He's coming off a very impressive outing last Sunday in Cincinnati where he went 7 shutout innings and allowed only 2 hits. He walked 3 in that game, and he struck out 10 in a game won by the Angels by a final score of 9-6. He has thrown a total of 27 innings so far this season. He's allowed only 1 earned run. He gave up a solo homer to the Braves' Drake Baldwin, and that's it. In fact, he's only allowed 9 hits. He has walked 9, and he has struck out 31. So Jose Soriano has been tremendous. And by the way, Jose Soriano just became the 3rd pitcher ever with 27 or more innings, no more than 1 run allowed, and 31 or more strikeouts through his first 4 starts of a season. And by the way, the first 2 pitchers to ever do that were Fernando Valenzuela back in 1981 when Fernando won the National League Cy Young Award that year, and the Rocket, Roger Clemens, did it back in 1991, and he won the Cy Young Award that season. Cy Young Soriano? You got to stick around to find out, but so far this year, he has been absolutely phenomenal, and batters are just 2 for 30 against the Soriano sinker with 2 singles so far this year. And with the Padres trying to get to 9 straight wins for the first time since 2010, they will throw the knuckleballer Matt Waldron, who's making his season debut for the Padres here in 2026. He was 0-1 with an ERA of 7.71 last season for this Padre ball club in his one start, which was in Philadelphia against the Phillies. Matt Waldron is 8-15 in the big leagues with an ERA of 4.86 in 36 big league appearances, including 33 starts. In case you're not aware, Matt Waldron pitched collegiately at Nebraska, where he stayed for all 4 years. He played with his twin brother Mike there on that Cornhusker squad. He was selected by Cleveland in the 18th round of the 2019 MLB draft. And then at the deadline of 2020, Waldron was traded to these Padres in a deal that sent Waldron, Mike Clevenger, and Greg Allen to the Padres in exchange for Austin Hedges, Josh Naylor, Cal Quantrill, Gabriel Arias, Owen Miller, and Joey Cantillo. He made his big league debut in June of 2023, and he was part of the Padre rotation in 2024 until getting optioned to AAA El Paso in August of that season. Last year, Matt Waldron spent a lot of time on the injured list with a strained oblique, and he made his only start on June the 30th. And that's our pitching matchup, always brought to you by Chick-fil-A of SoCal, the official chicken sandwich of Angels baseball. When we come back, we have sent our buddy Trent Rush back down to the Angel dugout, and he will join me for a conversation coming up in just a couple of minutes as we pay tribute tonight to the life and legacy of Angel great Garret Joseph Anderson. And folks, I just want to say this as we go to a break. Garret Anderson mattered. He mattered to a lot of people. And I know I speak for all of us when I say he is going to be missed. More Angel pregame coming up.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Angels Baseball and PNC Bank are recognizing Sandy Brooks, Vice President of Finance at SA Recycling, as the April 2026 Business Angels honoree. The Business Angels program, powered by PNC Bank, highlights leaders who have made a positive impact within their business, industry, and community. Sandy is being celebrated at an Angels game in the month of April for her contributions to her company and community, and for her commitment to empower the next generation of women leaders. Congratulations, Sandy.
Salinas Inc., servicing Southern California. Get a free quote over the phone or use our app for fast and friendly service. Our highly trained professionals are standing by. Carpet cleaning, plumbing, water damage restoration, and more. Remove and replace old stucco, drywall, or concrete. No matter if it's residential or business, Salinas has you covered with 24-hour emergency service. When quality and time matter, call Salinas, 1-800-266-5000.
Hey, Angels fans, looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Angel Angels and the Padres kicking off a 3-game series out here at Angel Stadium. Joining me to discuss it on this tough afternoon for Angels baseball, he is down by the Angels dugout, our buddy Trent Rush. Trent, what are you looking at, brother?
Well, I'm glad you asked me, Roger, because right now I'm looking out to right center field, the wall where GA hit so many of his doubles. They have a GA emblem that's out there with his autograph underneath it. And the Angel players, I'm not sure when, maybe tonight, maybe in the days to come, are going to have that patch the rest of the season. In center field, in the outfield grass, the initials GA are out there for all to see tonight. You can't help but feel his presence right now. And this is an organization that, no question, Roger, is in mourning today.
And no question, a clubhouse, because let's face it, every spring a lot of the alumni show up in Tempe, Arizona and talk and even get in the batting cage and work with some of these young players. And GA was a guy that walked around basically, and the youngsters looked up to him. They truly did. This guy's going to be missed in so many different ways.
I think there are different degrees of what makes a franchise icon, and I think that when you look at the career numbers, I think you could actually make a pretty compelling case. Garret Anderson's the greatest player in Angels history for what he did in the Angels uniform. Played more games than any other Angel, more hits, more doubles, more extra base hits, though Mike Trout's only 2 extra base hits away. We'll see what happens in tonight's game. Leads the franchise in all-time RBIs. So you think about that, okay, what he did on the field, won the championship. Okay, all that's great. But I think what takes Garret Anderson, and I put Tim Salmon in the same vein, of another stratosphere in terms of what they mean to the organization when they're around all the time. Garret Anderson was around all the time. And, it was a lot of, 30-ish games a year. Garret Anderson would be here. He'd be in the dugout. He'd be talking to players. He would get to know these guys. He would talk to them in the offseason and work with different hitters and players that asked for the help. He wouldn't wait. He couldn't wait to help them at every possible opportunity. And I think about guys like that and what they mean. It's not like this is just a name that players see when they're walking on the halls on the record books for what Garret Anderson meant. This is somebody that they knew, and I think that's going to be something that really impacts the club, hopefully for the positive. I know Mike Trout and Joe Adell, maybe 2 of the most of the current roster that were closest with Garret Anderson, but there were many others as well because he was here all the time.
And Trent, as far as a personal level is concerned, I know that you and Garret Anderson got to know each other pretty well because he would always be in the radio booth on the nights where, he was about to do television pre and post. How about you personally? What are you feeling today? What we always remember about GA?
Yeah, it's a tough day. It's a tough day. And I'm sure folks hearing my voice right now, you're fighting it at all times because he is somebody that meant so much, not just to Angels baseball, but the kind of person Garret Anderson was, I think, hasn't been well enough established because we all saw Garret Anderson, the baseball player, and he had a reputation of not, being overly talkative, especially in interviews. I went back, I watched an interview this morning where he was doing an interview with Jeannie Zelasco after being named the MVP of the 2003 All-Star Game, and poor Jeannie is asking him like 5-6 questions just to get GA to say anything, and I laugh about that because that's kind of who GA was in the media, and he was also the kind of person that once you got to know him, he was the most open, funniest, easy to talk to person that you could find. Garret Anderson was a gem, a true gentleman. And the thing that strikes me most about Garret Anderson is he taught us that you can be a fierce competitor and do so with class at all times. Garret Anderson never thought of himself as anything special just because he could hit a baseball. He was the kind of person that is going to connect with everybody. I think that's why so many people here in the ballpark today are feeling it. When you're in the ballpark tonight, fans listening right now, when you're here, you're going to see and talk to ushers and security folks and people, concession workers that knew Garret Anderson because he wasn't some fancy celebrity that was great at baseball. He was just GA, and he made his presence felt to anybody that he could talk to. He didn't care who you were because he didn't care who he was in the sense of thinking he's something greater. We're all here, and we all put our pants on the same way, and I think that's how Garret Anderson went about it.
As long as we're being 100% upfront and honest here, Trent. Okay, I'm going on, I think this is my 18th season on Angels Radio, AM 830. For the first 15, I thought Garret Anderson hated me. I honestly, truly did. Because I never went out of my way to try to get to know him. And then we did a couple of events together, and it just kind of happened naturally. In the last 3 years, I couldn't wait to run into GA in the booth because we had so many great conversations about baseball, about life, about this Angel Ball Club, about his glory days at Kennedy High School in Granada Hills. And the last 3 years, I really got to know him, and I just treasured that time. How long did it take you to get to know GA? Because that was some work.
Yeah, it took a while. I don't know that it took 15 years, but it took a while to get to know Garret Anderson. I was blessed for that. You know, it helps to have, like, the Tim Salmon seal of approval. And I saw the post that Tim Salmon put out there on social media today, and those two soaked in champagne, wearing the World Series T-shirts, holding the trophy, man. The glory days that was and the brotherhood that those two had. I think that, you know, Garret Anderson was introverted, and sometimes when you're introverted, that gets taken by some with a negative connotation that, oh, maybe he doesn't like me. He's just not that outgoing in that sense. But again, when you got to talk to him, and you know, I had some phone calls today. Listeners of this show know I went to Orange Lutheran High School. Garret Anderson's son Trey, he went to Orange Lutheran too and played on the basketball team. Well, GA used to sit, like, in the JV games. He would sit at the scores table, and he was the shot clock operator. And he would chat with anybody that came through, and he took so much pride in being the shot clock operator at Orange Lutheran High School in JV basketball games. Like, that's Garret Anderson. You go to Roger Don and you're playing golf, like you're going to bump into GA probably buying balls twice a week. Like, that's just who Garret Anderson was, and he would talk to anybody. If you weren't looking to get something from him, like, he was the best, most kind individual you could ever come across.
And like you mentioned, you rattled off some of the numbers there. The most games in an Angel uniform, 2013. Most RBIs, 1,292. 389 in the division series against the Yankees in 2002. Then the 3 RBIs against the Twins. The bases clearing double for 3 runs to put the Halos up 4-1 in Game 7 of the 2002 World Series, our one and only title. But the thing that mattered most, and I'm going to play you this soundbite, Trent, because you know well as anybody that the only thing that really mattered to GA was being a good teammate. Take a listen to this.
For me personally, it's just, you know, I was a good teammate. And being a good teammate goes a long way with a lot of people. You know, if you go out and respect your teammates and pull for them and, you know, give them tough love when you have to, it goes a long way. And when you're with a group of guys for 6 months, you develop brothers. And so that was the biggest compliment for me, saying that I was a good teammate.
That's all that mattered to GA. Well, forget the numbers, forget the stats. He wanted to be known as a good teammate. And you know the beauty of that was that he meant it, and he was sincere when he said that.
Of all things, that he could care less about the hits, and he wanted to win. Like, he was as competitive as they come, but being a great teammate mattered more than anything else to him, and that's been evidenced not just by his own words, but the other teammates that have been around and talk about GA. And excuse me, you think about when they celebrated the 2002 championship season, and they did a 20-year reunion a few years back. And everybody came out for that. And everybody wanted to talk about different things about, you know, it wasn't just about GA, but just the brotherhood, the camaraderie and everything. And the reason why that team won, yeah, they had some great players, but they were great teammates. And they all pulled for one another. And they were trying to help one another at all times. And you ask any one of Garret Anderson's teammates today, they will all tell you the kind of teammate Garret Anderson is. And that is second to the stats. It's second to the success on the field. What they meant to one another as people was a really empowering thing, I think, to consider when maybe you're in youth sports now or in high school, or maybe you coach a team, and yeah, you want to win, and winning is, again, the most paramount thing, but being a great teammate really fosters so much of that winning, so much of that success, pulling together as one, and that started with the best player on the team, and that's Garret Anderson.
How do you think this affects the team moving forward here, Trent?
You know what? I give this Angel group a lot of credit. They are professionals. And I think about Mike Trout and Joe Adell and the emotions that they're feeling tonight, that is going to be real. These players definitely knew Garret Anderson. I don't know how close he was with all these guys, but there was a relationship with a lot of them. So they're going to feel it. But I give these guys credit for the same way you kind of block out the success in New York and all the home runs, the 13 home runs the Angels hit against the Yankees. You block all of that out because you have a job to do tonight, and that's to go out and win the ball game and do so against a team that's hot right now, red hot. Padres have won 8 straight. They're going to have their hands full going up against a knuckleballer. You never see knuckleballers anymore. So it's going to be a challenge. I think that at some point here in probably the next hour, we're going to see this team be able to make that flip of the switch. So, like, okay, yes, we're all very sad, but we got a job to do tonight. And that's what GA would want.
And I don't mean to turn this into a religious program, but I see a lot of Jesus Won shirts on the field the last couple of weeks. There's a lot of strong faith in that Angel clubhouse these days, and I'm sure that comes into play here.
I want to give Mike Trout a lot of credit on that. For whatever reason, Mike Trout wears the Jesus Won t-shirt pretty regularly. But when he knows he's addressing the media like he did earlier today, he makes sure that he's wearing that shirt to spread that message across any platform that he can, because he knows when he speaks, people listen. When he does a press conference, there are going to be a lot of eyeballs on that. And I respect Mike Trout a ton for that and making sure that presence was felt. And GA's a part of that club too. Let's just put it that way.
Amen to that. Let's have a little fun before you leave me here. Who's going to homer tonight for the Angels on a very special night, on a big night at the Big A?
Okay, so before I get to my home run prediction, Roger.
Oh.
I'm calling a double tonight for Mike Trout. Trout's going to double to tie Garret Anderson on the extra base hits list. I think that we're going to see that happen tonight. So I got Trout doubling in the game. And after Adell hit a grand slam last time he was in the batter's box, I got Joe Adell going yard tonight. That's my pick.
Now, obviously, we are not going to get ahead of ourselves here. I know it looks good with Jose Soriano on the mound tonight, who comes in 4-0 and an ERA of under 1. And right now he's the best pitcher in all of baseball, going up against Matt Waldron, who made one start all of last year. He's making his 2026 debut tonight. But after what we saw yesterday, when we had to go against, a tough lefty at Yankee Stadium, and then we were throwing a bullpen game, I'm not taking anything for granted tonight. On paper, it looks good tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. I would love to see that. You know, you think about the Angel wins. They beat Max Fried yesterday. They beat Hunter Brown earlier this year. Beat Chris Sale. Like, the Angels have beaten some really good arms this year. You're hoping that doesn't happen to Jose Soriano. I think Soriano's in a groove. Now, folks, he is not going to maintain his .33 ERA the entire season, okay? So we got to accept that. But I think that we can all get behind what he's got going with that sinker ball right now is electric. His knuckle curve, different than the knuckleball that Waldron's going to throw, but he's got the knuckle curve. And then also, throwing the changeup a little bit more. The Mike Maddox specialty has come into play, and it's been really good for him. So, I expect Soriano to perform well, but we also know that this Padres lineup is really, really tough. And also, the Padres have had this late inning heroics thing going. The Angels' bullpen is going to be tested. Angels need Soriano to go as deep as possible tonight.
Okay, before you make it back in, I know you have some things to take care of down on the field, but before you get back to the studio, I have an assignment for you. If you can find someone in the Angel Clubhouse that knows a thing or two about hitting, can you ask them the approach? You don't see knuckleballers very often these days. So my question is, will our Halo hitters move up in the box or move back in the box when they face Matt Waldron's knuckleball? Can you find the answer to that and then report back on it when you come back in the studio?
I am on the case, Roger Lodge. Consider that assignment taken. I'm going to get it done just for you.
Thank you, Trent.
See you, Roger.
Trent Rush, our investigative reporter. Move up in the box or move back in the box against the knuckleballer Matt Waldron. Halo's rolling with a starting lineup tonight of Neto, Trout, Shonwell, Adell, Moncada, Peraza, Lowe, O'Hoppe, and Adam Frazier. Angels and the Padres coming up. More on the pitching matchup. Jose Soriano tonight Angels Padres as we celebrate the life and legacy of Garret Anderson on a tough day for all of us here in Halo Honk Nation. More Angels pregame on the way.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Hey, it's Roger Lodge, and I want to tell you about the official personal injury attorney sponsor of the Angels and the Ducks, Easton & Easton, Orange County's premier injury law firm. Their family of litigators has over 100 years experience fighting those big insurance companies, and they've recovered over $500 million for their clients. Let their family help yours, because family never settles for less. Visit EastonLawOffices.com.
Past results do not guarantee future performance.
You're up, Angels fans. Visit Pechanga Resort Casino on Sunday, April 19th from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. for a special Angels and Pechanga baseball hat. Just show your rewards card to receive your free hat. Limited to 1 per rewards member while supplies last. While you're at Pechanga, play your perfect combination. Hit the sprawling casino floor and indulge in all the world-class amenities the award-winning resort casino has to offer. Visit Pechanga.com or call 888-PECHANGA for reservations or more information. Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Attention SoCal drivers and Angels fans. Discover the ultimate deal at Discount Tire and Service Centers. From April 7th through April 18th, when you purchase a set of 4 tires, you'll receive 4 tickets to an Angels home game. Experience top-notch service, expert care for your vehicle, and 4 tickets to Angels baseball all in one visit. Head to Discount Tire and Service Centers today and get 4 tickets with your 4-tire purchase. Discount Tire and Service Centers. We've got your back. Offer valid at participating locations. Terms and conditions apply.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Friday. It is April 17, 2026, and your Halos are 10-10 to start the year. The Padres come in 13-6. They've won 8 games in a row. Tonight, Jose Soriano will try to stop that Padre winning streak. Matt Waldron for San Diego. How about Mike Trout in the Bronx? 6 for 19, 5 homers, 9 RBIs, and now Mike Trout leads the American League in runs scored with 21. He's tied for first in walks with 18, tied for second in homers with 7, tied for third in extra base hits with 10. He's fourth in total bases, 41, tied for fourth in RBIs with 16, and I think I just tracked Trout. Always brought to you by State Farm. By the way, most games played at one position in Angels baseball history, Jim Fregosi, number 1 on that list, 1,366 games at shortstop. Second on that list, Mike Trout, who has now played 1,361 games in center field. In other words, Trouty 5 games back of tying the late, great Jim Fregosi, most games played at one position in Angel baseball history. How about that? By the way, an update on Jorge Soler. Tonight he will serve the 3rd of 4 games of his suspension for that little dust-up against the Atlanta Braves. Jorge Soler currently tied for the American League with 18 RBIs, and his 5 homers are tied for 6th most over his last 10 games. The Cuban Missile hit .313. He was 10 for 32 with 2 doubles, 4 homers, 12 RBIs. Get back soon, the Cuban Missile, Jorge Soler. He is missed. Angels and Padres, Soriano against Waldron. First pitch coming your way at 6:38 on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Ready to drive smarter and safer? Mazda is recognized by the IIHS for safety, and the Mazda 3 hatchback delivers style, efficiency, and performance. And the Mazda CX-5, now even more refined, is here and ready for sale. Get 1.9% APR on the Mazda 3 and the Mazda CX-5. Visit Tustin Mazda and Huntington Beach Mazda today. Buy better, drive better. Non-approved credit through Mazda Financial Services. APR offers on select models. See dealer for details.
We all want our kids to excel, including in sports. But did you know focusing on one sport year-round can actually cause harm? Hi, I'm Dr. Torrin Cunningham, a pediatric orthopedic surgeon at Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Playing the same sport year-round with the same repetitive motions can increase injuries. Kids' bodies are still developing, making them prone to overuse injuries like ligament tears and stress fractures. Encourage them to mix it up with different sports to ensure they can stay in the game.
When it's game day and your team is on, there's only one place to watch. OG's Sports Brewhouse Pizza. With wall-to-wall TVs, non-stop game day energy, and 12 beers on tap crafted exclusively for OG's, you won't miss a pitch. Add in great pizza, unbeatable happy hours, and specials that keep fans coming back, and you've got the ultimate home plate advantage. Catch every inning, every hit, and every win at OG's Sports Brewhouse Pizza. OG's, where Angels fans watch all the games.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Welcome back to Angels pregame. The boys are back in town taking on the Padres. Halos are 10-10. The Padres are 13-6. Jose Soriano against Matt Waldron. First pitch coming your way at 6:38. By the way, speaking of Soriano, he is the first player in American League history to pitch 6 or more innings with 1 or fewer runs allowed and 3 or fewer hits allowed in each of his first 4 games of a season. How about that, too? What he's doing so far this year, pretty gosh darn historic. There's no question about that. Again, he's 4-0 with an ERA of 0.33, and he is the first Angels pitcher to win his first 4 games of a season since, come on, give me a guess. First Angels pitcher to win each of his first 4 games of a season since, you got it, you on the 60 freeway, correct. It was Jared Weaver who won his first 6 games back in 2011. You know what the most amazing thing about what I just said is? The fact that Jared Weaver won his first 6 games back in 2011. That was 15 years ago. Where does the time go? Absolutely incredible. And for all of you who called the Sports Lodge today to offer up your Garret Anderson stories, and so many of you wanted to share what was in your heart this afternoon, on behalf of everyone here at Angels Radio, AM 830, and the Angels, we thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to make those phone calls today, because hey, that's what this radio station is built upon. It's the members of the Angel family, a family that you are all part of. And like I've been saying all afternoon long, Garret Joseph Anderson simply mattered. And he mattered to a lot of people out there. And I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. It was just such a gut wrench and such a crush to my heart earlier this morning when I went to GA's Wikipedia page and saw the word is changed to was. That was so surreal, so heartbreaking. And to all of you out there this afternoon who were feeling a bit somber and a bit down, just know that Garret Anderson was a man of God, and I am confident that he is at peace. Heaven just picked up a new angel, and that angel's name is Garret Anderson. More Angel pregame on the way.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Baseball season starts here at Monkey Sports. From bats and gloves to cleats and training gear, with glove break-ins and relacing available in store. Monkey Sports Irvine, built for ball players. This summer, the Angels are offering week-long youth baseball and softball camps presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza throughout Orange and Riverside counties for boys and girls ages 4 to 13. Camp highlights include a full Angels uniform, an autograph from a current Angel player, and 2 tickets to the camper reunion event at Angel Stadium in September. Don't miss out. Visit angels.com/camps to learn more about our youth baseball and softball camps today. That's angels.com/camps.
Looking to save on gas without giving up space? The Sportage Hybrid and Sorento Hybrid deliver efficiency and performance. Get 0.9% APR on the Sportage Hybrid and the Sorento Hybrid. And if you need more room, check out the Kia Carnival Hybrid with 3 rows and 2.49% APR with no dealer markups and no forced add-ons. Visit Tustin Kia and Mission Viejo Kia today. Buy better, drive better.
On approved credit for Kia Motor Finance, 0.9 APR for 60 months, $16 per $1,000 finance, 2.49% for 60 months, $17 per $1,000 amount finance. Offer ends 4/30/2026. See dealer for details.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
The rink meets the diamond for a one-of-a-kind Angels hockey jersey. Be one of the first 25,000 fans in attendance on Monday, April 20th against the Blue Jays to take home an Angels hockey jersey, courtesy of Financial Partners Credit Union. Visit angels.com/promotion.
Angels Radio.
AM 830.
Welcome back. Angels pregame. Angels and the Padres out here at Angel Stadium. By the way, the Padres looking to win 9 straight games for just the second time since the start of the 2010 season. They also won 9 in a row in May of 2021. So again, San Diego trying to make it 9 straight for just the second time since the start of the 2010 season. And by the way, in case you missed it, the Padres today sold for a record $3.9 billion with a B dollars, which blew away the previous record of $2.4 billion when Steve Cohen bought the Mets back in 2020. The Angels and the Padres getting ready out here at the Big A. More Angels pregame is on the way. My name is Roger Lodge. Don't go anywhere. And as always, go Halos.
This has been the Angels pregame show. Stay tuned now for more exclusive Angels coverage as we get you closer to first pitch here on Angels Radio and the AM 830 app.
Try one-of-a-kind Pac-Man treats at the Pac-Man Chomp Stop located next to Level Up in the right field pavilion. Pac-Man themed desserts and drinks include caramel apples, Rice Krispies, Pac-Man cookies, and lemonade in a Pac-Man cup. It's also the exclusive location for Pineapple Dole soft serve in Pac-Man branded helmet. Visit the Pac-Man Chomp Stop next to Level Up in the right field pavilion today.
Escape to Fantasy Springs Resort Casino, a premier resort with Las Vegas-style gaming, slots, bingo, off-track betting, bowling, golf, dining, nightclubs, and various live music venues. Book your getaway today at FantasySpringsResort.com. Fantasy Springs Resort Casino has leveled up with an all-new rewards club, giving you more of what you want. Don't miss the internet's most unpredictable superstar, Trisha Paytas, Saturday, May 9th. And get ready to laugh out loud with comedian Bert Kreischer Friday, May 22nd. Get your tickets now at FantasySpringsResort.com.
Have a craving for something sweet and salty? Then come see what's popping at Pops. At Pops Kettle Corn, we create mouth-watering, hand-popped goodness that is the perfect balance of salty and sweet. Enjoy a batch while watching your favorite team. You can find Pops Kettle Corn at various sweet shop locations throughout the concourse and a variety of flavors. Or visit us at our Tustin location and online at popskettlecorn.net. You'll be satisfied to the last crunch. That's the the Pops guarantee, Pops Kettle Corn.
Angel fans, tune in to watch your Halos all season long. If you have a cable or satellite TV package, head over to FanDuel Sports Network West, the exact same place you watched the Angels last season. And if you want to stream your Halos at home or on the go without a cable or satellite package, you can sign up for Angels.tv. For all the info you need on how to watch Angel games this season, visit Angels.com/watch for details.
AM 830 KLAA, Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
This is the Angels pregame show on Angels Radio and on the AM 830 radio app.
2-2 on Adele. That ball is absolutely crushed out into left field. It is way out of here. There's a ball that's lifted high in the air. This ball's well hit. It's carrying deep out there into left field, and that ball is out of here. Zach Neto, 26th home run of the season.
With a preview of today's game, including the starting lineups and countdown to first pitch.
It is the Angels pregame show. Hi again, everybody. I'm Roger Lodge. However you are tuning in, thanks so much for making Angels baseball a big part of your Friday. Coming up tonight, our boys are back in town, getting ready to take on one of the hottest teams in Major League Baseball. That would be the San Diego Padres. The Friars come in winners of 8 in a row. But before we get to anything as far as this weekend series is concerned, I'm sure there are thousands of people out there who considered Garret Anderson a friend. And although I have only really gotten to know GA the past couple of seasons, I could not have thoroughly enjoyed our conversations more about baseball, about life in general, and him telling me stories about growing up and playing high school baseball at Kennedy High School up in Granada Hills, where he was not only a baseball star player, he was a basketball player, a really good basketball player, and a football star as well. He was always kind, always respectful, and obviously one of the cornerstones of the Angel organization, and he will always hold a special place in my heart and the hearts of everyone inside of Halo Honk Nation, which comes together today to honor and pay tribute to the life and legacy of the man we simply call GA. This is a tough one, a personal one, and it's going to sting for a while, and I'm sure a lot of you out there feel the same way. And tonight they're going to try to play a baseball game with GA's initials out there in center field. There will be a video tribute and a moment of silence for Garret Anderson, who leaves God's green earth at the age of 53. So, like I said, we're going to play a baseball game tonight between the Angels and the Padres. GA would have wanted it that way. And also, if you've been away from Angels baseball, we know how busy you get. But if you haven't tuned in for a couple of days, boy, you have missed a lot. In fact, you missed quite the crazy roller coaster ride through the Bronx that took us through as many ups and downs as we've seen in quite some time. Monday night, after the Angels had taken a 10-8 lead in the top of the 8th inning on a clout from Trout, the Yankees came back to score 3 times in the bottom of the 9th inning off a closer, Jordan Romano. The halo stayed dim in an 11-10 absolute gut kick. And then on Tuesday, the Angels got a stellar pitching performance from Reed Detmers, who went 7 strong innings. And the Halos got first inning back-to-back-to-back homers from Trout, Adele, and Soler. And the Halos shined in a 7-1 Angel victory. But then on Wednesday, another kick in the gut when the Angels had taken a 4-3 lead in the top of the 5th inning on a solo homer by Ohapi and then a 2-run clout from Trout. It was still a 4-3 ball game in the bottom of the 9th, but the Yankees, with Romano on the mound again, they came back to score 2 runs on 2 hits, and that catastrophic fly ball that landed between Neto and Peraza on the left side of the infield that played such a big part in that Yankee comeback. And then Thursday, boy, did we ever revisit the reason we love baseball. The Angels were going to try to beat Max Fried, one of the best lefties in the game, without Jorge Soler, and the Angels were going to try to do it with a bullpen game. Brent Suter was the opener, followed by Nick Sandlin and Sam Aldegari. That was the first three out of the bullpen. And guess what? I mean, it started a little bit shaky when Suter gave up a home run early on. He allowed 11 homers last year in 67 innings for the Reds, and he gave one up to Aaron Judge in the bottom of the first inning. And then Sandlin came aboard. He gave up a homer to Giancarlo Stanton in the third. Sam Aldegari came out, walked the very first batter he faced. Not surprising. He had walked 10 batters in 13 innings in AAA earlier this year. But then things kind of took a mysterious turn. Aldegari tossed a 1-2-3 fifth. And then in the top of the sixth inning, the Angels got a one-out walk by Trout. And then Joe Adell reached on what was ruled as an infield single. And then it was Ozzie Peraza, who had already hit a two-run homer in the first inning. Well, guess what? He did it to his exes again.
Here's the next pitch. Swings at that one and lines a ball into right field. This is going to roll all the way out to the wall. Trout's going to score on it. Adell is going into third. He'll be held there. Peraza has an RBI double, and this game is tied at 3.
How about that? Ozzie Peraza, 5th hit of the series, his 4th RBI of the series in the Bronx, and he tied the game at 3. And then the very next batter, Vaughn Grissom, got the Angels the lead.
Next pitch, and this is grounded sharply. It's off the glove of the third baseman. The ball caroms into left. The Angels are going to score a run on it, and that is going to be an RBI hit by Vaughn Grissom, and the Angels have a 4-3 lead.
So the Halos had the lead 4-3 thanks to that hard smash off the bat of Vaughn Grissom. And then after a Travis Emmanuel d'Arnaud walk, the bases were loaded for Josh Lowe.
The 2-2 delivery, and he broke his bat, pops one into shallow center. It's going to fall in for a hit. 1 run will score, 2 runs come in. Lowe delivers right there. He blooped that one in, that long at bat he had. The Angels add on. It's now 6-3. What an at bat right there.
Indeed, a 9-pitch at bat. Lowe was batting 133 at the time, but he got a couple of runs there. Halos had a 6-3 lead until Aldegari served one up to Ben Rice, leading off the Yankees 6th.
And here's the first pitch to start the inning off. It's a high fly ball. It's carrying deep out into right center, and that one is gone. First ball swinging Ben Rice against Aldegari, and he just parked one into the Yankee bullpen. So the 6-3 lead becomes a 6-4 lead.
And Halo honks were groaning. But then in the top of the 7th, it was time for another one of Trout's clouts.
And Trout swings at this one, blasts a ball high, hits it deep out into left field. It is Trout here. Mike Trout has done it again. That is his 5th home run in this series. Angels add on. It's now 7-4.
Trout's 9th RBI of the series made it a 7-4 ball game. And then in the top of the 8th, the Joe Show was a hit on Broadway.
Here's the pitch. Swings at this one, lifts it in the air. This ball is carrying deep down the right field side, and it is out of here. That is a grand slam right there for Joe Adell. It's 11-4 Angels. Another homer for the Angels in New York. 13 of them for the Halos in the 4 games.
13 in the series. The Angels were supposed to roll up into a ball and give up and stagger back to Southern California after those gut-wrenching losses in Game 1 and Game 3 of that series. But that's not this year's group of gritty, hard-nosed Halos. Your Thursday afternoon totals from the Bronx. Angels, 11 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Yankees, 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Aldegari wins the bullpen game for the Halos. Max Fried suffered his first loss of the year. What a great win, and props to the Angel bullpen, who in a bullpen game gave up only 4 runs at that ballpark, the way the ball flies out of there. Shout out to Brent Suter, Nick Sandlin, Sam Aldegari, Sam Bachman, and Chase Silseth. Only 4 runs total. Nice job by the Angels bullpen bunch. Let's move on to tonight and find out what's on tap. What's on tap always brought to you by Modelo, brewed with the finest ingredients for a taste that is pure gold. Well, here's what's on tap. Jose Soriano against Matt Waldron. Padres roll with Cronenworth, Tatis, Merrill, Machado, Bogarts, Sheets, Castellanos, Ty France, and Luis Campusano behind the plate. Matt Waldron getting the baseball, the knuckleballer tonight for the Padres. For the Halos, Neto, Trout, Chanuel, Adele, Moncada, Peraza, Josh Lowe, Logan O'Hoppe, and Adam Frazier, who, by the way, is hitting .304 so far this year. That's what's on tap, presented by Modelo. Hey, fans, you can win a 2-night stay, 1 round of golf, or 1 round of bowling if that's what you prefer, and dinner for 2 at Fantasy Springs Resort Casino. To enter for your chance to win, text the word fantasy to 714-888-7250. For complete sweepstakes rules, log on to am830.net. And as always, good luck. And good luck to Jose Soriano tonight, trying to get the 5-0 as ERA coming in tonight, 0.33. We're going to honor the life and legacy of Garret Anderson tonight out here. If you have not heard, GA passing away yesterday at the age of 53. Our thoughts and prayers are with his entire family. More Angel pregame after this.
Like tracking a ball off the bat, early detection and quick action are key to winning the game against melanoma, a serious type of skin cancer that develops from the pigment-producing cells in the skin. Hi, I'm Dr. Tanya Evans, a dermatologist at Memorial Care Cancer Institute. We're in the big leagues when it comes to providing advanced care for patients with all stages of melanoma. Our team emphasizes regular skin examinations and sun protection measures, which are essential for prevention and early detection. Spotting the signs of skin cancer using ABCDEs to spot any moles, spots, or blemishes that are asymmetrical, borders that have irregular, ragged, or blurred edges, color that is not even throughout the spot, diameter that is larger than 6 millimeters across, and evolving in size, shape, and color are key to early detection. Just like you never want to take your eye off the ball, you need to look at changes in your skin and check yourself regularly. If you have a suspicious mole, don't wait for the 7-inning stretch. Visit memorialcare.org/SBmelanoma today.
Let's get nutty with Hampton Farms. There's nothing like the roar of the crowd, the thrill of the play, and the satisfying crack of fresh in-shell peanuts. From the first pitch to the last inning, Hampton Farms peanuts keep your energy high and your taste buds happy. Check out our lineup: salted, Cajun hot nuts, unsalted, and MLB licensed bags. Find us in the concession stands or the produce section of your local grocery store. Get nutty and go Angels!
This summer, the Angels are offering week-long youth baseball and softball camps presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza throughout Orange and Riverside counties for boys and girls ages 4 to 13. Camp highlights include a full Angels uniform, an autograph from a current Angel player, and 2 tickets to the camper reunion event at Angel Stadium in September. Don't miss out. Visit angels.com/camps to learn more about our youth baseball and softball camps today. That's angels.com/camps.
Welcome back, Angels pregame on a Friday out here at Angel Stadium with Jose Soriano getting the baseball and Matt Waldron, the knuckleballer, getting the start for the San Diego Padres, who come in hot. They've won 8 games in a row. Speaking of winning, when the Angels win the game, guess what we win? Free McDonald's fries. The win is so close we can taste it, especially with Soriano on the mound tonight. Get free medium fries tomorrow with any $2 purchase only on the app at participating McDonald's. Valid once per person, excludes tax, and you must opt into rewards. By the way, our health report always brought to you by Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Fill half your child's plate with fruits and vegetables for better growth. That comes to us also from our good friends at Memorial Care. Well, Grayson Rodriguez, Big Ben Joy starting to throw again, hopefully back sooner than later. No real report on the big right-hander Alek Manoah, but we'll keep you posted as soon as we know. Again, our health report brought to you by Memorial Care, and today that includes the Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Fill half your child's plate with fruits and veggies for better growth. All right. We honor the life and legacy of Garret Anderson, one of the all-time Angel greats, who passes away at the age of 53. Special ceremony, moment of silence before the game tonight. Also, manager Kurt Suzuki asked just a bit ago his impact on the Angel organization.
Yeah, I mean, I played against him for a number of years, when I first came up, and, what a professional, everything he did on the field, and the way he carried himself with true professionalism, and man, he was just a great, human, so obviously shocked, saddened, just thinking about his family, right now, and what they're imagining what they're going through, and prayers, for his family, and it's a tough day for sure.
That's one class act with a message for another. Kurt Suzuki, Angel manager for Garret Anderson. Here is Zook on how much he appreciated the kind of player Garret Anderson was.
Yeah, he's a baseball player, and he did everything right. There was nothing flashy, there's, never pimped home runs. It was just everything that he did was just professional. It was just, that's who, when you have your kids playing the game, that's who you want your, for me anyway, that's who I want my kids to, model themselves. Just play the game right, do the things right, never bring attention to yourself, and that's the type of player he was, and was phenomenal at it too.
Kind of been the common theme today with everyone that we talk to, not only within the Angel organization, but around other teams as well. I'm sure there's a lot of folks out there throwing around numbers today. Most games in an Angel uniform, 2013. Most RBIs in franchise history, 1,292. His .306 batting average with 29 homers, 56 doubles, and 123 RBIs during the regular season, that championship season of 2022. 389 against the Yankees in the ALDS that year. 3 RBIs against the Twins. 6 RBIs against the Giants. Who could ever forget his 3-run RBI double that scored, made the score 4-1 in the third inning back in 2002 in Game 7, the deciding game of the World Series, and that was your final score. It ended up 4-1 that night. But more importantly, the type of person Garret Anderson was truly, truly amazing. Here's Kurt Suzuki on how he manages his ball club's emotions in the clubhouse after this news.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. Obviously coming back from New York, with a good road trip, and hearing the news on the plane, was definitely hard for all of us. All of us in this organization and that new GA, and there's not like, you're never gonna, I guess, come in and tell the guys, to not think about it. It's like I said, this is bigger than baseball, and but at the same time, we have a game to play, we have a job to do, and come out here tonight. But I think he's going to be in everybody's thoughts and prayers.
There you go, Kurt Suzuki. He was a baseball player, and he was an amazing person. Basically, the message there from Kurt Suzuki on Garret Anderson. Earlier this afternoon, Mike Trout asked about the impact GA had on the Angels.
When I first got drafted, he was the guy. So, really devastated when I heard that this morning. Great guy. Seen him around the ballpark. Got to hang out a little bit outside the park. Just tough. Feel for the family right now. And, tough. He was a great dude. Always had a smile on his face. He's quiet. Seeing highlights and watching him. He holds every record here. He's been for such a long time, especially the Angels family. So he meant a lot to this organization.
Mike Trout on Garret Anderson, who leaves us at the age of 53. GA played 15 of his 12 major league seasons with the Angels. He was always an Angel in his heart. Those last couple of years with the Braves and the Dodgers, sometimes you just got to go do what you got to do. But 15 of his 17 big league seasons with our Halos, a 2-time Silver Slugger Award winner, 3-time All-Star, 4-time Team MVP. And Garret Anderson still remains the Angels' all-time leader in games, hits, doubles, total bases, extra base hits, and RBIs. And, of course, a main cog of that Angels' one and only World Series back in 2002. But like Kurt Suzuki so well said, this is much more than about baseball. G.A. was a true gentleman in every sense of the word. He was a loving husband to his wife, Teresa, who we met back in high school, and a loving father to his 2 daughters, Brianne and Bailey, and his son, Garrett Trey, and, of course, an amazing, loyal friend to so many, including us here at Angels Radio. They'll do a moment of silence and a video tribute to Garret Anderson on this Friday night. The Angels and the Padres on a big night at the Big A.
Nothing beats a day at the Big A. But when that SoCal heat climbs, I've got one winning move: Thrifty Ice Cream. Don't miss a pitch waiting in line. Head straight to the corner markets for a grab-and-go single-serve cup. They're pre-packaged and ready to move, so you can get back to the action with favorites like cookies and cream and mint and chip. Not at the stadium today? You can still win. Swing by your local grocer to bring the magic of Thrifty home. Thrifty Ice Cream at Angel Stadium. Get the scoop on a great game.
Changes in memory can be confusing and scary, but you are not alone. Alzheimer's Orange County is here to help you and your loved ones navigate every step. Call our helpline at 844-373-4400 or visit www.alzoc.org to learn more about local resources and services to make life easier and more hopeful. That's alzoc.org. Don't face your journey alone. Support, guidance, and understanding are just a call or click away.
Ready to drive smarter and safer? Mazda is recognized by the IIHS for safety, and the Mazda 3 hatchback delivers style, efficiency, and performance. And the Mazda CX-5, now even more refined, is here and ready for sale. Get 1.9% APR on the Mazda 3 and the Mazda CX-5. Visit Tustin Mazda and Huntington Beach Mazda today. Buy better, drive better. Non-approved credit through Mazda Financial Services. APR offers on select models. See dealer for details.
Summertime and baseball go together like cinnamon and pretzels. Next time you're at the ballpark watching the Halos, stop by Wetzel's Pretzels in Section 129. At Wetzel's Pretzels, we hand roll and handcraft the finest ingredients in innovative deliciousness so you can grab a little happiness while watching your favorite team. Whether it's an original pretzel or a Wetzel dog, we've got your baseball snacks covered. Stop by Wetzel's Pretzels outside Section 129. Wetzel's Pretzels.
We welcome you back to Angels pregame. Jose Soriano for the Angels tonight against Matt Waldron, the knuckleball specialist for the San Diego Padres. That's our game. There's a bunch of other games going on across Major League Baseball as we check the out-of-town scoreboard. Always brought to you by StubHub. Right now, Pirates lead the Rays 5-1. Top of the ninth at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. How about the Pirates with an 11-8, possibly 12-8 start? Giants right now lead the Nationals 9-5. They're in the top of the ninth in our nation's capital. Royals and the Yankees are tied at 2. That's in the top of the eighth in the Bronx. Right now, the Brewers lead the Marlins 4-3 after 7 innings down in Miami. Tigers and the Red Sox are scoreless in the ninth inning. How about that? Reds and Twins. Reds lead Minnesota 2-0 after 4 at Target Field in Minneapolis. The Cardinals are leading the Astros 4-2 in the bottom of the fourth in Houston. Dodgers lead the Rockies 2-0 early. That's Tyler Glasnow for the Blue Crew tonight. They've played 2 innings in Colorado. And coming up, the White Sox are in Sacramento taking on the A's. The Rangers visit the Mariners tonight. Blue Jays are in the desert against the D-backs. And we got some finals already in. The Cubs beat the Mets by a final of 12-4. The Mets are off to a 7-13 start. And the Orioles came back on the Guardians. Baltimore wins that one by a final of 6-4. They came back from a 4-0 deficit. And the Braves shut out the Phillies at Citizens Bank in Philly by a final of 9-0. That's your scoreboard, brought to you by StubHub. What about our scoreboard tonight at the Big A? You got to stick around to find out. It's Jose Soriano trying to get the 5-0 on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
Spring savings are in full bloom at the Irvine Auto Center. Don't wait. Get special low financing and low payment programs on thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles from the top import, domestic, luxury, and exotic brands, all in one location. For spring savings, the IAC is the place to be.
Turn your search into drive, where the 5 meets the 405 at Lake Forest Drive.
It's time to play ball with Beatbox, the original party punch. Beatbox is non-carbonated, 11.1% ABV, low sugar, and bursting with delicious flavor. It's the perfect drink to fire up fans at Angel Stadium. Plus, with a resealable cap, this drink is built to withstand all the hype from the bleachers. Give it a try and let's light that baby up. Please drink responsibly, must be 21 or older.
School's First Federal Credit Union serves the financial needs of school employees and their families. Each year, during a special night at Angel Stadium, we celebrate and recognize school employees in appreciation for all they do for their students, schools, and communities. Join us at Angel Stadium for the Angels and New York Mets game on Friday, May 1st. Invite friends and family and buy discounted tickets at angels.com/school. For accessible seating inquiries, please call 714-4ANGELS. This credit union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration.
We all have difficult times and face challenges. You are not alone. There are things you can incorporate in your daily life to support your mental wellness. Make sure you get enough rest and set a positive mindset for the day ahead. Grab a friend. Take some time to get outdoors to breathe in fresh air. End your day by jotting down 3 positive things that went well for you. For more resources on ways to navigate your mental wellness, visit angels.ocnavigator.org. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
We are counting down to first pitch, which is always brought to you by J&J Snack Foods, offering memorable and delicious snack experiences all throughout the ballpark. We're 11 minutes away from first pitch. It'll be thrown out by Jose Soriano. In other words, Terry Smith and Mark Langston have you covered from here. My name is Roger Lodge. Go enjoy Angels baseball. Let's get a win. And God bless you, GA. You will be missed.
This has been the Angels pregame show. Stay tuned now for more exclusive Angels coverage as we get you closer to first pitch here on Angels Radio and the AM 830 app.
You always get more at Simpson.
If you expect more, you drive more. At Simpson Family of Dealerships. Now, get spring savings on their entire lineup of new Chevrolets, Cadillacs, Buicks, and GMCs. Stop by any of their 3 freeway closed showrooms in Irvine, Garden Grove, and Buena Park. Or shop online anytime at SimpsonGM.com. Springtime is the right time to save at Simpson Family of Dealerships. They're big enough to deal, small enough to care.
You know what's better than fresh baked chocolate chip cookies? A big bucket of chocolate chip cookies to share with your family. At Kathy's Cookies, they use only the finest and freshest ingredients to bake cookies that will fill your belly and warm your heart. They bake hot, fresh chocolate chip cookies on the spot for you, just like Mom. Come get fresh Kathy's Cookies at Courtyard 1, Courtyard 4, and View Level Section 432 at Angels Stadium. And also look for them at your local fair, concert, and other sporting events, and downtown Disney.
The
Escape to Fantasy Springs Resort Casino, a premier resort with Las Vegas-style gaming, slots, bingo, off-track betting, bowling, golf, dining, nightclubs, and various live music venues. Book your getaway today at FantasySpringsResort.com. Fantasy Springs Resort Casino has leveled up with an all-new rewards club, giving you more of what you want. Don't miss the internet's most unpredictable superstar, Trisha Paytas, Saturday, May 9th. And get ready to laugh out loud with comedian Bert Kreischer, Friday, May 22nd. Get your tickets now at FantasySpringsResort.com.
Stay up to date on everything Angels with a new issue of Angel magazine every month. Read exclusive interviews with your favorite players, coaches, and more. Everything you need to know about Angels baseball can be found in Angel magazine. Available at the Angel Stadium team store or online at angels.com/magazine. It's your source for everything Angels. It's Angel magazine at the Angel Stadium team store or at angels.com/magazine.
Angels baseball starts right now here on Angels Radio, AM 830, KLAA.
Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
Angels baseball is on the air on Angels Radio and on the AM 830 radio app.
Here's the delivery that's lifted in the air into right field. Diving and making a catch on that one is Soler. He's up on his feet. Has a real big smile going there. He's the pitch. He clears one. It's stopped by Neto. Catches it, goes to second, fires on to first base. That's a triple play. Oh, my goodness. The 3-2, and Trout swings it that one, and he drives the ball deep out there in the left center field. It is Trout here. That one lands in the Angels bullpen. Mike Trout right there with a 3-run homer.
Angels baseball is brought to you by Foundation Building Materials, Coca-Cola, Pechanga Resort Casino, and Memorial Care.
Angels baseball is on the air tonight from Angel Stadium in Anaheim. The Angels get ready to host the San Diego Padres. Hi, everybody. This is Terry Smith along with Mark Langston. Our producer-engineer on this Friday is Jorge Sevilla. And as always, we welcome you on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app. As I come to you tonight from the Big A, I come with a heavy heart. As we found out yesterday, last night was told that Garret Anderson had passed away at the age of 53 years old. The Angels' all-time club leader in games and hits and runs batted in. Garret Anderson, just 53 years old, and he will be honored here tonight at the Big A. The Angels players will also be wearing patches in honor of him as well. Great person, great player, great teammate, great husband, great father, and a guy that we really got to know even after his major league career. I spent 7 years covering Garret as a player. Of course, after he retired, and he spent 15 seasons with the Angels, Garret Anderson then eventually became a broadcaster on Angels TV. And as I told many people that reached out to me today, GA was a fixture in our booth over the last several years. On nights he did TV pre- and post-game coverage on Angels TV. We all had such a great time talking about just about anything, and not always about baseball as well. And this is a very sad day for the entire Angels family. We want to send out our sincere condolences to his wife, Teresa, his son, Trey, his daughters, Brianne and Bailey, and we are going to miss Garret Anderson immensely here at Angel Stadium. As one person said to me earlier today, sometimes it's okay to cry, and a lot of us have been doing that today as we think about our friend Garret Anderson. When we get back, we'll have the starting lineups. We'll have the start of tonight's game. Angels opening up a big 3-game weekend series against the Padres, and we'll have more in just a moment on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Angel fans, tune in to watch your Halos all season long. If you have a cable or satellite TV package, head over to FanDuel Sports Network West, the exact same place you watched the Angels last season. And if you want to stream your Halos at home or on the go without a cable or satellite package, you can sign up for Angels.tv. For all the info you need on how to watch Angel games this season, visit Angels.com/watch for details.
Angels fans, are you daydreaming of tropical beaches and world-class spas, culinary adventures, and cultural treasures? Then fly our 5-star airline partner, EVA Air, from Los Angeles to Taipei. Connect from there to most of the rest of Asia with just one stop. EVA is a Star Alliance member with flatbed seats in business, extra comforts in every cabin, and extraordinary service on board Boeing 777s. Whether you're traveling for business or fun, book an unforgettable trip to Asia at www.evaair.com.
Your paint should be a grand slam like the pros. Vista Paint creates lasting color and quality you can count on. Vista Paint, your local team. As a trusted distributor of PPG paints, Vista Paint delivers proven performance backed by local expertise.
Hey Angels fans, looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
Mark Langston here, and it's time for tonight's starting lineups of Game 1 of this three-game series against the San Diego Padres. The Padres starting lineup tonight will look like this. Leading off, second baseman Jake Cronenworth. Batting second in right field, Fernando Tatis Jr. Hitting third in center field, Jackson Merrill. In the cleanup spot, their third baseman, Manny Machado. Batting fifth, shortstop Xander Bogaerts. Hitting sixth in left field, Gavin Sheets. Batting seventh, the designated hitter tonight, Nick Castellanos. Hitting eighth over at first base, Ty France, and batting ninth behind the plate, Luis Camposado. On the mound for the Padres, no record this year. This is his first start. He was down at AAA, and his 3 starts, no record and no earned runs allowed. And that'll be right-hander Matt Waldron. The Angels starting lineup, as announced by manager Kurt Suzuki, will look like this. Leading off, the shortstop, Zach Neto. Batting second, the red-hot, boy was he red-hot in New York, Mike Trout. Hitting third over at first base, Nolan Shonowell. In the cleanup spot tonight, designated hitter Joe Adell. Batting fifth, third baseman Yohan Moncada. Hitting sixth, the second baseman Oswald Peraza. Batting seventh in right field, Josh Lowe. Hitting eighth behind the plate, Logan O'Hoppe, and batting ninth in left field, Adam Frazier. On the mound for the Halos with a record of 4-0 and a .33 ERA, making his 5th start of the season, right-hander Jose Soriano. As we get closer to the first pitch and all the action tonight here at the Big A, here's my partner, Terry Smith.
Well, thank you so very much, Mark Langston. As we get set for Angels baseball, the lineup cards have just been exchanged at home plate. They also did the umpires go over the ground rules with the representatives with the lineup cards. Let's run down the umpires for tonight's game. Mike Malinsky will be the home plate umpire, and he's been one of the better ball and strike umpires in the past. He'll be in that role tonight. At first base is umpire Gabe Morales. The second base umpire is Edwin Jimenez. And the crew chief will be the umpire at third base, Doug Eddings. Angels are taking the field with the white tops and bottoms, the red numerals and lettering. The Padres, they have kind of the dark tan pants on. They have the brown tops with the yellow numerals. The dimensions here at the Big A, 330 down the left and right field sides. It goes 396 to dead center, left center 390, and in right center field 375. Angels come into this game this season here at the Big A. The record for the Angels is 3-3. Angels have played 14 road games this year, going 7-7 overall, a 10-10 record going into play tonight, and the Angels currently in the number 3 spot in the AL West, with Texas and the A's tied for first. The Angels only a half game back. As far as the Padres, they come in second place in the National League West, and they are a game and a half behind the Dodgers. They're the hottest team in baseball. They have won 8 in a row, 9 wins in their last 10 ball games, and they are coming off the sweep that they completed yesterday against Seattle. Jose Soriano is warming up for the Angels. Mark, he has been absolutely brilliant so far. Arguably the best pitcher in baseball through the first 4 starts that he's had this season, and we'll see if he can keep it up tonight.
Yeah, we'll see if he can quiet down this streaking Padres team that has just been on fire. Everything's clicked for them, and they're going against one of the best in baseball at the moment, Jose Soriano. This will be a nice test for Soriano. We'll see if he's able to be up for it, and it's all going to boil down to throwing strikes. When he throws strikes, his night gets easier and easier.
So we are just about ready to go. First batter is the second baseman, Jake Cronenworth. He's off to a slow start. He's hitting just 148, and he's 1 for his last 15 going into tonight's action. Soriano has the sign from All Hoppy. Here's the first pitch tonight, and that one hits right in there for a called strike. We're underway, and the count's 0-1. Beautiful night for baseball here at the Big A. Padres have brought some fans up from San Diego.
It's going to be a packed house here tonight.
74 degrees at game time. The first pitch was at 6:39. Time and temperature presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it should be. And the next pitch, that's bouncer foul over on the first base side. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, this season, when Jose Soriano gets 2 strikes on a hitter, they are hitting .074, 4 for 54 against him when he gets 2 strikes on a hitter.
Fernando Tatis Jr. waiting on deck, and then Jackson Merrill will follow. Here's the 1-2. It's way outside. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. A lot of emotions running through Angel Stadium as we're underway here tonight after the shocking news we were alerted to last night about Garret Anderson. Beautiful tribute before the game on the big video boards. And there's a chase and a miss, and down on strikes goes Cronenworth. And Soriano strikes out the first batter he faces tonight. There's 1 away.
First strikeout by an Angels pitcher is presented by Circle K. And that was vintage Soriano. Couple of fastballs, both of them at 97. Couple of splits thrown in there, and then finished them off with the curveball.
So here is Tatis Jr., and he takes that first pitch. It's in there for a called strike. He's playing right field, which is his normal position, but he has been playing a little second base for them this season.
He was a talented shortstop before he hurt his arm. That's what pushed him to the outfield.
Here's the next pitch, and he looks that one over and misses low for a ball. He's hitting .250. He has yet to hit a home run. He had 25 a year ago. Here's the next pitch, and he was fooled on that one and missed that pitch. Count goes to 1-2. That was the knuckle curve of Jose Soriano. One ball, 2 strikes, next delivery. And this is lifted in the air, not very deep at all in right field. Josh Lowe is out there tonight, and he will gather that one in, and that is the second out. Joe Adell normally in right. He's the DH tonight. Adam Frazier's in left with Mike Trout in center.
They're having Joe Adell DH tonight, get him off his feet a little bit after that long road trip.
So here is Jackson Merrill. He's been hot, 6-game hitting streak, .260 batting average. He's their center fielder, and he's a good one in the pitch. And he swings and fouls that one back. And boy, that went right back to the entertainment booth here at the Big A, and the catch was made by Davin down there.
Hey, he's got a glove, and he needed it.
Well, he brought his A game to the Big A tonight. Here's the pitch. That's lined the opposite way, tight to the line, and it drops foul. Boy, that would have probably been a double there. Just a few feet off the line, a foul ball, and the count's no balls and 2 strikes. It's top of the first inning, no score, just underway. It's presented by your SoCal Hyundai dealers. Test drive a new Hyundai today. Infield is backed up, no one on. Next pitch, and that's a chase and a miss, and he got him with a knuckle curve, struck him out. Pair of strikeouts, a clean inning for Soriano. And down go the Padres here in the top of the first. Bottom of the first coming up. No score from the Big A on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Baseball is back, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. Los Angeles is trading at 32% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $305 if they regain the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code GLOVE to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The rink meets the diamond for a one-of-a-kind Angels hockey jersey. Be one of the first 25,000 fans in attendance on Monday, April 20th against the Blue Jays to take home an Angels hockey jersey, courtesy of Financial Partners Credit Union. Visit angels.com/promotion.
There was a time when electricity stirred emotion, when street lamps gave way to incandescent bulbs, and the flicker of a projector made us forget about old, grainy photos. Electricity was once a luxury. When done right, it still is. The all-electric Lexus RZ. Because the greatest measure of an automobile is how it makes you feel. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just non-stop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Zach Neto is the first batter up for the Angels, and here's the first pitch tonight, and that one is a little bit low. First pitch in the bottom of the first inning. 1 ball, no strikes. The first one was a knuckleball, and that's a primary pitch for Waldron, the next delivery. And that pitch there, another knuckler, and that one misses ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. He was just called up from KLAA, where he had made 3 starts, pitched 12 scoreless innings. He's pitched in the past with the Padres, just 1 start for them last year. And the pitch, and that's fouled back. And he was dealing with some injury issues going back to spring training. He actually had hemorrhoid surgery back in the spring, and then was on a rehab assignment in AAA when the season began. The Padres have had some injuries hit their rotation already this season, but it hasn't prevented them from winning games. The next pitch, lifted in the air down the right side, going back, making the catch on that one. A routine play for Tatis Jr. That's out number 1 here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, there's no way to prep for a guy that throws a knuckleball. You just hope that you identify it and it's up. Usually if it's up, you've got a shot. If it's below the belt, you're in big trouble. And he's a guy that, yes, he has a knuckleball, but he's also picked up a little velocity with his fastball. That last pitch at 94.
Here's Mike Trout at the plate. Takes that one for a ball. Waldron started throwing the knuckleball 5 years ago. He was just a traditional pitcher and then started learning how to throw the knuckler. Here's the pitch on Trout, and that's on the outside part of the plate for a called strike. That was a sweeper. Mike Trout is our player to watch, presented by Kettle One Vodka. And he couldn't have been any hotter in that series in the Bronx. It wrapped up yesterday. 5 home runs in the 4 games. Grounds this one sharply, but down to third. Fielded there by Manny Machado, and he hits Trout. 5-3 on the ground out. That's out number 2, and Nolan Shonowell will be the next batter. Trout, who just grounded out in that series against the Yankees in the Bronx. He had the 5 home runs. He drove in 9 runs. He scored 8 runs. Had 3 walks in that series. There's a pitch on Shonowell, who had a tough series in the Bronx. He's just 1 for his last 14 and is hitting right at the 200 mark so far this season. First pitch was a ball. 2 are gone, no one on base, no score, bottom of the first. And the next pitch, that one's taken, and that was a breaking ball.
Hey, he's got the knuckleball, the four-seamer, and a sweeper.
Waldron is ready. He's a 29-year-old right-hander in the pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. That was a sinker.
Yeah, those are the counts you want to get into. 2-0 counts where you kind of force him to throw that four-seam fastball.
Here's the next pitch. And that's in there for a called strike. That was another sweeper. This bottom of the first is being presented tonight by Foundation Building Materials, the official jersey partner of Angels baseball. Waldron, one of 3 pitchers right now in professional baseball throwing the knuckleball. And as of yesterday, all 3 were in the minors, but he's gotten the call up here tonight, the pitch. And that one, it's lifted in the air in a shallow center. Trying to make the catch on that, unable to do so is the center fielder Merrill. And on with a 2-out hit is Shonowell, and Joe Adell, the cleanup batter, will be the next hitter. That's the Angels' first hit of the game.
Yeah, this is a knuckleball, and this is the one that stays up just enough for Shonowell to get some barrel to it. It just dies right in front of Merrill.
Here's Joe Adell. He comes in hitting .309. That's the top batting average on the Angels squad right now after the first 20 games. Here's the pitch on Adell. Swings at it and pops it up on the right side. Foul territory. The first baseman has room, and Ty France will make the catch just past his dugout, and the inning is over. Angels are retired in the bottom of the first. No score after 1. Second is coming up on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Ben's Asphalt, not just another paving company. Based in Southern California with a large national presence, Ben's Asphalt is well-versed in all your asphalt and concrete needs, including demolition, soil treatment, seal coat, striping, and road slurry. With decades of experience in asphalt repairs and maintenance, as well as new construction, Ben's Asphalt has continued to pave the roads and parking lots that our communities have depended on since 1961. And go Angels!
Right now is the perfect time to get into a new Toyota truck. More power, more towing capability, more control off-road. It's all here right now. At Toyota's Perfect Timing Sales Event, get an amazing deal on a powerful new Tacoma or Tundra. Ready to haul, tow, and take on whatever terrain. It's time to go. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Do you know why we all love baseball? No, really, I'm asking. Maybe you think it's the thrill of seeing a home run sail over the center field wall. Or how about the excitement of an inning-ending double play? What about strike 3 to get out of a bases-loaded scoring jam? Would you believe it's the hot dogs? I mean, is there anything better than enjoying a couple of completely, totally delicious SoCal-made Hoffy beef franks while enjoying Angels baseball, whether you're at home or at the Big A? All right, we'll admit it. Those home runs are pretty cool, too. Hoffy, local, original, great.
Sunny afternoons and baseball? That's a perfect match, just like Kettle One and cocktails. Kick back, soak up the action, and sip on an ice-cold Kettle One vodka cocktail. Kettle One, made to cocktail, and proud partner of Angels baseball.
Here we go to inning number 2. No score after the first inning and the pitch. And that's a pitch that's taken for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the next pitch from Soriano, and that's a pitch on the outside part of the plate. Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts, and Gavin Sheets, the batters, the middle third of the batting order for the Padres. There's a pitch that misses. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count. Top of the second, it's being presented by Hyatt Vacation Club. Enjoy a 4-day, 3-night resort getaway from 6 beautiful locations. Call 866-440-8783 to learn more. And there's a swing and a miss. to even up the count. That was the knuckle curve, and he's getting some swings and misses early on that pitch.
Yeah, and that's one thing with the Padres. They are a free-swinging bunch, and so they will chase that breaking ball off the plate.
2-2. That one just missed the outside corner. That was a fastball, 99.
Soriano has topped out at 101 this year.
Last time we saw him on the mound was on Sunday, and that was in that series in Cincinnati. And he went 7 shutout innings in that one. The pitch. This is fouled back behind the plate, and it's going to land back to the seats. Soriano in 3 of his first 4 starts coming into tonight, not allowing any runs. The only run he gave up was in his last start here, and that was against the Braves. He allowed just 3 hits and 1 run in 8 innings in that one.
Yeah, just a first-inning home run by Drake Baldwin. That is the only run he's given up.
Here's one that's hit on an easy hop right to third. Fielded there, and the throw's a little bit low, but handled by Shonowell. Okada's throw bounced in, and boy.
Padres are going to take a peek. Nope, they're not going to challenge this. Man, he was flying down that line. He saw Moncada kind of taking his time to get to that baseball.
Close play, out number 1. Xander Bogaerts, who's been pretty hot for them of late. And now we see old Hoppy walking over to the Angels dugout. Not sure if he has a pitch comm.
Yeah.
So we're in a little bit of a holding pattern. We'll have this date in Angels history coming up in just a moment. It's brought to you by Sports Illustrated Tickets. Every game, every show, every moment. Get your tickets at sitickets.com. And as far as this date in Angels history, let's go back to April the 17th, 1993. So 33 years ago today, Chad Curtis, old teammate of Mark Langston's, tied a club record 33 years ago with 4 stolen bases in a game at Fenway Park. Do you remember that one?
No. Chad was a guy that was our best base stealing threat, and he was on the move a lot that year. But I don't remember that particular game.
So Hoppy is still trying to get something that works. It looks like he's found the working pitch comm device, and he's headed back towards the batter's circle to assume his spot behind home plate. Soriano is going to get a warm-up toss here. And now the next batter, Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts, the shortstop for the Padres. They signed him several years ago. This is the 4th year of his long-term deal with the Padres after he had spent a long time with the Red Sox. He's a native of Aruba. He signed with Boston when he was just 16 years old. 0-1 is the count on Bogaerts. Here's the pitch, and this is bounce right to short. One shortstop to another. Neto has it, throws. His throw a little bit low, but Shotwell's handling those low throws from the left side of the infield this inning. That's the second out, and Gavin Sheets will be the next hitter.
That's always a good sign when you see that sinker down and they just beat it into the ground. Defense has to be ready for it. Jose Soriano this year, a 61% ground ball rate. That is tops in the majors.
So here's Sheets. He's a lefty batter in the pitch. Takes that one for a ball. Coming into this start, Soriano, the first player in American League history to pitch at least 6 innings with 1 or fewer runs allowed and 3 or fewer hits allowed in each of his first 4 starts. The pitch. This is lifted in the air, not that deep in right center. Hustling over and making the catch on that one is Josh Lowe, who's playing right, makes the catch in shallow right center, and it's a second straight 1-2-3 inning for Soriano. Bottom of inning number 2 is coming up. That was just a 10-pitch inning. There's no score on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Head to the Big A on Friday, May the 1st to take home one of the most stylish giveaways of the season. The first 25,000 fans in attendance will receive an Angels bomber jacket, courtesy of Memorial Care. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
You're up, Angels fans. Visit Pechanga Resort Casino on Sunday, April 19th from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. for a special Angels and Pechanga baseball hat. Just show your rewards card to receive your free hat. Limited to 1 per rewards member while supplies last. While you're at Pechanga, play your perfect combination. Hit the sprawling casino floor and indulge in all the world-class amenities the award-winning resort casino has to offer. Visit Pechanga.com or call 888-PECHANGA for reservations or more information. Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of Angels Baseball.
This summer, the Angels are offering week-long youth baseball and softball camps presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza throughout Orange and Riverside counties for boys and girls ages 4 to 13. Camp highlights include a full Angels uniform, an autograph from a current Angel player, and 2 tickets to the camper reunion event at Angel Stadium in September. Don't miss out. Visit angels.com/camps to learn more about our youth baseball and softball camps today. That's angels.com/camps.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Yohan Moncada leads things up. Bottom of the second we go. Scoreless here at the Big A. First pitch to Moncada, and that was a sinker. Missed for a ball. He's hitting just 170. And the next pitch. And he is taking that one, and that was the knuckleball right there. That one missed ball, too. 2 balls and no strikes. Moncada comes in 7 for his last 37. The 2-0. And that's in there. That's a sweeper, and the count's 2 balls and 1 strike. Overall, Matt Walton, who's pitching, he is 8-15 in 33 major league starts coming into this one. ERA lifetime 4.86. The next pitch, that's lifted high in the air. That ball's well hit out into right center field. It is deep out there, and that ball is out of here. Moncada strikes with home run number 3 of the season. Angels have an early 1-0 lead.
Yohan Moncada had a pretty good series against the Yankees, 4 for 13 in that series with a home run and 3 RBIs. And it's what we talked about. When you have a knuckleballer on the mound and he falls behind, he's got to come into the zone. That was a 2-1 fastball, and it was center cut. Moncada all over it.
388 the tail of the tape on that homer. And here's Peraza, who had a good series in New York, and he hits a 1-hopper on the right side. The second baseman has it, and Cronenworth will throw him out. So one second baseman retires another. That's the first out, and Josh Lowe will be the next batter.
Last inning, Nolan Shonable got the first hit for the Angels, and that first hit is presented by 714 Tickets. Buy, sell, and enjoy the best seats. Download the app or visit 714tickets.com.
Lowe, the batter, the lefty hitter, swings at the first one and fouls that one off, backing out of play. Mentioned this is the 34th major league start for Matt Waldron, and in the 34 starts now, he's given up 32 home runs, so just about 1 every time he started a game in the big leagues.
And for the most part, it's going to be when he falls behind and he's got to come somewhere in the strike zone. These guys know it.
Here's the next pitch, 1-1, fouled off, left side backing out of play. Bottom of the second, Angels up 1-0. The bottom of the second inning, it's being brought to you by Coors Light. Coors Light, choose chill. Lowe hitting just 140, and here's the pitch on him. He takes that one outside. Let's pause for station identification on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
AM 830 KLAA, Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire.
Terry Smith along with Mark Langston. Our producer-engineer on this Friday is Jorge Sevilla. And here's a little lazy pop into shallow right field. The second baseman, Cronenworth, is a few feet back on the outfield grass to gather that one in. And that is the second out. Logan O'Hoppe, the next batter. This copyrighted broadcast presented by Authority of Angels Baseball may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball. First pitch on O'Hoppe, and he takes that one for a ball. O'Hoppe's hitting .218, 2 for his last 13 as he digs in here. The pitch, and that's a little bit outside. O'Hoppe has had hits in 5 of his last 7 games. Right-hander against right-hander. The 2-0, and that's bounced foul right over by the Angels' third base dugout.
Just thinking about all the ex-teammates that had a knuckleball. Tim Wallach, I think, had the best knuckleball I've ever seen in my life. You try to play catch and he starts throwing knuckleball, you just go, no, I'm good.
Here's the pitch, and that one comes in on O'Hoppe. And that was not a knuckler. That was a sinker, and it hit him, so he will be awarded first base. Adam Frazier will be the next batter.
This catches him on the back right forearm. Nope, right in the chest.
Yeah.
And it's difficult because if you're going to sit on a knuckleball, you have to hang in there as long as you can. And O'Hoppe was gearing up, and that was the fastball where he had nowhere to go there.
So here's Frazier, the 9-hole hitter. Angels up 1-0 here in the bottom of the second. And here's the pitch. That's outside. Remember back in the days when Mike Scioscia was managing the Angels, Ron Renicky had a really good knuckleball.
I could absolutely see that.
Yeah, and he would throw BP if the Angels were facing, say, an R.A. Dickey or a Tim Wakefield. He would be the BP pitcher before that game to get everybody kind of acclimated as best as possible to what they would be seeing for that game. There's a pitch that's in there for a called strike. It popped off the mid of Campuzano, but no advancement over there at first base by O'Hoppe, so it's a 1-1 count.
If I was a hitter, I would want no part of that. You want to just have this game over with. You want to kind of knock him out because you don't see it. So it's just not something you can prepare for at all.
Yeah.
Even in batting practice, that can mess you up.
Here's the next pitch. That's fouled off, and that's going to land down the box seats on the third base side of home plate.
And my days with the Angels, Chuck Finley was my throwing partner, and every day after we got done playing catch, we would try to throw knuckleballs, and every now and then we'd get one that wouldn't spin. We'd get it right, and we were like amazed, but we could never duplicate it.
Here's the pitch. Up ball's ripped into right field, and that's going to be trouble. It's going to take a bounce, and it's going to hit off the short wall. Going into third base and being waved home is O'Hoppe. Is he going to score? The throw, it's wide. He will score. And Adam Frazier has a triple with 2 outs. Angels add on here in the bottom of the second. It's 2-0.
I don't know how you keep Adam Frazier out of this lineup. This guy he had a great spring, and it seems like every time he's out there, he delivers. On that last road trip, 4 for 12 on that road trip, a home run and a couple of RBIs. And you look at his overall numbers coming in this game, a .304 average, a home run, but 6 walks. He has the ability to wait you out. Big hit there, and that was on a fastball that he did not miss. Got it in that right field corner.
So now the top of the order, Neto will be the batter. Angels getting some early runs here against the Padres, the hottest team in the majors coming into this ball game.
And you love the 2-out action.
San Diego winners of 8 in a row, 11-2 in their last 13. Hit here could mean another run. Let's see if Neto can come through with 2 outs a pitch. Chops that one foul over on the third base side.
They started the season 1-4, and they are 12-2 since. And even on this run, they still have not been able to run down the Dodgers yet. Dodgers have gotten off to just a ridiculous start.
They'd be leading any other division in baseball, but the one they're in, and there's a ground ball through into left center field. Neto comes through. Boy, the Angels have had back-to-back 2-out RBI hits. It's 3-0.
That is the knuckleball that stays up. Neto all over it, just hits it right back up the middle. Really good at bat for Neto. That's the one you identify. Anytime you see a knuckleball up, that's the one you got a shot at.
Like Trout is the batter. Trout, for whatever reason, and there's still plenty of time to go, but he has not hit much at all this year here at the Big A. And he's 0 for 1 tonight. He's 2 for 20 here at the Big A this season. Here's the pitch. And that's a pitch that's on the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Trout, a 6-game hitting streak coming in. Leads the AL in runs, 4th in total bases, tied for the league lead in walks, tied for 3rd in extra base hits. There's a pickoff toss, close play, just diving back to the bag goes Neto over there.
And Padres taking a peek at this one. They're not going to challenge this, but quick feet from Waldron. Neto just getting back to the base. And Mike Trout on that last road trip, 333 average, 5 home runs, 13 RBIs, 7 walks. And I see player of the week coming for Mike Trout.
It's fouled back behind the plate. The only guy that might be of any competition, and I agree that Trout's going to win that award, would be Judge.
Yep.
He was trying to match Trout hit by hit.
And he outdueled Judge.
He did.
Head to head. And that is the Trout Tracker, presented by State Farm.
2 strikes here on Mike Trout. And here's the next pitch. And that is inside. Trout's been pitched that way a lot here in the first full month of the season. That was a fastball 93.
Yep. This one up and in tight.
Toss again. It's close over there, and Neto just got back. So he's been safe on the 2 throws there during this at-bat to Trout. He's got a little bit more leeway, you would think, now. But those have been some good pickoff throws. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. Pitch 37 coming up, and there's a pickoff toss, and he's safe, and he will be awarded second base. He tried to pick him off 3 times there. You got to be on the money with the third one, and he wasn't. So
you get 3 shots, and boy, Neto had that perfect lead, just enough to make him pay attention to you.
So he doesn't get a stolen base. That'll be scored a balk there. But in any case, he's at second now. A single likely brings him in with 2 outs. It's a 1-2 count on Trout. Here's the pitch. That's high. 2-2. This has been a long inning here.
It has. And Waldron is a guy you can run on. He's allowed 26 stolen bases in his career in 36 games. And usually knuckleball guys, it's difficult for a catcher to catch it, make a throw.
Here's the pitch. And Trout with a pop foul on the first base side, but it's going to get back a couple rows behind the Padres first base dugout. So Trout stays alive. Angels tonight and for the remainder of the season wearing a little patch on their right sleeve. The initials of Garret Anderson, GA. Counts 2-2 on Trout. Sean Noel will be up next to pitch, and that's a chase and a miss, and he got Trout on that one. That was a fastball at 93, threw it by him. Inning is over. But the Angels put a 3-spot on the board, and the Angels did it with 3 hits. We have completed a pair of innings, and the Angels are on top 3-0 on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Escape to Fantasy Springs Resort Casino, a premier resort with Las Vegas-style gaming, slots, bingo, off-track betting, bowling, golf, dining, nightclubs, and various live music venues. Book your getaway today at FantasySpringsResort.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Summer can be fun, but it can also be stressful for parents and caregivers. And when adults feel stressed, kids can feel it too. Taking care of your stress is a good first step to feeling more connected with your child. If you are a parent seeking support, there is help. Explore available resources at angels.ocnavigator.org and discover ways to help cope, reduce stress, and learn new techniques for positive parenting. Talking helps. You are not alone. The OC Navigator is part of the Orange County Healthcare Agency Behavioral Health Department.
Hey, Angels fans, looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
Third inning we go, and Jose Soriano working with a 3-run lead. First pitch, that one's in there for a called strike. The top of the third, it's presented by Modelo. The mark of a fighter must be 21 and over. Please drink responsibly. And here's the pitch, and that is a wave and a miss. 0-2 on Nick Castellanos, longtime member of the Phillies. He was with the Tigers earlier in his career. He signed with the Padres in the offseason after the Phillies released him. Castellanos coming in hitting 179 and swings and misses that pitch. Boy, that was nasty right there. That was the knuckle curve, struck him out. And that's strikeout number 3 for Soriano. 1 away here in the top of the third. He's retired the first 7 in a row.
Yeah, that's just a quick 3-pitch at bat right there. Yeah, he's got it working.
So here's Ty France at the plate. He was with the Twins and the Blue Jays last year. Another veteran player that they picked up. And the first pitch on him, that one is a ball. The count's 1 ball, no strikes. He signed a minor league deal, as did Castellanos with them. Castellanos, who just struck out, making $20 million this year, but the Padres are only on the hook for the league minimum.
Yep.
1-1 is the count.
Ty France, it's a small sample size, but really good numbers against Soriano. 4 for 8, 5 RBIs, and a couple of doubles against Jose Soriano.
And France was originally drafted by the Padres. That was 11 years ago, the pitch. And that's all the way back to the backstop by O'Hoppe.
Ty France went to San Diego State.
So Tony Gwynn Jr. here.
Yep.
Spent a little time in our booth tonight.
Boy.
As the radio color commentary for the Padres.
You hear him talk, and I just hear Tony.
Here's the next pitch. That's a little flare that just clears Neto, who's going back. He was a few feet back on the outfield grass, but just couldn't gather that one in. Just a little bit too high for him. So that is a 1-out hit. That's the first hit Soriano has allowed tonight. And now the 9-hole hitter, Luis Campuzano, will be the next batter.
And it's weird, just somebody it just has your number. And Ty France now 5 for 9 against Soriano, and that was a good knuckle curve. He got it off the end of the bat.
Here's the pitch on its way. That's a pitch taken for a ball. Campuzano, who last year in 10 games for the Padres did not have a single hit. He was 0 for 21, but he's been hitting this year. 8-game hitting streak coming in. He's batting .310. Here's the pitch, and their catcher was checking, and they say he was holding on that one.
And that hit on the knuckle curve, that's just the third hit that Soriano's allowed this year on that knuckle curve.
There's a toss over to first, and back to the bag goes the base runner. Freddie Fermin has been their primary catcher this season, but he's been sidelined now. Here's the pitch, and that is a little bit low, and the first 3 have missed here on Campuzano. One out, runner on at first, the pitch, and that missed low. So that is a 4-pitch walk. And now the Padres have something brewing. They'll send it to the top of the batting order. Cronenworth, who struck out his first time up, will be the next batter.
Yeah, coming into this game tonight, the top of the order, the 1, 2, 3 guys are hitting .094 against Soriano, second best in the majors. Rhett Lauder of Cincinnati is number 1.
Here's the pitch, and that one low. It misses again. 1-0 on Cronenworth. Two on. Angels up 3-0 here in the third, and that one misses again. That's going to get Hoppy out to the mound to walk the baseball back to Soriano and have a visit with him. Tatis Jr.'s waiting on deck. The Padres are a team, they are up for sale, and word filtered out today that it looks like they're on the verge of being sold for a major league record $3.9 billion. And the new owner, the owners that are likely going to take over, a group led by Jose Feliciano of a Santa Monica-based capital company. 2 balls and no strikes is the count. Here's the pitch, and that's a pitch in there for a called strike. The group headed by Jose Feliciano, and they apparently are going to be the new owners, although it's not official. They also own the Chelsea soccer team in the English Premier League. The pitch, that's bounced out near second, could be 2. Flip to second, relay to first, not in time. So the inning will stay alive. We'll see if the Angels challenge this one.
Oh, this looks like they get him. I'd be shocked if the Angels don't challenge this. It looks like the throw beats him.
We're waiting to see if the Angels are going to challenge, and they will not.
Wow, this is as close as it gets, and you're right. The call in the field is the thing that matters. That was a bang play at first. And there's no way you could turn that any quicker. Peraza got it out of his glove as quick as you could to Neto, and Neto fired a missile over there. Just the speed of Cronenworth able to beat that return throw.
So the fielder's choice, Tatis Jr. is the batter. Here's the pitch with runners at first and third. It's taken for ball 1, 1 ball, no strikes. Fielder's choice ends up going 4-6. And the next pitch, and that one missed, and the count goes to 2-0. Right-hander against right-hander. Soriano trying to prevent the Padres from scoring. There's a little bouncer foul on the third base side. The Angels bat in the bottom of the third. Up 3-0. It'll be Shotwell, Adele, and Moncada. 3, 4, and 5 against Matt Waldron. Soriano with 41 pitches as he works with 2 outs here in the third. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's inside. 3-1.
Well, these are just missing.
Jackson Merrill would be the next batter. Here's the pitch. And that's a foul tip just outside the batter's circle. Count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Soriano went to the knuckle curve, 3-1 knuckle curve. Put it in a good spot. So if you do it 3-1, that's the old saying. If you did it 3-1, you'll do it 3-2.
Tatis Jr. backs out of the box. Requested time. It was granted. Right-hander against right-hander. Soriano's pitch. Runner at first goes. The pitch is low. That's another walk.
Yeah, that was a slider. I did not like that call. That's his 4th best pitch there.
So they've loaded them up. And now Mike Maddox, the Angels pitching coach, is headed out to the mound when the matchup against Merrill gets underway. This is going to be a key early moment in this ballgame.
Fans, book your escape to Fantasy Springs Resort Casino, minutes from Palm Springs. Purchase tickets for Lady A and other great artists at FantasySpringsResort.com. I did really like that 3-2 slider. That's the first one he's thrown tonight, too. I figured it would either be that power sinker or the knuckle curve.
So now we'll see with Merrill stepping up, left-handed batter. Merrill is first time up. Strikeout victim swinging. The pitch goes after the first one. This should be an easy play. It's right at the second baseman, Peraza. He'll throw out Merrill. He went after the first pitch there after Soriano had walked 2 of the last 3, and it's a ground out to wrap up the inning. Padres leave them loaded, and we'll head to the bottom of the third. 3-0 Angels on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Hey guys, it's Cap. You know, every time I step outside, I think to myself, man, are we lucky to live in Southern California or what? No better way to celebrate the spring than hanging with some great friends, enjoying the start of baseball, and chilling with an icy cold Coors Light. So pick up Coors Light near you or get it delivered to your door today. Visit CAChooseChill.com to learn more. 2026 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Join us at the Big A on Friday, May the 22nd, when the Rangers come to town. And the first 25,000 fans will receive a camo trucker hat, courtesy of Angels Radio AM 830. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
We get ready to go to the bottom of the third inning, and the first batter up for the Angels is Nolan Shonewell. He'll be followed by Joe Adell and then Yohan Moncada. Bottom of the third, it's being presented tonight by OG's Pizza. And here's the pitch. That's a pitch that misses a little bit low. Mark Langston has stepped aside. He's going to visit with some former Angel players that are here tonight. There's a shot off the bat of Shonewell, and that's going to fall into center field. And Shonewell, who was 1 for 14 coming into tonight's ball game, as a pair of singles tonight. So good to see that bat of his heating up. Joe Adell will be the batter. Tim Salmon's going to stop by our booth here in about an inning or so. Saw Darren Erstad at the ballpark today. Chuck Finley's here. Adam Kennedy, some of the former teammates of Garret Anderson, who passed away yesterday. And they were all here to honor him. Adell just fouled one off, and the count on Joe, it's no balls and a strike. He popped out his first time up. Power of the lineup. Joe Adell, presented by Just Ingredients, real food, better health. Next pitch, and that's a pitch a little bit low. The Angels have 3 runs on 5 hits. The Padres, no runs, 1 hit. Infield is back at double play depth. Here's the next one on Adell. Rips one, but foul back to the seats on the left side. Joe Adell hits in 10 of the last 12 games. Had a good series against the Yankees. Angels ended up splitting that series. That was a series the Angels could have very easily won all 4. The 2 that they lost, they blew leads in the bottom of the 9th, and 2-strike delivery there. That's a breaking ball, a sweeper, chased and missed by Adell, and he's the first out here in the inning. Strikeout is number 2 in the ball game for Matt Waldron. Waldron's been throwing his knuckleball, but he's kind of splitting things up as far as his pitch selection tonight. Batter now is Moncada. Here's the first one on him, and he's taking, and that was a knuckler right there, and it's in there for a called strike. Moncada led off last inning with a homer, his 3rd of the season. No balls, 1 strike is the count. Here's the next pitch, and that's a pitch that misses a little bit low. The Angels coming into tonight's ball game with Neto and Trout and Soler all having 5 homers or more so far this season. There's a toss over to first, diving back to the bag goes the base runner Nolan Shonewell. And with that trio of players with 5 homers or more for the Angels are the only team in the majors that have 3 players with at least 5 homers apiece. There's a pitch to miss ball 2, and the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. And the Angels have been hitting home runs this season. That's been a big part of the offense. Angels 2nd in the majors in homers coming in tonight. The Angels have already had 1 more. And here's a ball that's lifted high in the air, and this one is going to be caught out there in center field. It's not all that deep, and making the grab on it is Jackson Merrill. So getting under that one just a little bit is Moncada. That'll be the 2nd out. And Oswald Peraza will be the next batter. He grounded out his first time up. Peraza had a good series in New York. Came into the game tonight hitting .269. Hits in 4 of his last 5 games coming into play tonight. Here's the pitch. That's a pitch that missed inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Seeing the Angels offense pick up. It certainly did on the last road trip. Angels 6 runs or more, 7 of the last 11 games coming into tonight. The pitch. Grounded sharply deep in the hole on the left side, and it's under the glove of Manny Machado, the third baseman. It's going to roll into left field. So Peraza gets a hit. Angels have a pair on. And now Josh Lowe with 2 outs. He will be the next batter. Lowe popped out his first time up. Josh Lowe 4 for his last 25 at the plate. Base hit here could mean a run. Angels have a 3-0 lead. Bottom of the third. Here's the pitch. And that's a little tapper fouled off, not far from the Padres on deck circle. Tomorrow, the middle game of this weekend series. Yusei Kikuchi goes for the Angels. It's been a struggle for him so far this season in his first 4 starts, winless 0-2. Herman Marquez will go for the Padres, and there's a swing and a miss. Pitch thrown by Lowe, and the count's no balls and 2 strikes. That was a fastball at 93. Outfield shading the left-handed hitting Josh Lowe a little bit the opposite way. 2-strike pitch. That's chopped foul over on the right side. That was a knuckler. And that was kind of a fast knuckleball, if you will. That one was at 85 miles per hour. No balls, 2 strikes, the count. Wind not a factor here at the Big A. We got started tonight, 74 degrees. Very pleasant for baseball on this Friday. And the next pitch, and Lowe, did he go after that one? Yes, he did. That was a knuckler. That one fooled him. Didn't know what to do. Kind of tried to check the swing, and the inning is over. Angels will leave a pair on. 4 stranded so far in the first 3 innings, but the Angels have all the runs right now. Up 3-0 as we head to the 4th on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Hi, I'm Dr. Andrew Hanna, Medical Director at the Back and Neck Health Center at Memorial Care Long Beach Medical Center. And I want to make sure your back and neck pain aren't keeping you out of the game. Our team offers a personalized, non-surgical care-first model with minimally invasive options and steps towards recovery. Visit memorialcare.org/LB Back Neck Health Center. Don't let pain keep you on the bench.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Angels fans, New Era Cap is proud to be the official cap of your Los Angeles Angels. Be sure to stop by the team store at Angel Stadium to pick up your New Era Authentic Collection Angels cap today. Remember, you can always visit us at neweracap.com to shop our latest selections, including our limited editions and exclusive drops. New Era Cap, the official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
The Angels 5K and Fun Run, presented by Lexus, returns to the Big A on the morning of Saturday, May the 30th. Join us for the 16th annual race at 8 a.m. and receive an exclusive Angels medal, a T-shirt, and 2 ticket vouchers. Register now at angels.com/5K.
We get ready to go to the top of the 4th. Angels up 3-0 as Jose Soriano gets ready to square off here. Manny Machado is the batter. Tim Salmon's in the booth with me, and we're going to reminisce with him about a dear friend of his that passed away last night, Garret Anderson. And there's a pitch on the outside part of the plate that's in there for a called strike. Boy, what a last 24 hours or so here in Angel Land.
Yes, it's been super heavy. You can't even process it. I mean, it's probably like that with any death, but when it's so personal, it's just how do you make sense of anything? I'm 53 years old. Oh my goodness. But the one thing I'm sure of, I knew what kind of man he was. He was a man of faith, man of Christ. I know he's in heaven, and I know someday I'll see him again. So I take a little bit of solace in that, but without a doubt, it's so sad to know that we're not going to have those conversations, those sharing of life and talking about our families and watching our kids grow up together, and again watching our grandkids grow up together. It's hard. It's hard.
2-2 is the count on Machado. 3-0 Angels here in the top of the fourth. Next one from Soriano, and that's a pitch he tried to hold up on, and they say he did. And you and Garret were teammates for so many years, and you played at opposite corners of the outfield and pretty much got things going as major leaguers together as well.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about that. I've been talking to Jimmy Edmonds the last 24 hours as well. Jimmy was part of that. We were all young bucks in the minor leagues, working our way through. It was called Instructional League, but we called it Destructional League because it felt like we were just out there for hours on end just killing ourselves. But all those early years when we were much younger and skinnier and, busting our chops and trying to figure out how to play like a major leaguer.
So on the last pitch that Manny Machado thought he had walked on, it was challenged by O'Hoppe, and the Angels won the challenge. So it goes from Machado thinking he had a leadoff walk to being a leadoff strikeout victim.
Well, I got to laugh at this a little bit because, of all people, we're talking about Garret Anderson. Garret Anderson's plate was about 4 inches on either side, wide, and about a foot higher than most plates. So I see these guys take these borderline pitches. I'm like, swing the bat, because we're honoring a guy tonight that swung the bat, and his zone was so big at times, and he crushed and was one of the best hitters that have ever donned an Angel uniform, and in my mind, the best clutch hitter I've ever seen.
Counts 2-0 now on Bogaerts, and he takes that one for a called strike. The ABS challenge that the Angels catcher Logan O'Hoppe made, powered by T-Mobile. Tim Salmon upstairs talking about his ex-teammate and dear friend Garret Anderson. The next pitch. This is a fly ball that's routine out there in left field for Adam Frazier. He's under. He'll put that one away. Bogaerts is retired, and that's the second out. Saw a lot of former Angel players here. You mentioned Darren Erstad. Boy, he got here quickly.
Yeah.
Adam Kennedy's here. Chuck Finley's here.
Yeah.
Of course, you and Mark
Percy.
Langston.
Yeah, Troy
Percy's
Percival is coaching over at Long Beach. He's in that independent club team. He desperately wanted to be here, and it's sad that he can't be. So many players across the country have been reaching out to me. Everybody's sending their regards to all of us, but wanted to pass it on to Teresa and the kids, and just their sympathies. And but yeah, so many players just cannot believe. I mean, I've got guys that were on treadmills in the gym and watching the ticker, and they can't believe it. And everybody's blowing up my phone because they know that I'm kind of at ground zero here. And unfortunately, I had I had to confirm the things they were reading, which was not fun. So. But yeah, a lot of Garret was so well liked by every teammate that he ever was a teammate of. I mean, anybody that ever won that clubhouse loved Garret Anderson. He was just that kind of a guy, and I had a great relationship with him. So many guys had great. Troy Percival was a mess last night. Troy and Garret go back to some days in the minor leagues in AAA when Troy was going through some really hard times. GA was there for him, and they've been really close, good friends for years. So GA's had an influence on a lot of us.
Yep. Had a long conversation today with Rex Hudler.
Yep.
And whenever you hear a grown man cry, it's very emotional.
It is.
And there's a pitch that is taken for a called third strike by Sheets, and now he's appealing the call. He thought it was a ball. Let's see how it plays out. And it's going to be a strike, so he will...
Call strict, the batter's out. San Diego has one remaining.
Okay, so that is how the inning will end. They lose the challenge on that one. So that was a fairly quick inning, top of the fourth. We're going to go to the bottom of the fourth. We're chatting with Tim Salmon about Garret Anderson. We'll be back to continue that in just a moment. It's 3-0 Angels on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
When it comes to performance, your paint should deliver like the pros. Vista Paint has been supplying contractors and homeowners across Southern California with trusted coatings for decades, including premium PPG products known for durability, coverage, and color that lasts. Whether you're refreshing a room or tackling a major project, step up to the plate with quality you can count on. Drop on by your local Vista Paint store today and get your next project started right.
Hyundai gives you America's best warranty on every new vehicle. It includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind from Hyundai. And these days, that's priceless.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer. Proud partner of the Los Angeles Angels. Offers end April 30th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Do you know why we all love baseball? No, really, I'm asking. Maybe you think it's the thrill of seeing a home run sail over the center field wall, or how about the excitement of an inning-ending double play? What about strike three to get out of a bases-loaded scoring jam? Would you believe it's the hot dogs? I mean, is there anything better than enjoying a couple of completely, totally delicious SoCal-made Hoffy beef franks while enjoying Angels baseball, whether you're at home or at the Big A? All right, we'll admit it. Those home runs are pretty cool, too. Hoffy, local, original, great.
Visit angels.com/ticket plans or call 714-4ANGELS for more info on the ticket package that's best for you in 2026. Pick the games and don't miss out on great seats at the best price. Visit angels.com/ticket plans or call 714-4ANGELS.
Logan O'Hoppe leads it up for the Angels as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. 3-0 Halos. Last half inning in the top of the fourth. It was brought to you by Kettle One Vodka, smooth tasting and made to cocktail. Here's the next pitch, and that's a pitch on the outside part of the plate.
Terry, I want to make a quick comment here. Sure. GA's in the house for sure. One of the pitchers that he loved to face were knuckleballers, and what do we have on the mound tonight?
That's how ironic.
And they pulled up a stat. I think he had like, well, I believe it was on Wakefield. I think he had like 5 home runs, or I don't know, something like that.
Wow.
He loved knuckleballers. So GA's in the house. He's got his knuckleballer on the mound.
Yeah, and he's channeling his success to some of the Angel hitters. At least if he can, he is. I guarantee you. There's one that's fouled back behind the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We talked about Garret as the teammate, the leader, the man. Give me a story about him that kind of stands out in the times you guys were together in an Angel uniform. It might be from the World Series year 2002. What comes to mind thinking about him?
It's hard for me to come up with something because my mind is like all over the place on a million memories. But you know, I think the thing that stands out to me about Garret is and I kind of alluded to this, you know, he has a tremendous legacy on the field for what he did, but I think what people need to know is I think he has a bigger legacy behind the field, or behind the, you know, out there in real life. I mean, he was a man that walked the walk, very principled, high morals, Christian guy. You know, he was all about integrity and great character and being a mentor to people and or to his children, and you know, being a great husband to his wife Teresa. I think to me those are the things when I look at a person, when I evaluate a man, it's not so much what he did professionally, but it's like what kind of man was he behind the scenes to his family and his friends, and like I said earlier, everybody was a friend of his, and I think those are the things that speak louder to me than anything.
Well, Hoppy just popped the ball up to Cronenworth, the second baseman, so that's the first out here for the Angels in the bottom of this fourth inning, and Adam Frazier now is at the plate.
You know, I'll say one thing, and Ersty kind of alluded to in the pregame show, is that, you know, I think he was kind of misunderstood, you know, by the fans because he showed no emotion on the field, and everybody thought, did he care? This guy cared so much.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Little pop out near second. Nice play by Bogarts, but his off-balance throw gets away from France over there, and safe at first base is going to be Frazier, and that's going to be an infield hit.
You barely call that a hit. It was off the knuckles. The bat is in pieces. But no, it's a line drive on the book.
Yeah.
Little lob shot right there, right over the mound. You know, I was trying to say is GA, I think he was a little bit misunderstood. Behind the scenes, this guy was jovial, fun, laughing. His smile would light up a room. And even like to this day, you know, everybody that knows him, we know a different side than what you saw if you just watched TV and watched him play. I mean, people that know him out there know what I'm talking about. He had a great sense of humor. He loved to laugh. He had such a great laugh. Yeah. He had a great smile. And again, he would light up a room, and his locker was right next to me, and I can hear it echoing in the clubhouse, that laugh of his and that smile, you know, and he'd always had a pair of shoes in his hands that he was polishing or, you know, cleaning up, because his shoes had to be perfect. You know, he was really into shoes and cars, so his shoes always had to be polished and looking nice. But I think that's just something that, you know, when he took on the role of what we're doing, pre and post, and, you know, I talked to him on the side and said, hey, show a little bit more of that, you know, personality. When you smile, it's amazing, you know. And so a few times we worked together, I was always trying to draw out of him that personality, because it wasn't his natural bent to do it necessarily in public or on TV. But we started seeing it the last couple of years, and I hope people can reflect on that and remember that. I mean, he was a great guy. I mean, just a fantastic friend. He was a brother. Yeah. Just amazing.
2 strikes here on Neto. Angels batting in the bottom of the 4th, up 3-0. Frazier leading off first. That's a pitch that's low. I think I saw Garret in an Angel uniform. It was my first year, obviously. It was our championship year, and I think 7 years I saw him play left field. I've never seen anyone play better in left field with the curvature there, or the short wall down in the corner.
He was a pro. Yeah. He knew that position better than anybody that's ever played it. And I say it than ever because the dimensions of the field now have changed. I mean, the old stadium, there were some, you know, Brian Downing probably played amazing left field. I mean, there's some guys that probably did it, but the configuration, he had if you look at, there's 390 in that gap behind the left fielder. That's a huge gap right there. And then you got the corner. And so you're positioning yourself consistently, and you're putting yourself in a position where you might be covering the deep corner or the deep gap, but then you're so far away from the corner, or vice versa. And those are difficult balls, because if those balls get in there, they're triples, right?
Sure.
And so he really did a fantastic job going into that corner. You know, you never saw him overrun a ball or a ball get away from him. He always cut it off. He knew where that wall was all the time. And that just says a lot about his prep work. And, you know, he was a student of the game. I mean, there wasn't an aspect of his game that he didn't take lightly or take seriously, and put his heart into it.
1-2 the count here. It's holding on Neto. He's fouled off a few and swings and fouls off another one on the right side, backing out of play. After Neto, Mike Trout waits on deck. Had a very nice video presentation before the ball game. I'm sure you saw a little part of that.
Yeah,
There's a pitch that is taken, and Neto is out looking. That was a knuckle ball right there, and it froze Neto, and that's going to be the second out.
We're watching postseason highlights. I'm thinking you guys, we're on radio. You're not watching this. But we're watching postseason highlights over here on the side, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I want to respond. You know, Garret Anderson, gosh, his postseason was amazing. I don't even know what his numbers are, but he just made everybody around him better. And I think I said it earlier, you know, it's kind of like having Michael Jordan take that final shot to win the game and win the championship. I mean, he put his stamp on that postseason play with that double.
Game 7
double. And, you know, and they show the video of him on second base, no smile.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, hey, act like you've done it before. That was it. He always said that. act like you've done it before. You hit a home run, run around the bases. Act like you've done it before.
Yeah.
Don't show a lot. He didn't show a lot of emotion, but I knew what he was about, and I knew inside he was ecstatic, and that says a lot about his makeup and the way we were raised in this organization early on.
Here's the next pitch on Trout, and he tried to hold up a little bit on that one behind it, and the count goes to 1-2. And there were people that would criticize Garret because he didn't show any emotion, but that just wasn't the way he played, and it doesn't have to be the way you play either.
Yeah, no, it was. I had no problem with it. I mean, he was prepared as any player out there, probably prepared more than all of us, and ready for any situation. I want to tell a quick story, though, because I know we've got 2 outs here. But, in '95, we had a trade for David Cone in the books, ready to go. And the trade was Troy Percival and Garret Anderson. Mm-hmm. And Billy Bavasi did not pull the trigger on it. And 7 years later, who's on the mound for that last pitch and who's the one that drove it in? Garret Anderson and Troy Percival.
Sure.
And to me, that's always stood out. I always think of those two whenever I talk of those two, but I think about GA maybe being in Toronto to try to win something in '95. We wouldn't have been there in '02. And I mean, GA's been such a huge part of this organization and the success of this organization, even after I left in '06. I mean, he's always been that anchor in that lineup.
3-2 here on Trout. Angels up 3-0, bottom of the 4th. Runner goes, and Trout has ball 4. So Mike Trout, who certainly had his share of hits and home runs in that Yankees series. He had a lot of walks on that road trip as well. And coming into the ball game tonight, Trout tied for the AL lead in walks. Gets one here, and now they're going to have a visit out at the mound and kind of talk things over. Shotwell will be the next batter. Mentioning Trout, who just got that walk, how about the road trip he had in the 4 games at Yankee Stadium? Record-setting performance by him.
Well, great to see. I mean, I think that's what everybody's been waiting to see. Does he still have it in him? And, in a way, it reminds me a little bit of that Tiger Woods comeback a few years ago when he won the Masters. It was like, he's had so many injuries, and does he have it in him? And, boy, I tell you what, if we were doubting, it might have cleared up some doubts in Yankee Stadium. He was definitely motivated, and in a way we haven't seen in a while, huh?
Yeah, I joked he found the fountain of youth in the Bronx, and he looked like the old Mike Trout in that series for sure, and hopefully we'll see more of that the rest of this season.
Yeah, well, that's what Yankee Stadium does. I mean, the mythical presence, I mean, it's almost like there's the ghosts of all the greats in the game are watching, and it brings out your best performance.
Sure. So here is Shotwell batting, 2 on, 2 outs, and the pitch. He takes the first one. It's right in there for a called strike. Shotwell's already had a pair of singles. Angels have had 7 hits. He has 2 of them. And Waldron ready. Next pitch. And that's a pitch that misses low and inside.
So I'll share this with the fans out there too. We were talking about GA, and when he came up, Rod Cruz said this guy's going to hit 300, and he's going to drive in 100 runs every year. And he did with only 10 or 15 homers. And then all of a sudden he had this big spike in his home runs. You know why? Mo Vaughn got him swinging a 36-6, and that was all the difference. And I kind of wonder if Shotwell could do that, swing a 30. I don't know if he could, but but it's a special man that can swing that. But it was a career changer for GA. You look at his career. He was driving in 100-plus runs with 10 or 15 homers, and then all of a sudden he started hitting 30 and 40 homers, driving in 120. It was like that big old bat. I mean, the ball jumps off it like crazy. I tried it for a while. I loved the way it felt when I did make contact, but I didn't make contact enough consistently to keep using it.
A little too heavy to pitch. That's a liner into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Coming home and scoring for the Angels from second base will be Frazier. And boy, Shotwell's having a really nice night here. He already has 3 hits. We're only in the bottom of the 4th inning. Angels add on. It's now 4-0. And now the next batter will be Joe Adell. And mentioning Joe Adell, you're a guy that has I don't know if the fans are aware of this, but it looks like they're going to go to the bullpen. So we're going to see Stammen, their new manager, Craig Stammen, come out. We'll talk about it when we get back. Angels on top here as they lead the Padres 4-0. Pitching change with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
You're up, Angels fans. Visit Pechanga Resort Casino on Sunday, April 19th from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. for a special Angels and Pechanga baseball hat. Just show your rewards card to receive your free hat. Limited to 1 per rewards member while supplies last. While you're at Pechanga, play your perfect combination. Hit the sprawling casino floor and indulge in all the world-class amenities the award-winning resort casino has to offer. Visit Pechanga.com or call 888-PECHANGA for reservations or more information. Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Attention pro contractors and builders. Whether you're on site or in the office keeping track of orders and billing, your focus should be on doing your job well, not wasting time with guesswork or the stress of managing your business. Meet MyFBM, your newest digital tool from your partners at Foundation Building Materials. It's your go-to for tracking deliveries, managing orders, and controlling job spend all in one place. It's time to change the way you do business. Visit myfbm.com and register your company today. myfbm.com. That's myfbm.com.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
2026 Angel season seats are available now. Place your season seat deposit today and don't miss every amazing moment by your Halos this season. For more info on season seats, visit angels.com/season seats or call 714-4ANGELS.
Padres call to the bullpen. It's being presented by Yakult Probiotic Drink. And the new pitcher for the Padres, this is David Morgan, and he was in 41 games for them a year ago at a 1-2 record, 2.66 ERA. Terry Smith along with Tim Salmon. I'm talking about Garret Anderson, dear teammate of Tim's throughout almost your entire career in the big leagues. First pitch on Adele. That one misses ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Adele's 0 for 2. And ready to work is Morgan. Here's the pitch that's in there for a called strike. I know you kind of got Joe Adele hooked up with former Angel and a former teammate of yours, Chili Davis, a few years ago. And we're starting to see the benefits of that connection.
Yeah, I talked to Chili for about an hour today, stuck in traffic on the 55 with an accident, but it was awesome because Chili Davis has his fingerprints on so many players in this Angels organization from years past. And we're talking about Joe Adele today, but it was Garret Anderson, back in 1990, 91, or whenever. I can't even get my dates right here, but we called Garret at one point Young Dog. Chili was referred to as Dog, D-A-W-G, Dog, and Garret was Young Dog. And Chili, as much as he's had a great influence on Joe and helping him understand the game and, the ins and outs of what the pitcher's trying to do. When I was coming up, Chili hit behind me, and every time coming out of that on-deck circle, it was all about what's your game plan? What's this guy trying to do to you? What's the situation calling for? Just a constant reminder that pro approach. And he taught me so much. He taught GA so much. He taught Damian Easley, go down the list, so many guys, and now Joe Adele, and that was actually Ron Washington's doing, and I might throw Joe under the bus a little bit because the first time I was mentioned Chili, he didn't really know who I was talking about. I could have been talking about Babe Ruth, I guess, but no, Ron Washington pulled him aside and said, "You will see Chili this winter," and last year he had a phenomenal year, and even to this day now, Joe just loves Chili.
And there's a shot off the bat of Adele. That's going to drop in, easily score Trout. That's going to roll all the way out to the wall. It's going to score a second runner as well. Shonewell comes in. Adele delivers. And the Angels add on It's now 6-0 Halos here in the bottom of the fourth.
Well, that's what we're talking about right there. I mean, Joe Adell's ability to get into an at-bat, wait for a pitch that he can handle, one that he's looking for, not just going up there swinging. And it was a curveball right there. Look at that ball. That ball is down in the zone curveball. But, you know, this is one of the things that Chile teaches you. And you know, you're a big boy. You think they're going to throw you fastballs every time you come up with a runner in scoring position? Maybe just sit a little in between and be ready for that off-speed pitch because it usually covers the middle of the plate. And that one did, a little bit low. But, again, we're not seeing the old Joe where he's trying to pull every fastball 800 feet. Right. You know, he stayed on that one up the middle and drove it to the gap. So great job. Great piece of hitting right there.
There's Moncada at the plate. He's homered and he's flied out. There's 2 runs that just scored on the Adell 2-out double go against Waldron. So he allows 6 runs all earned in 3 2/3. Next pitch in there on Moncada. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, when I think about Joe, the first 3, 4, 5, whatever the years before he was with Chile, he was always talking about his mechanics. Now you talk to him about hitting, he's talking about, you know, the chess match and what I was looking for and what that guy was trying to do to me, and I knew what he was trying to do and I was ready for it, and da-da-da. And it's like, that's the maturity of a hitter. Yeah. And the hard thing about for the youth of today is there's so many coaches and so many things to teach and so many analytic and video and all this kind of stuff that you can't help but be focused on the mechanics, and you lose sight of what's really taking place out there. It's a chess match. What's this guy trying to do to beat you? And can you be one step ahead of him? And that's really the cat and the mouse of the game. And it's just, I am so proud of Joe when I see him have the success he's had, because he's earned it. Oh, yeah. He's taken his lumps out there for years. He's humiliated himself. He's embarrassed himself, and it takes a strong man to come back from that and be where he's at and having the success he's having now.
Yep. Become one of the premier power hitters in the game over the last year or so. The pitch, that's a called third strike there on a sinker. Out looking is Moncada, and that's how the inning will end. But the Angels have another 3-run inning. The bottom of the fourth was brought to you by JAE Electronics, technology to inspire innovation. Tim Salmon, appreciate the visit under the circumstances here tonight. Dear friend of yours, great Angel player, passing away, Garret Anderson, and of course we'll never forget him.
Yeah, you know, Terry, he was all of our friends, and I'm really sad that we won't see him up here in the radio booth, you know, when he's working out there in the field, and sad for you guys as well. I mean, sad for everybody. Yep. Garret had left a great impression on everybody.
All right, we'll head to the 5th inning. Angels have a 6-0 lead on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Hey, it's Roger Lodge, and if you're ever injured in an accident, Easton & Easton is the right call to make. They combine decades of legal experience with cutting-edge technology to build the strongest case possible, because results matter. They're not just a law firm. They're a family that fights for you. They know how to win, and when you're with them, you're part of the family. You deserve more than just legal help. Let their family help yours, because family never settles for less.
Past results do not guarantee future performance. Located in Orange County, California.
Celebrate every win with Don Julio Reposado, our authentic barrel-aged tequila with smoky notes and a rich, smooth finish. Made with love from Mexico to Southern California. Salud.
Angels fans, New Era Cap is proud to be the official cap of your Los Angeles Angels. Be sure to stop by the team store at Angel Stadium to pick up your New Era Authentic Collection Angels cap today. Remember, you can always visit us at neweracap.com to shop our latest selections, including our limited editions and exclusive drops. New Era Cap, the official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
Hey, Angels fans, looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
We go to the 5th inning. Angels have a 6-0 lead. At the plate is Nick Castellanos, and he just chased a 2-0 pitch, fouls it off on the right side, backing out of play. So it's 2 balls and a strike. Angels in this ball game with 6 runs already, 9 hits. Padres no runs, 1 hit. There's a pitch that's inside on Castellanos. And so the count goes to 3-1. The only Padre hit came back in the top of the 3rd inning, and it was a 1-out single by Ty France, who's had some success in the past against Soriano. Here's the next delivery. That's fouled off right side. That's backing out of play. This top of the 5th inning. It's being presented by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Time was called by the home plate umpire, Mike Malinsky. Appreciate Tim Salmon dropping in and giving us some of his thoughts and memories of Garret Anderson. Here's the 3-2. That's fouled back to the right of the booth, backing out of play, and the count holding at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch will be the 6th in this at bat. Angels have the infield back. Outfield is straight away against the veteran Castellanos. And the next pitch, he waves and misses that one. That knuckle curve has been effective tonight for Soriano. Struck him out. So 1 away. Six strikeouts in this game now for the Angels right-hander. He has looked pretty much the same in every one of his 5 starts this season. He has really been good. The pitch, little check swing, a tapper right back to him. He'll underhand the toss, and boy, the batter France was hardly out of the batter's box there. That's out number 2. 2 quick outs. And Luis Campuzano, the catcher, will be the next batter when the Angels step up in the bottom of the 5th. The Halos will have Peraza, Lowe, and O'Hoppe. Saw a little note that Mike Scioscia put on social media today about Garret Anderson. And, of course, Mike Scioscia managed Garret for all those years with the Angels. And Mike Scioscia said, "Our hearts are deeply saddened with the news of Garrett's passing. He was a tremendous husband, father, ball player, and leader who earned the utmost respect of everyone he touched. Garrett's life will continue to serve as inspiration to us all. God bless." 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the next one on Campuzano. That's a little bit low. It misses for a ball. The Padres couldn't have been any hotter coming into this weekend series. Winners of 8 in a row and 12 of their last 14, but it's been all Angels the ball game right near the midway point here at the Big A. There's a pitch that misses, ball 3. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike. Soriano now in this game. He has retired the last 6 in a row. Here's the pitch, and that's a little bit low. It misses, and the inning will continue. 2-out walk. It's going to be the 3rd one that he's issued tonight. And the next batter now will be Jake Cronenworth, their leadoff batter, who's gone 0 for 2. Here's the pitch, and that's a pitch that's a little bit low and away on Cronenworth. 1 ball, no strikes, the count. Next pitch for Soriano will be number 75 of the night. And here's his next delivery, and that's a swing and a miss. They cut it that one there by Cronenworth. Those pitches for Soriano so far, 106, and that was in his start Sunday in Cincinnati. Went 7 full innings in that one. He's gone at least 6 full in every start so far this year. The pitch, that's low. It misses inside. Counts 2 balls and 1 strike. Angels right-hander is set. He delivers. And a big cut again. Big uppercut swing there by Cronenworth. So it's a 2-2 count. Here's the 2-2, and he was taking that one, missed a little bit low. That was the knuckle curve, tried to get him to chase it, didn't. Cronenworth last season for the Padres, he hit .246. But off to a slow start this year. The pitch lifted in the air into left field. Frazier's going back, has a beat on it, and he'll make the catch near the rim of the track, and that's how the inning will end. Pretty deep fly out to left field. Adam Frazier making the grab on that one. Padres leave a runner on, and we're headed to the bottom of the fifth inning with the Angels in command. 6-0 Halos on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
When it's game day and your team is on, there's only one place to watch. OG's Sports Brewhouse Pizza. With wall-to-wall TVs, non-stop game day energy, and 12 beers on tap crafted exclusively for OG's, you won't miss a pitch. Add in great pizza, unbeatable happy hours, and specials that keep fans coming back, and you've got the ultimate home plate advantage. Catch every inning, every hit, and every win at OG's Sports Brewhouse Pizza. OG's, where Angels fans watch all the games.
Join your Angels for every Saturday night home game and stay to enjoy a post-game Saturday night fireworks show driven by your SoCal Hyundai dealers. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Spring savings are in full bloom at the Irvine Auto Center. Don't wait. Get special low financing and low payment programs on thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles from the top import, domestic, luxury, and exotic brands, all in one location. For spring savings, the IAC is the place to be.
Turn your search into drive, where the 5 meets the 405 at Lake Forest Drive.
Well, Peraza leads it up for the Angels. Bottom of inning number 5 we go. Halos have a 6-0 lead. There's the first pitch on Peraza. That one backs him off the plate from David Morgan. Came in with a sinker at 96. 1 ball, no strikes is the count. The Angels have beaten the Padres the last 4 times they've met here at the Big A. And the Angels have a pretty healthy lead in this one right now as well. That pitch missed ball 2. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. A couple of sinkers that have missed. Morgan's gotten 1 out since coming in. Got the final out last inning, and there's a little tapper. It's fouled off over on the third base side. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count. Padres have the infield back. Second baseman Cronenworth not too far from second. Off the bag at first is France, and there's a big cut and a miss at that one. That was another sinker, so Peraza's getting a steady diet of them now. Two and two is the count. Morgan is ready. And the 2-2 on Peraza. He takes that one up and in. So the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. White Sox are leading the A's 5-1. That game in the bottom of the 5th inning in West Sacramento. The A's entered the day as that pitch comes in, and that It's a piece of Peraza, and he is in some pain right now. They're going to have to check him out. So, look things over there. Pitch got away, and it got the left elbow of Peraza. He does have the protective gear on that elbow, so that took the brunt of it. That'll get that elbow area numb for a little bit. You have to get some feeling back in it. Peraza will likely stay in the ball game, and Josh Lowe will be the next batter. So they're still taking a look at Peraza right now. He's over in front of the Angels on deck circle on the third base side. Like he has a little knot there you can see where that pitch struck the elbow guard. He's even showing the home plate umpire Mike Malinsky the spot as he now begins to walk slowly up to first base. So the Angels get their leadoff man on, hit by a pitch, and that's the second Angel batter that's been hit in this ball game. O'Hoppe, who's now waiting on deck, he got hit back in the bottom of the second inning from the starter, Matt Waldron. Josh Lowe, the batter now. He's had an 0 for 2 night. Popped out and struck out. Here's the pitch. And he was checking, and that pitch is in there for a called strike. Angels have 6 runs on 9 hits. The Padres, no runs, 1 hit. Infield, a double play depth, and the next pitch, that's a wave and a miss by Lowe with that one, and that was a curveball there. Hasn't thrown too many of those since coming in last inning. And fooled on that one was Josh Lowe. Lowe's season average now is at 135. Angels as a team hitting 225, and the next pitch, this is lifted high in the air. This is deep down the right side, out by the short wall. It is out of here. Third home run of the season for Josh Lowe. That's a 2-run shot. The lead keeps getting bigger. It's now 8-0. 364, the tail of the tape over the short wall down that right field side. Angels bats have been hot again tonight. That was certainly the story in that 4-game New York series. O'Hoppe, the next batter now, and time called by the home plate umpire there, Mike Malinsky. He went back the little gate door right behind home plate, right near the backstop, opened up somehow. Here's the pitch now, and that one comes in on O'Hoppe, and that moves him away from the plate. Keep in mind, he already got hit by a pitch tonight. One ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch, and that's a pitch that misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes to count. Home plate umpire now is saying something to the catcher, Campuzano. I don't know if he wanted to challenge that one or not. If he did, he didn't make the challenge soon enough, so there will be no ABS challenge on that one. It's 2 balls and no strikes on O'Hoppe. Right-hander against right-hander, and the next delivery, that one misses low. 3-0 is the count. Big crowd on hand tonight here at the Big A. Looks like we have somewhere in the 40,000 range tonight. And the Angels have really played well in this ball game. Up 8-0 here We're in the bottom of the fifth. There's a pitch that's taken, and the count goes to 3-1 on O'Hoppe. Angels have hit 2 homers in the game. Here's the next delivery. That's fouled off on the right side, backing out of play. And so the count's full now on Logan O'Hoppe. Here's the next delivery, and he swings at that one and fouls that one off. Still a full count. O'Hoppe hitting .214. Morgan ready. New baseball delivers. And a little check swing. That's a roller right over by the Padres dugout over there on the first base side. So it's still a full count, 3-2. Adam Frazier, who's had a 2-hit night, the 9-hole hitter for the Angels, and he's hitting well over 300 right now. He's waiting on deck, and now we just had a pitch clock violation with the count 3-2 on O'Hoppe. So with the violation, that's an automatic ball, and that's ball 4. Not a whole lot of things going right for the Padres tonight. The way things have gone for them this evening, you would have never known how hot a team they are right now coming into this series. By far the hottest team in the majors. And now we're going to have a little meeting out there at the mound. Ruben Niebla, their pitching coach, is out there to have a little visit with the pitcher and catcher, and all the infielders are part of that meeting as well. No pitching change. Adam Frazier will be the next batter. Look at the production the Angels have got from the bottom part of the batting order, and it's been impressive tonight. Lowe, the 7-hole hitter, a 2-run homer. O'Hoppe's been on base 2 of the 3 times he's batted. He has scored a run. Frazier, the 9-hole hitter, 2 for 2. Scored 2, and he's driven in 1. Here's the pitch. First one that's right in there for a called strike. An 8-0 Angels lead here. Bottom of the 5th. And Morgan ready. Here's the pitch. That's lined into center field. They're waiting, making the grab on that one is Jackson Merrill. It was in medium left center. And that's pretty much where Merrill was positioned. Frazier hit it hard, but he's retired. That's the first out. Zach Neto will be the next batter. And Neto has an RBI hit in his 3 times up tonight. Morgan has the sign. First one on Neto, hits it sharply, just foul on that third base side. That was hugging the line for a while. Foul balls, it rolls down near the left field corner. 0-1 on Zach Neto. Neto came into the night tied for 5th in walks, 2nd in runs. But a good job as the Angel leadoff man. There's a pitch that's a little bit low and away. It misses for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count. The right-hander is ready, and the next one on Neto, and that's lined into left center field, and that's going to find daylight and drop in for Neto's 2nd hit of the night. Just out of the reach of Jackson Merrill, the center fielder. And the Angels have runners at first and second. Mike Trout will be the next batter. The Padres do have action in the bullpen. Trout's had a walk. He scored a run. He's officially 0 for 2. Not only did Trout come into tonight's game with a 6-game hitting streak, and he's still looking to extend it, he's also driven in runs in 7 games in a row coming into tonight. He has a longer RBI streak than a hitting streak coming into the game, and he takes that one for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. He bats here with a runner in scoring position, so he could extend both of those streaks, the RBI streak and the hitting streak. Get something to drop in. Here's the pitch. He's taking that one low. Ball got away from the catcher, Campuzano, and hustling over to third base will be O'Hoppe. That's going to be a wild pitch. The other runner, Neto, remains at first. That wild pitch, the second one against the Padres tonight. Here's the pitch. Trout with a bouncer just foul on the third base side. 2-1 on Mike Trout. Mike Trout, the first visiting player to homer in 4 straight games at the new Yankee Stadium. And he's trying to homer in a 5th game in a row. Trout had a stretch earlier in his career with the Angels where he homered in 7 games in a row. Here's the delivery, and he's taking that one. That one misses for a ball. That stretch where Trout homered in 7 consecutive games was back in September of the 2022 season. Padres have some action in their bullpen. Here's the next one on Trout. He takes that 3-1. It was in there, a sinker for a called strike, so it's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nolan Shotwell's already had a 3-hit night, one of his best nights of the season. He's waiting on deck. 1 out. Here's the next pitch, and Trout has another walk. Almost hit him. And now the Angels have loaded up the bases. And Greg Stammen, their first-year manager, former reliever for a number of seasons, he will be coming in to make the pitching change. Stammen was a Padres reliever from 2017 through 2022, and then he was a special assistant with the Padres after he retired. Breaking the action, a pitching change coming up. We get back. Angels will have them loaded with 1 out and lead this game 8-0 on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Join us at the Big A on Friday, May the 22nd, when the Rangers come to town. And the first 25,000 fans will receive a camo trucker hat, courtesy of Angels Radio AM 830. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
Southern California, when your pipes fail, we prevail. This is the Rooter Company, where excellence isn't an act, it's a habit. From leaks to full sewer replacements, we don't just fix pipes, we restore peace of mind. Trusted by homeowners, property managers, and businesses alike, our mission is simple. We serve you. We're not just plumbers, we're the Rooter family. Fast response, clean work, fair pricing, and same-day service. That's the Rooter standard. Proud supporters of the community we serve. The Rooter Company. We serve you. Call 855-ROOTER-911 or schedule an appointment at therootercompany.com.
Brewery X proudly invites you to their newest Brewery X, located at the Ontario International Airport, inside Terminal 2 and 4. No ticket, no problem. Guests are encouraged to utilize the free Ontario Plus program that allows you to gain access to the terminal side in less than 30 seconds. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner with 24 Brewery X brands on tap. Brewery X ONT is ecstatic to be a growing part of the community as we continue to cross paths and come together over beer.
On the field, the Angels play for more than wins. They play for Southern California. And off the field, F&M Bank does the same. Recognized nationally by Forbes as one of the best banks in the nation for 2026, F&M Bank never forgets where it all started. Serving SoCal since 1907, they're committed to the businesses, families, and communities we call home. F&M Bank, recognized nationally, committed locally. Learn more at fmb.com. Member FDIC. Copyright 2026 Forbes, used under license.
Wendy Peralta is the new pitcher. He comes into a bases-loaded jam with one out, and he faces Shonowell in the first pitch. That one misses inside for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Angels up 8-0, have a chance to get a lot more here. And here's the next delivery, a little check swing, and that one's fouled off over on the third base side. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count. Peralta, pitcher the Padres used a lot last year. 71 appearances, 1 start out of those 71 games he pitched. There's one that's fouled off on the left side, backing out of play. Counts 1 ball, 2 strikes. Throws a sinker. He has a 4-seamer as well, slider and changeup. Sinker and change are his primary pitches. David Morgan, who he takes over for 2/3 of an inning, he gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, all 3 runners on base, his property. He walked 2, struck out 1, hit 1, threw a wild pitch, and gave up a homer. That was in this inning. Here's the pitch. Shonowell takes that one low.
The catcher's challenging the ball call.
So the pitch was called a ball. The catcher challenges the call, and let's see what happens here. It will be a strike.
Call's overturned. Strike. Matters out.
Catcher Campuzano wins that challenge, and that ends up being strike 3 on Shonowell. So that'll be the second out. Challenge 1 turns into a strikeout. Batter now is Joe Adell. He's had a 1-hit ball game so far. See if he can get another one. He's doubled in a pair and bats with people everywhere here, and he takes that one for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Adell's upped his average to .310. Here's the next pitch. Swings at that one, lifts it deep down the right side, but that's going to be way foul and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. This has been a long inning. Soriano's been on that bench in the dugout for a long time. Here's the next pitch. That one misses high. If this lead isn't big enough right now, 8-0, Joe Adell can really blow up this lead even more. The pitch, that's low. Now it goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. Joe Adell tonight is DHing for the Angels. You had to do a little double take when you saw him in that role tonight. He usually is in the field. And more times than not in right, but he's the Angels' designated hitter this evening. Josh Lowe's been playing right field. 3-1 pitch. That's a chase and a miss. Big cut right there at that changeup. Had him fooled on that one. Been a couple of walks in this inning. And a walk would force in a run here. See what happens on the payoff on Adell. grounds a ball out near second. It's stopped, though, by Cronenworth. He'll throw him out, and that is how the inning will end. Angels end up leaving them loaded, and the Angels have already stranded 8 runners in this game, but the Angels have scored 8 runs as well and lead it 8-0 as we head to the 6th. On Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
You always get more at Simpson.
If you expect more, you drive more. At Simpson Family of Dealerships. Now, get spring savings on their entire lineup of new Chevrolets, Cadillacs, Buicks, and GMCs. Stop by any of their 3 freeway-closed showrooms in Irvine, Garden Grove, and Buena Park. Or shop online anytime at SimpsonGM.com. Springtime is the right time to save. At Simpson Family of Dealerships, they're big enough to deal, small enough to care.
Southern California, when your pipes fail, we prevail. This is the Rooter Company, where excellence isn't an act, it's a habit. From leaks to full sewer replacements, we don't just fix pipes, we restore peace of mind. Trusted by homeowners, property managers, and businesses alike, our mission is simple. We serve you. We're not just plumbers, we're the Rooter family. Fast response, clean work, fair pricing, and same-day service. That's the Rooter standard. Proud supporters of the community we serve. The Rooter Company. We serve you. Call 855-ROOTER-911 or schedule an appointment at therootercompany.com.
The Toyota Friends and Family Fun Pack makes it easy to get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 soft drinks, all for just $44 at the Big A. For more on the Toyota Friends and Family Fun Pack, call 714-4ANGELS or visit angels.com/funpack.
Managing your well-being through a mobile app can be a hit right when you need it most. There are many apps that put resources at your fingertips. Clutch tools like breathing techniques, meditation, and well-being activities, and listening to music to help you get back into the swing of things. There are apps designed specifically for children, teens, and adults. Visit the Mindfulness Apps tab at angels.ocnavigator.org for more information. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
Top of the 6th, Angels have an 8-0 lead. And Jose Soriano ready to work. Fernando Tatis Jr. is the batter in the first pitch. That's right in there for a called strike. Top of the 6th being presented tonight by Coca-Cola. Here's the next delivery and checking on
The
that
catcher's
one.
challenging the ball call.
And that one was called a ball, and O'Hoppy's challenging the call here. We'll see how it goes. Been a lot of challenges tonight. And let's see, it is going to be a ball. So
Call's correct. Anaheim has 1 challenge
ball
remaining.
was correct. Angels lose that challenge. One ball, 1 strike is the count. Here's the next pitch. That's low and misses outside. The Padres just the other day sent a player down to the minors that they had signed to a 4-year, $15 million deal. And that was the infielder Sung Moon Song, who they signed from the KBO in South Korea. The pitch, that's a chase and a miss, and the count goes full. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. He had played 9 years, did Moon Song in South Korea. And they don't have a lot of infield depth right now, but they wanted him to play regularly. And so that's why he was sent to the minors. Here's the next pitch. And there's a chase and a miss at a 3-2 sinker. 97 gets Tatis Jr. struck him out. Soriano is pitching another masterpiece here tonight. 7 strikeouts in the game. He's allowed just 1 hit, a 1-out single in the 3rd inning. And at the plate is Jackson Merrill. He chases that fastball, fouls that one back for strike 1. Merrill, former first-round pick of the Padres back in 2021.
Very young player, just 22 years old. Takes that pitch a little bit low. He was an all-star a couple of seasons ago in the 2024 season. Made the Padres opening day roster that year. 1 ball, 1 strike. Merrill asks for time, backs out of the box. He was a guy who originally was an infielder, but they moved him out the center field, and he's made the adjustment very smoothly. Here's the pitch. Big cut and a miss at that one. And so the count's 1 ball and 2 strikes. He switched to the outfield back in his rookie season, 2024. Had some injury issues last year, hamstring problem. Also had a concussion last season as he fouls that one back. It cost him some games a year ago. He played 115 for the Padres. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Manny Machado waiting on deck. He's been quiet. And the pitch, and there's another swing and a miss. That was a splitter, and down goes Merrill. Strikeout number 8 for Jose Soriano. He came into this game tonight with an ERA of 0.33. And now his ERA is 0.28. Here's the pitch. Machado batting, 2 outs, no one on. Takes that one for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Angel fans have kind of gotten on Manny Machado when he's been introduced tonight. A lot of booing when his name has been announced. There's one he takes inside. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the next pitch. That's a liner just out of the reach of Moncada. The third baseman. It's going to roll on out to Frazier. And that's the first hit of the night for Manny Machado, and just the second hit for San Diego this evening against Soriano. 2-out single. Xander Bogaerts will be the batter. This 6th inning could very well be it for Soriano. He's at 94 pitches right now. It's 8-0 Angels here in the 6th. Bogaerts a ground out and a fly out tonight. Thought about chasing the first one. That one misses for a ball. In the bottom of the 6th, Angels will have Moncada, Peraza, and Lowe. The Angels sent 8 batters to the plate last inning. Inning before, 7 batted for the Angels. Here's the next pitch, and that's a little bit inside. It misses, and the count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Angels have had 4 batters in this game, already hit 4 times. The Padres have a total of 5 batters who have only batted twice in the game. And there's ball 3, and Soriano has missed on 3 straight here. Sheets would be up next. 3-0 on Bogaerts, and that's in there for a called strike. Gave him a fastball at 96. Should be getting the official attendance here at the Big A. Looks like somewhere in the 40,000 range. There's the 3-1, and that is ball 4. So a 2-out walk. Sheets will be the next batter. Chase Silseth is up in the Angels bullpen now. As Soriano, his next pitch is going to be number 100 of the night. Hoppy's headed out to the mound to have a visit here with Soriano. And now we're seeing Kurt Suzuki coming out, and he has signaled that he's going to go to the bullpen. So that is going to be it for Soriano tonight. Knowing him, he probably wanted to get the final batter out to wrap up this inning, but he is going to be lifted. So we have a break in the action. Pitching change coming up. Chase Silseth will be the new pitcher when we get back. Angels have an 8-0 lead on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Try one-of-a-kind Pac-Man treats at the Pac-Man Chomp Stop, located next to Level Up in the right field pavilion. Pac-Man-themed desserts and drinks include caramel apples, Rice Krispies, Pac-Man cookies, and lemonade in a Pac-Man cup. It's also the exclusive location for Pineapple Dole soft serve in Pac-Man branded helmet. Visit the Pac-Man Chomp Stop next to Level Up in the right field pavilion today.
Ben's Asphalt, not just another paving company. Since 1961, Ben's Asphalt has been paving the roads and parking lots our communities depend on every day. And as they continue paving the way into the future, they're growing their team. Ben's Asphalt is now hiring project managers, asphalt sales professionals, superintendents, foremen, equipment operators, CDL drivers, and laborers. If you're looking for a career with a company built on over 60 years of experience, they want to hear from you.
And go Angels! Angels Baseball and PNC Bank are recognizing Sandy Brooks, Vice President of Finance at SA Recycling, as the April 2026 Business Angels honoree. The Business Angels program, powered by PNC Bank, highlights leaders who have made a positive impact within their business, industry, and community. Sandy is being celebrated at an Angels game in the month of April for her contributions to her company and community, and for her commitment to empower the next generation of women leaders. Congratulations, Sandy!
The rink meets the diamond for a one-of-a-kind Angels hockey jersey. Be one of the first 25,000 fans in attendance on Monday, April 20th against the Blue Jays to take home an Angels hockey jersey, courtesy of Financial Partners Credit Union. Visit angels.com/promotion.
New pitcher for the Angels is Chase Silseth. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. And Gavin Sheets is the batter with 2 outs, 2 on, runners at first and second. Angels up 8-0 in the first pitch. This is a high fly ball that's lifted deep out into right, but on the warning track with a foot or two to spare is Josh Lowe. He makes the catch on that one. One pitch, and there's the final out, although you had to hold your breath a little bit. Stayed in the ballpark. The inning is over. Padres will leave the pair. They have stranded 6 tonight in their 6 innings. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th with the Angels up here at the Big A by a score of 8-0 on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
You hear that? That's the sound of no markups, no forced add-ons, no addendums ever. Just a better way to buy at Tustin Kia and Mission Viejo Kia. Buy better, drive better.
714 Tickets is Orange County's trusted ticket connection for the last 30 years. From the World Cup to Bruno Mars, 714 Tickets has you covered for all concerts or sporting events. Call 714-TICKETS or visit their Anaheim office or buy online at 714tickets.com. Download the 714 Tickets app and earn 5% back on every online purchase. 714 Tickets, 714 Tickets, 714 Tickets. Buy, sell, enjoy.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
First batter for the Angels is Yoan Moncada. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And still out there is Wandy Peralta. There's a swing and a miss. Counts even. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 8-0 Angels. Angels fans out here at the Big A tonight honoring Garret Anderson, who passed away yesterday at the age of 53, the Angel Hall of Famer. Here's the next pitch. This is skied in the air into shallow right field. The second baseman, Cronenworth, will go back, but he's called off by Tatis Jr., who comes in. The right fielder puts that one away. And that'll be the first out here in the Angels' 6th inning. 1 away. Oswald Peraza will be the next batter. This bottom of the 6th inning. It's being brought to you by United Airlines. There's the pitch on its way, and that's a pitch that misses ball 1 on Peraza. 1 ball, no strikes. He's been on base a couple of times. A hit. He's been hit by a pitch, and he swings and misses a good changeup. Counts 1 ball, 1 strike. Angels, with a victory, would get back over the 500 mark, and there's Peraza lining one into right center field. That's going to be another hit for him. His bat has come back to life. Peraza's 2nd hit of the night. Batter for the Angels will be Josh Lowe. He hit a 2-run homer last inning, his 3rd home run of the year. Here's the pitch, and he lines one into shallow right field. That's a base hit. Peraza will stop at second. Lowe has a pair of hits. Angels have a few batters here tonight. Quite a few, for that matter, with multi hit games. Neto has 2 hits. Shonowell has 3 hits. Peraza 2 hits. Lowe 2 hits. Frazier's had 2 hits. There's O'Hoppe. He hasn't had any hits, but he has been on base a couple of times, and he's also scored a run. 13 hits now in the game for the Angels. And there's a pitch right there taken for ball 1. Peralta ready. And the next pitch, that's on the outside part of the plate for a called strike. 1-1 is the count. Next pitch, that's a big cut and a miss, and that was a changeup. Counts now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the next delivery, and that is a called 3rd strike, and O'Hoppe's challenging the call. He thought it was a ball. Let's see how it plays out. And it's going to be a strike, and O'Hoppe's out.
Call's confirmed. Anaheim has no challenges remaining.
So O'Hoppe is out number 2. Batter now will be Adam Frazier. One pitcher that the Angels don't figure to have to deal with tonight. And it's probably a good thing, because he has just been unconscious this season, and that is the closer for the Padres, Mason Miller, as Frazier just fouled that one back on the left side out of play. Miller has faced 30 batters this season, their closer, and he has struck out 23 of them. The pitch, that's fouled off over on the right side. And you can go back deeper, back to last season, and he has struck out 30 of the last 38 hitters that he's faced, and 40 of the last 55. And there's a chase and a miss on a 2-strike pitch there to Adam Frazier, and he will strike out against Wandy Peralta. Back-to-back strikeouts will wrap up the inning. Angels had a pair of hits, leave a couple runners on base. We'll move on to the 7th. All Angels tonight here at the Big A. A good ball game for the Halos. blanking the Padres 8-0 on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
The rink meets the diamond for a one-of-a-kind Angels hockey jersey. Be one of the first 25,000 fans in attendance on Monday, April 20th against the Blue Jays to take home an Angels hockey jersey, courtesy of Financial Partners Credit Union. Visit angels.com/promotion.
Attention pro contractors and builders. Whether you're on site or in the office keeping track of orders and billing, your focus should be on doing your job well, not wasting time with guesswork or the stress of managing your business. Meet MyFBM, your newest digital tool from your partners at Foundation Building Materials. It's your go-to for tracking deliveries, managing orders, and controlling job spend all in one place. It's time to change the way you do business. Visit myfbm.com and register your company today. myfbm.com. That's myfbm.com.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
This summer, the Angels are offering week-long youth baseball and softball camps presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza throughout Orange and Riverside counties for boys and girls ages 4 to 13. Camp highlights include a full Angels uniform, an autograph from a current Angel player, and 2 tickets to the camper reunion event at Angel Stadium in September. Don't miss out. Visit angels.com/camps to learn more about our youth baseball and softball camps today. That's angels.com/camps.
To the bullpen for the second time tonight. Sean Anderson takes over for Chase Silseth. Silseth got the final out last inning against the Padres in the top of the 6th. And Nick Castellanos is the first batter here for San Diego. First pitch on him missed for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the next delivery, and it's inside as Anderson works. This appearance for the right-hander, it's his 5th 1-0 record. ERA is 6.97. And here's the next one that's fouled off over by the Angels dugout. 2 balls and a strike on Castellanos. Here's the delivery, and that one misses low. Castellanos hit .250 last year with the Phillies, 17 homers, 72 runs driven in. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing and a miss at a slider, and the count runs full on him, 3-2. Career .272 hitter. Castellanos had backed out of the box, now moving back in there. Counts full, and the 3-2 delivery, and he is out looking. Struck him out on a slider. Angels pitching with 9 strikeouts tonight against the Padres. Ty France will be the next batter. He's gone 1 for 2 tonight. Here's the pitch from Anderson, and he's pumping in strikes. That one's right in there for strike 1. Next delivery, and that's a little bit up and in. It misses for a ball. It's like the Padres have some action in their bullpen right now. Here's the next pitch, and taking that one was France. That pitch just missed. The Angels in this game are out of challenges. And here's the next delivery. A fly ball lifted into right center. There to make the catch is Mike Trout. Trout's had a pretty easy night out there in center field. That's the first ball that he's caught out there. Comes as the second out here in the top of the seventh, and Capozano, their catcher, will be the next batter. Capozano, a player who has been in the Padres organization for quite some time. He was a second-round pick of San Diego. That was back in 2017. He was a guy, his name a number of years ago always seemed to be mentioned in trade rumors, and the Padres have been known to make trades. A.J. Preller, their GM, famous for wheeling and dealing. There's one that's fouled back behind the plate. But all these years they've held on to Capozano. One time people thought he would be their catcher of the future. Never really lived up to the hype. And again, last year he was only in 10 games with them, spent most of the last season in the minors, and he was 0 for 21 batting last year in the big leagues. He's had a chance to play a little bit more this season. He's made the most of it. He's hitting .310 here the first few weeks of the season. Time was called. Now he's back in the box. The pitch, and this is a little bouncer to the left of the mound. Tough play there for Anderson. He fires the first and gets it there in time. That was a real nice play by the Angels pitcher. He had a hustle off the mound. That ball was hit pretty close to the foul line on the left side of the infield, and the throw is right on the money. The inning is over. 1-3 on the ground out. Seventh inning stretch time coming up at the Big A. Angels on top, 8-0 on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Everyone has a horizon, the line you can't see past. Before it, the familiar. Beyond it, the unknown. Enter the Lexus GX. It's designed to be capable. It's designed to be luxurious. But most of all, it's designed to get you past your horizon. And the nice thing about horizons is that once they're crossed, there's always another, patiently waiting its turn. Live up to it. The Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Try one-of-a-kind Pac-Man treats at the Pac-Man Chomp Stop, located next to Level Up in the right field pavilion. Pac-Man themed desserts and drinks include caramel apples, Rice Krispies, Pac-Man cookies, and lemonade in a Pac-Man cup. It's also the exclusive location for Pineapple Dole soft serve in a Pac-Man branded helmet. Visit the Pac-Man Chomp Stop next to Level Up in the right field pavilion today.
Fantasy Springs Resort Casino has leveled up with an all-new rewards club, giving you more of what you want. Don't miss the internet's most unpredictable superstar, Trisha Paytas, Saturday, May 9th. And get ready to laugh out loud with comedian Bert Kreischer Friday, May 22nd. Get your tickets now at FantasySpringsResort.com.
On the field, the Angels play for more than wins. They play for Southern California. And off the field, F&M Bank does the same. Recognized nationally by Forbes as one of the best banks in the nation for 2026, F&M Bank never forgets where it all started. Serving SoCal since 1907, they're committed to the businesses, families, and communities we call home. F&M Bank, recognized nationally, committed locally. Learn more at fmb.com. Member FDIC. Copyright 2026 Forbes, used under license.
Padres will go with their fourth pitcher, and the batter for the Angels is Zach Neto. This is Bradley Rodriguez who's pitching. He is a right-hander. He takes over for Wandy Peralta. Peralta worked an inning and 2/3 the pitch, and that's one that's fouled off on the right side. No runs allowed by Peralta, their second reliever of the night. Along the way, he ended up striking out 3. He didn't walk any. Rodriguez has a new baseball. Here's the 1-1 on Neto. It's a pitch that missed, and now the catcher is challenging it, thinking it was a strike. Let's see. Right now the count's 2-1. And it turns out to be a strike.
Call's overturned. Strike. San Diego has 1 remaining.
So the count now goes to 1-2 on Neto as the Padres won that challenge. Here's the next pitch. Neto bounces that one foul over on the left side. Rodriguez is appearing in his 9th game. Numbers are good. No wins, no losses. ERA under 1, 0.93. Struck out 10 in 9 2/3 innings. Here's his next pitch. That's grounded sharply, but right to short. Bogart eats it up, and he will throw out his shortstop counterpart. Neto, 6-3 on the ground out. Mike Trout will be the next batter. Last half inning when the Padres were batting. And then they completed their at-bat, and we had the 7th inning stretch. It was presented tonight by JMG Security Systems. Here's Trout at the plate. Here's the pitch. And Mike takes that one low. Trout trying to keep his hitting streak alive. This is probably his last at-bat tonight. He has 2 walks, a ground out, and a strikeout. He scored a run. Here's the pitch. That's on the outside part of the plate. That's a called strike. The attendance tonight, and it is a sellout here at the Big A. 44,551. 44,551. It's the 3rd sellout of the year for the Angels. And the Angels tonight are playing their 7th home game of the year. Counts 2-1 on Trout. Bottom of the 7th being brought to you by StubHub. Angels up 8-0. They've out-hit the Padres 13-2. And there's a pitch that misses. 3-1 is the count. Rodriguez with the next one on Trout. Swings at it, lifts it in the air, but it's right near Tatis Jr., and he will gather it in. Trout is an easy out. 2 are gone here in the Angels' 7th. And Nolan Shonowell, who's had a 3-hit night with a run batted in, he will be the next batter. Shonowell, who came into the night hitting 200, has raised his batting average 30 points with the 3 hits. He's now at 230. The pitch. He takes that one low and inside. One ball, no strikes, the count. And here's the next pitch. And that is a pitch a little bit low. Padres last year, they were a wild card team, finished in 2nd place in the NL West. They were 3 games behind the Dodgers last year. Had 4 straight winning seasons. Here's the pitch on its way. That's in there for a called strike. Only other time they've had 4 straight winning seasons in their franchise history was 2004, 5, 6, and 7. Next pitch, that's in there for a called strike. They've been to the postseason 3 of the last 4 years. And a postseason team 9 times in their franchise history. And the very first year of Padres baseball was 1969. The 2-2. Shonowell grounds one, but right to the first baseman. That's fielded there by France. He'll toss to the pitcher. Rodriguez gets to the bag in time, and that's how the inning will end. Angels go down 1-2-3. It hasn't happened often tonight. In fact, that's the first time it's happened all night long. We're headed to the 8th. Angels in command, up 8-0 on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Specialized pediatric care. What exactly is it? It's the experts at Memorial Care Miller Children's and Women's Hospital who are on a mission to make sure every child becomes a healthy adult. With locations from the South Bay to Orange County, this is where top-rated pediatric professionals are changing lives by bringing miracles to medicine. It's exceptional care that's exceptionally close. Memorial Care Miller Children's and Women's Hospital. Caring is our calling.
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years. That's 5 New Year celebrations, 5 Valentine's Days, 5 4th of Julys, 5 Halloweens, 5 Thanksgivings, and 5 summers that go by too fast. Through it all, your price stays the same with our 5-year price lock guarantee. Cox, a step ahead. Requires 2 gig speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Need a little help starting your day? Chick-fil-A has delicious breakfast options just for you. Whether it's the chicken minis, egg white grill, or the classic Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, served on a freshly baked buttermilk biscuit. Enjoy breakfast with Chick-fil-A, served until 10:30 a.m. Download the Chick-fil-A app and order your favorites today. Plus, with every qualifying purchase, you'll receive points towards tasty rewards. The Chick-fil-A we all enjoy is just a tap away.
Head to the Big A on Friday, May the 1st to take home one of the most stylish giveaways of the season. The first 25,000 fans in attendance will receive an Angels bomber jacket, courtesy of Memorial Care. Visit angels.com/promotions for more.
Here we go to the 8th inning. Jake Cronenworth will lead things off for the Padres. He's their leadoff batter in their batting order tonight, and he just went after the first pitch. It was a changeup and missed it for strike one. Sean Anderson back for his second inning, and that's a pitch that's low. If Anderson pitches effectively here and gets through the 8th inning and pitches the 9th inning as well, he could get a save in this game, even though it's 8-0. And there's a pitch that is chased and missed. The count's 1-2. He had a clean inning against them back in the top of the 7th. Cronenworth, Tatis Jr., and Merrill, the batters here. The 1, 2, and 3 hitters in the Padres lineup. Here's the next pitch, and that's a pitch that's low. Padres have some more action in their bullpen. It's like Kyle Hart is the pitcher warming up for them, and there's one that's high and away, so it's a full count here on Cronenworth. The top 3 that Anderson will face here in this inning, they've combined tonight to go 0 for 8. Haven't gotten much production at all from the top of the order, and there's a swing and a miss at a 3-2 slider, and down goes Cronenworth. Second time he has struck out. 10 strikeouts against the Padre hitters tonight. Batter now is Fernando Tatis Jr., who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Top of the 8th, Angels up 8-0, and it's being presented by Nike. There's a swing and a miss for strike one. Here's the pitch. That misses low and outside. Counts 1 ball, 1 strike. Hope you're enjoying the action tonight wherever you're tuned in to Angels baseball. Terry Smith with you. Mark Langston was with us earlier tonight. He peeled away. There's a pretty large group of former Angel players who have gotten together tonight at the stadium, and they are honoring the memory of Garret Anderson, who passed away yesterday. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that player fraternity certainly affected by the news of Garrett's death. Here's the pitch. There's a chopper hit right to Neto, and his throw will easily get Tatis Jr. The way things are going in this ball game now, about the only thing to be decided is whether or not the Angels can shut out the Padres. The Angels have pitched 3 shutouts this season, and the Padres have not been shut out all year. And for that matter, neither of the Angels. First pitch, and that's a pitch and miss tie for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Here's Anderson's next pitch. That's right in there for a called strike. Jackson Merrill has the count even up on him, 1-1. The bottom of the 8th, Angels will have Adele, Moncada, and Peraza slated to bat. Here's the next delivery. That one misses high and outside for a ball. Fans, don't forget, after the game, Angels recap will follow. Trent Rush will be with you. Phone lines will be open. Trent will also answer some of your posts on X. Look at the out-of-town scoreboard, some of the play-by-play highlights, and a whole lot more. That's all coming up after the ball game. 2-2 is the count. Just 28 pitches for Anderson, trying to complete his 2nd inning of relief in this one. Here's the 2-2, and just getting a piece of that one. Fouling it back is Jackson Merrill. San Diego came into the night a game and a half behind the Dodgers. Two balls and 2 strikes to count. Next pitch, this is lifted in the air out into left center field, but it's hanging up for Adam Frazier. He'll make the catch, and that is how the inning will end. To fly out to the Angels left fielder. 3 up, 3 down. Bottom of the 8th is next. Angels have a 8-0 lead on Angels Radio, also available on the Angels Radio app.
Sunny afternoons and baseball? That's a perfect match, just like Kettle One and cocktails. Kick back, soak up the action, and sip on an ice-cold Kettle One vodka cocktail. Kettle One, made to cocktail, and proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Looking to save on gas and drive one of the safest brands on the road? Mazda is recognized by the IIHS for safety, and drive the Mazda CX-50 or go electric with the Mazda CX-70 and Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrids. Get 1.9% APR on the Mazda CX-50 or 0.9% APR on the CX-70 and CX-90. Visit Tustin Mazda and Huntington Beach Mazda today. Buy better, drive better. With approved credit through Mazda Financial Services. APR offers on select models. See dealer for details.
Feeling down or overwhelmed lately? Research shows that practicing gratitude can boost happiness, reduce stress, and improve your outlook on life. Make it part of your daily routine today. Visit angels.ocnavigator.org to discover more ways to boost your happiness, connect with others, and improve your well-being. Start with gratitude and see where it takes you. The OC Navigator is part of the Orange County Healthcare Agency, Behavioral Health Department.
Starting a yard project soon? Before you dig, remember that utility lines might be just below the surface. The average shovel strike travels over 30 miles per hour with over 200 pounds of force, powerful enough to break underground utility lines, which homeowners could be responsible to pay for. Always call 811 before you dig to stay safe, avoid fines or outages. For more information, visit SoCalGas.com/811. SoCal Gas is responsible for marking natural gas pipelines up to the gas meter.
As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Halos have an 8-0 lead. First batter up for the Angels will be Joe Adele. And here's the first pitch on the Angels DH tonight. He's taking that one, and that pitch is in there for a strike. Kyle Hart is the new pitcher. He is a left-hander. This is his 7th appearance this season. He's been hit around a little bit so far this year. There's a pitch there that misses. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The catcher's challenging the ball call.
Hart is 33 years old. We have a challenge here. And let's see what it's going to go down as. A ball.
Call's confirmed. San Diego is out of challenges.
So the Padres thought it was a strike. It turned out to be a ball, and the home plate umpire, Mike Malinsky, was correct. Padres are out of challenges now. Here's the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss by Joe Adell. Counts 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's bottom of the 8th inning. It's being presented by Farmers and Merchants Bank. A's are trailing in Sacramento 9-2. White Sox are up in that ball game. Rangers have a 3-0 lead in Seattle as that pitch there comes in, and Adele went after that one, and he is going to be a strikeout victim. So second time Joe Adele has struck out tonight. That was a pitch there that actually hit Adele, but he swung and missed the pitch. So even though it hit him, the fact that he went after it and failed to make contact, he will be a strikeout victim. The swing and miss overrides him getting hit by the delivered pitch. At the plate now is Moncada, and that one almost hit him. He had to move out of the way. That Texas-Seattle game is in the bottom of the 8th inning now, with the Rangers up on the Mariners 3-0. Here's the 1-0, and that pitch misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Astros lost at home tonight. St. Louis beat them 9-4. And Houston, a team with a lot of injuries, they are off to an 8-13 start this season. If Seattle ends up dropping that game at home, and they were trailing 3-0 in the 8th inning to Texas, Seattle would drop to 8-13. Here's the next pitch, a little bouncer hit on the right side, stopped by the second baseman, and Cronenworth will throw out Moncada. That's the second out. 2 away. Peraza, who's had a 2-hit night, been on base 3 times tonight, will be the next batter. Our Angels replay all season long, presented by Coca-Cola, refreshment for the Halos. And as far as our Angels replay tonight, we're going to call it the first run the Angels put on the scoreboard tonight. And that right now is all the Angels need. Shutting out the Padres 8-0. And the first run was the leadoff homer by Moncada to start things off in the Angels' bottom of the 2nd. Angels ended up scoring 3 runs in the 3rd. Got 3 more in the 4th, or 3 in the 2nd, I should say. 3 in the 4th and 2 more in the 5th. Pitch was in there on Peraza. Count on him is now 0-2. Hard as said. Here's the 2-strike pitch, and boy, that one took a bounce off the plate right there. Ball went way high up in the air. Kyle Hart, who's on the mound, pitcher who spent the 2024 season pitching in South Korea in the KBO. He was with the Padres last year. Numbers weren't all that good in his first year with San Diego. Here's the next pitch that's fouled off on the left side. 3-3 record last year. His ERA was 5.86. Raza digging in. The count's holding at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th, 8-0 Angels. The pitch. Ground ball hit right to third. handled by Machado, and his throw just beat Peraza, who was really hustling up that first base side, and the inning is over. Angels seeing the final 9, the way it looks, retired in a row. We're headed to the 9th inning. All Angels tonight here at the Big A, up 8-0 on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
You're up, Angels fans. Visit Pechanga Resort Casino on Sunday, April 19th from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. for a special Angels and Pechanga baseball hat. Just show your rewards card to receive your free hat. Limited to 1 per rewards member while supplies last. While you're at Pechanga, play your perfect combination. Hit the sprawling casino floor and indulge in all the world-class amenities the award-winning resort casino has to offer. Visit Pechanga.com or call 888-PECHANGA for reservations or more information. Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of Angels Baseball.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
College nights are back at the Big A for the 2026 season, featuring all new customized jerseys. Bring your group, family, friends, and fellow students, and visit angels.com/college to see when we're celebrating your school. Fans must purchase through angels.com/college to receive their special jersey.
This summer, the Angels are offering week-long youth baseball and softball camps presented by Mountain Mike's Pizza throughout Orange and Riverside counties for boys and girls ages 4 to 13. Camp highlights include a full Angels uniform, an autograph from a current Angel player, and 2 tickets to the camper reunion event at Angel Stadium in September. Don't miss out. Visit angels.com/camps to learn more about our youth baseball and softball camps today. That's angels.com/camps.
Get ready to get the 9th inning going, and Jordan Romano is going to come in and pitch here in the top of the 9th. So he takes over for Sean Anderson. Anderson ends up going 2 innings. He retired all 6 in a row, 2 of them with strikeouts. And the first delivery here, this one is in there on Manny Machado. Angels have also done some juggling defensively here to start off this 9th inning. There's a swing and a miss, and that was a good fastball. The count goes to 0-2. Oswald Peraza, who was at second base, has moved over to third. Adam Frazier, who was in left field, has moved over to play second. And there's a wild pitch that sails all the way above the backstop there from Romano, and the count's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bryce Teodosio is now playing left field for the Angels. Here's the next pitch, and that's a wave and a miss, and that was a good slider right there, and that was a tough at bat for Manny Machado, who strikes out for the 2nd time in this ball game. That's 11 strikeouts tonight for Angels pitching. So 1 gone here in the top of the 9th. Romano, as he works, he is the 4th Angels pitcher of the night. This is Bryce Johnson, who's pinch hitting, and he was checking on the first pitch, and that pitch in there for strike 1. Johnson is batting for Xander Bogaerts. Here's the pitch, and that one pitch a little bit low. Johnson is a switch hitter batting from the left side. Here's the pitch. He's taking, that's a little bit low. Bryce Johnson off to a slow start at the plate, hitting just .091. Here's the next pitch, and he waves and misses that one, and he's down. No balls, 2 strikes. Good slider. Romano checks out towards the outfield, now delivers, and that is a called 3rd strike. Johnson is out looking. That was a splitter there. And a couple of strikeouts for Romano, and now the Padres are down to their final out in this ballgame. 8-0, Angels on top. Angels trying to put together a combined 2-hit shutout. Soriano went 5 2/3. Actually, his shortest outing of the year. He had gone at least 6 in every one until tonight, but still did not allow any runs in 5 2/3, striking out 8. We've seen Seth Anderson, and now Romano, and there's a pitch that misses ball 2. 2-0 is the count. Here's the next delivery, and that's in there for a called strike. 2-1 is the count. And here's the delivery, and that's in there. And now the Padres are down to their final strike in this ballgame. Angels 1 out away from getting back over 500. Last time the Angels were over 500 back on the 6th of April, over a week and a half ago. So it's taken a while to climb back over, and the Angels on the verge of doing that. Here's the 2-2. Shot into right center that's going to keep the game going. That's going to split the outfielders and get out to the wall. And Sheets with a double, his first hit of the night. They were down to their final strike, but it's not over yet. And the batter now will be Nick Castellanos. 3rd hit of the night for San Diego, and with that one being a double off the bat of Sheets, that's their first extra base hit of the night. They haven't had a runner past second base all night long. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-1 on Castellanos. He's been up 3 times tonight with 3 strikeouts. Right-hander against right-hander. A couple of veterans squaring off here. There's a bouncer foul on the left side. So again, they're down to their final strike in this game. 0-2 is the count. Fans back on their feet. Romano is ready, takes a look at the runner. Sheets at second, delivers, and that one is low. That was pitch 17 here in this 9th inning. Another game where the Angels offense was on full display. Angels scored 11 yesterday in New York. That's the most runs the Angels have had in a game this season. Here's the next pitch. That's outside. Angels also had a 10-run outburst in the opening game of that Yankees series on Monday, and the Angels scored 10 runs in one of the 3 games in Cincinnati, got 9 in another one. So a lot of offense lately. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out, and the ball game is over. So it ends on the strikeout And the Angels come away with the victory tonight. They snap the Padres' 8-game winning streak and blank them to boot. Angels win it 8-0. You can put a halo over this one as the Angels come away with the victory in the opener of this 3-game weekend series and win it convincingly tonight by the final score of 8-0. Angels now season record stands at 11-10, and the Padres dropped just their 7th game of the year. They've played 20. They are now 13-7. On a night where Angel fans came out, a sellout crowd to honor the memory of Garret Anderson, who passed away. A real solid win tonight for the Angels here at the Big A, blanking the hottest team in baseball, shutting them out, and limiting the Padres to just the 3 hits in tonight's game. So a good win for the Angels tonight here at the Big A, and we'll see if the Angels can feed off of that tomorrow when they play the middle game. Don't forget, first pitch tomorrow is 6:38. Fireworks after the game. Yusei Kikuchi will be on the hill. Let's go down. Looks like Trent Rush is standing by with Joe Adell.
Yeah, Joe broke the game open with that 2-run double in the 5th inning. In a night like this, with so many emotions in the ballpark, also taking on a red-hot team in San Diego to come back from a really good road trip, for you guys to be able to have a moment like that in this game to break it open there. What's that say about what you're able to do right now offensively and just kind of where this team's at offensively?
Yeah, I mean, every time we show up to the park, we're going to battle, and you can see it in our at-bats. There's no give-in in these at-bats. We're fighting all the way through. On the pitching side, I mean, Soriano has been just unbelievable. I mean, it's been so much fun to watch. I mean, you got a guy that's coming out, and he's going 5-6 shutty like that every time he's going out. It makes our job easier at the plate. So, again, it's a well-played game on both sides, and it's pretty special.
What do you think it does for a team when you have an ace like that in Soriano? Every 5th day, you know that he's going to go shove for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously for us, it doesn't matter who's out there on the mound. Like, offensively, we're going to go do our thing and grind through our at-bats, and we owe it to put up runs on the board. We're not going to win games without putting runs up. But obviously, when you got a guy that's coming in and doing what he does with his arsenal, I mean, it makes your job a little easier at the plate to just keep the line moving and do your job, because that's special, man.
Speaking of special, today has been an emotional day, as we mentioned, after the passing of Garret Anderson. I know you knew GA well. To be able to have all those interactions through the years, I know we all miss him so much, but what are some takeaways, things that you were able to learn from Garret Anderson?
Yeah, I mean, obviously somebody getting drafted into this organization, you're going to do your homework. And coming in, obviously, Garret Anderson was a guy that we were well familiar with, just as much as Tim Salmon and everybody else. And so really just getting the opportunity to sit with him and really talk baseball, and just him being around the yard. His presence around the yard is something that I talked about earlier is going to be missed. It's just one of those familiar faces you're used to seeing, and when you show up to the ball field, you're expecting to see it. And so for us, it was definitely a tough day. And, like I said, we're with the family, and prayers up all the way around. But, we went out here and did it for him tonight.
All right. Thank you very much, Chuck. Congrats on the win.
Thanks, Trent.
All right, Terry, back to you.
Thanks, Trent. The Angels come away with the victory tonight, blanking the Padres 8-0. We'll have the winning totals in a wrap when we get back here on Angels Radio, also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Fast plays, bold colors. Vista Paint holds up to the action. Just like your team, make every wall a highlight. Vista Paint, a proud distributor of PPG paints.
Brewery X proudly invites you to their newest Brewery X, located at the Ontario International Airport, inside Terminal 2 and 4. No ticket, no problem. Guests are encouraged to utilize the free Ontario Plus program that allows you to gain access to the terminal side in less than 30 seconds. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner with 24 Brewery X brands on tap. Brewery X ONT is ecstatic to be a growing part of the community as we continue to cross paths and come together over beer.
Looking to save on gas without giving up space? The Sportage Hybrid and Sorento Hybrid deliver efficiency and performance. Get 0.9% APR on the Sportage Hybrid and the Sorento Hybrid. And if you need more room, check out the Kia Carnival Hybrid with 3 rows and 2.49% APR with no dealer markups and no forced add-ons. Visit Tustin Kia and Mission Viejo Kia today. Buy better, drive better.
On approved credit for Kia Motor Finance, 0.9 APR for 60 months, $16 per $1,000 finance, 2.49% for 60 months, $17 per $1,000 amount finance. Offer ends 4/30/2026. See dealer for details.
Hey, Angels fans. Looking for 100% MLB verified tickets? Then call off the search and head to StubHub. StubHub has been the leading ticket marketplace for buying and selling tickets for over 20 years. StubHub will get you where you want to be. Always stress-free, always guaranteed. StubHub, an official partner of the Los Angeles Angels.
Angels coming away with the victory tonight here at the Big A as the Halos beat the red-hot Padres and shut them out by the final score of 8-0. Here are the winning totals. The Angels had 8 runs on 13 hits, no errors, leave 10. San Diego, no runs on 3 hits, no errors, they leave 7. Jose Soriano gets the win. He is now a perfect 5-0. The losing pitcher was the starter, the knuckleballer for San Diego, just up from the minors, Matt Waldron, 0-1. The time of the game was 2 hours, 58 minutes, and a sellout crowd, 44,551 on hand tonight here at Angel Stadium. The win is the 11th of the year for the Angels, back over the 500 mark, 11-10, the record after the first 21. The Padres have played 20 games, their record now 13-7. The pitching was terrific for the Angels tonight. 4 Angel pitchers combined on a 3-hit shutout. The Angels pitched their 4th shutout this season, and Jose Soriano went 5 2/3, gave up just 2 hits, no runs, walked 4, struck out 8. Silseth retired the only batter he faced. Sean Anderson, 2 scoreless innings, and Jordan Romano got the final 3 outs in a scoreless top of the 9th. Angels pitchers struck out 13 Padre batters. San Diego in the game never had a runner get past second base. And in the ball game here tonight at the Big A, the Padres only had 3 batters get hits in tonight's ball game. Meantime, the Angels bats were hot. Angels had a couple of home runs tonight, hitting the homers for the Angels this evening. Josh Lowe, his home run number 3 of the year, and also hitting his 3rd of the year was Yoan Moncada. In the Angels lineup tonight, 7 of the 9 batters had hits, and the Angels also had 5 batters drive in runs, and the Angels tonight had 5 batters have multi hit ball games. Neto did, so did Shonowell, so did Peraza, also Josh Lowe. And Adam Frazier had a 2-hit night as the 9-hole hitter in the Angels' victory. So a solid win tonight. We'll see if the Angels can feed off of it. The Angels now have won 3 of their last 4. And tomorrow we'll take on the Padres in the middle game of the 3-game series. Yusei Kikuchi, looking for his first win of the year, goes for the Angels. And Herman Marquez, who's 2-1, will get the start for San Diego. Totals one more time. The Angels had 8 runs on 13 hits, no errors, leave 10. Padres, no runs, 3 hits, no errors, they leave 7. Soriano, the winner, 5-0. Waldron, the loser, 0-1. Time of the game, just under 3 hours, 2 hours, 58 minutes. The sellout crowd of 44,551 on hand tonight here at Angel Stadium. On this Friday evening, where we honored the memory of Garret Anderson, who tragically passed away yesterday at the age of 53, the Angels Hall of Famer. His memory certainly honored here tonight at the Big A, and a lot of former Angel players came back for tonight's ball game to honor GA here tonight at Angel Stadium. I want to thank our studio coordinators tonight, the incredible Derek Taylor, also DJ Dan Jers and Elliot Cams. Producer-engineer of Angels Baseball is Jorge Sevilla. Our next broadcast will come your way when the Angels square up against the Padres tomorrow night. Angels Baseball will take the air straight up at 6 o'clock with the Angels pregame show. We'll have the first pitch for you tomorrow at 6:38. Now, coming up next, we will have Angels recap. Trent Rush is standing by. Your phone calls, posts on X, look at the out-of-town scoreboard, some of the play-by-play highlights and more. That's just minutes away. For Mark Langston, Terry Smith saying thanks so much for listening. Again, the final tonight here at the Big A. It was the Angels shutting out the Padres 8-0. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night right here on Angels Radio. Also available free on the Angels Radio app.
Get your group tickets today and experience the excitement of 2026 Angels baseball with your group of 20 or more. Tickets start at just $7 per seat when you visit angels.com/groups. Call 714-4ANGELS or visit angels.com today.
Angels fans, the Hyatt Vacation Club invites you to enjoy a 4-day, 3-night resort getaway starting from just $149. Choose from 6 beautiful locations, from the mountains of Breckenridge, Colorado, to the beautiful beaches of Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. See what Hyatt Vacation Club has to offer. Conditions and participation requirements apply. Call 866-440-8783 to learn more.
Is it just me, or does our AC system sound like a jet engine?
When's the last time we got the tune-up?
I think it was never.
Never? We need to call Service Champions. We can get a complete AC tune-up for just $88.
Okay, let's book that $88 tune-up. What's the number?
833-777-7777. Or you can book online at servicechampions.com.
Limit 1 coupon per household. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Call for details.
What's up, Angels fans? Trent Rush here, host of the Under the Halo podcast. That's right, we're back for another season, and the Under the Halo podcast is a great way for you to get to know your favorite Angels on a deeper, more personal level, and we truly get to know who you're cheering for at the Big A. This year, we're having even more fun with brand new features, all part of our conversations. You can check out the Under the Halo podcast at angels.com/fans. That's the Under the Halo podcast at angels.com/fans.
Broadcasting live from the AM 830 studio, this is Angels Recap. With a recap of the game, a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, and a quick preview of the next Angels game. Have a question or a hot take? Get involved in post using hashtag Angels Recap.
Jose Soriano reaching the highest of elite honors so far to start a season. Soriano shoved again tonight. The Angels, what's going on with the Angel bats? They only hit 2 home runs in this game. Oh, they got an 8-0 shutout of the San Diego Padres. Plus tonight, more than anything else, a celebration of the life of our fallen Angel, Garret Anderson, who passed away at the age of 53. Before we get into the game tonight, and I promise we are going to do some baseball talk tonight. I think we have to. I think that I had a chance to run into a lot of you tonight, whether it be on the concourse or in the parking lot coming into the game, the front gate. I just happened to be around the ballpark a lot tonight, and I got to talk to a lot of you. And it took me way longer than it normally takes me to move around Angel Stadium tonight. No, not because there were 44,000 plus and it was sold out. It's because so many of you wanted to share your Garret Anderson story. And quite frankly, I was incredibly moved by that. It was touching. And if you're listening right now, and maybe I saw you on the concourse tonight and you were telling me about what Garret Anderson meant to you, call the show, 714-283-3830. Share your story with Southern California, with whoever is listening across Angel Nation tonight, whether it be here in SoCal on AM 830, whether it be on the AM 830 app, wherever it might be. I want to hear what you have to say about Garret Anderson. I will give you my perspective on GA. We spent, hundreds of games together. I sat with Garret Anderson talking baseball. Sometimes we'd go up in the media dining room and we'd make sure that there was, we'd be watching a Laker game on one TV and we watching the Angels on the other and going through all of it. And times, I'll never forget times whether it be with Patrick O'Neill or Kent French, Clyde Wright would come by. We'd all give Clyde a hard time. And, Garret Anderson was one of those true gentlemen, a incredibly classy individual, a remarkable ball player. I don't know that baseball as a whole has done enough to appreciate just how great Garret Anderson was as a hitter. Now, I think Angel fans recognize what GA meant to this organization, all-time leader in games played, hits, RBIs, doubles, extra base hits. I mean, I could go on and on about what Garret Anderson meant to Angels baseball. It was neat for me today to see the rest of the baseball world have at least a sliver more of appreciation for how great GA was. I think people forget that he was the All-Star Game MVP in 2003. He won the Home Run Derby that year, beating Albert Pujols. Garret Anderson, of course, the hit in Game 7 of the World Series. Now, I know that he came up with the bases full and nobody out, but if GA doesn't rip that double down the line, who knows? That's why I thought it was so fitting tonight that talking with Joe Adele, it was a double that broke the game open. It wasn't ever going to be a home run tonight. It was going to be a double because it's Garret Anderson's night. I thought that was special. 714-283-8830 is the number. Tonight's about you. On the mound, it was about Soriano. Before we get into some more of your phone calls here, I do have to share this message about how good Jose Soriano was tonight. So just in case, for anyone keeping score, he's now 5-0 with a .28 ERA, 0.28 ERA. The only other pitchers to allow one or fewer earned runs in their first 5 starts of a season, Waldron Johnson of the 1913 Senators and Fernando Valenzuela. Waldron Johnson, Orange County native, by the way, Waldron Johnson and Fernando Valenzuela. And now Jose Soriano. That's the company that Sori is in. It's been nothing shy of spectacular for me. What I was most pleased about with Jose Soriano tonight, what I've been waiting to see, and why tonight I think that now he is established as an ace, is because he did not have his best stuff. In fact, I thought tonight was the worst Soriano's looked all year. In the past, when Soriano's had a bad night, it has unraveled. And it's gotten real ugly really fast. Soriano's never really had a B game. It's either an A or a D or an F. And we've seen a lot of A's, but we saw it get real ugly at times too. Tonight, Soriano was able to deal and still put up zeros on the board without having his best stuff. That's the sign of an ace. That's the sign of a guy that's a champion. That next level. A lot of pitchers can have success for a night. A lot of pitchers, when their stuff is going good, they can be dominant. And Jose Soriano's been one of those guys. But what separates the really good from the great is how do you pitch when you don't have your best stuff? And Jose Soriano, without the ace stuff tonight, was still able to go 5 2/3, giving up just 2 hits. He walked 4 batters, but still punched out 8. All right, phone lines are jam-packed. I'm going to try to get to as many as we can here. 714-2-830-830. RJ from Riverside was dialing as the show was starting, so we're going to go to him right away. Let's go to RJ in Riverside. What you got for us, my friend?
Hey, Trent, thanks for taking my call. I would just to say my value and appreciation for Garret Anderson was that he was a baller, and he came to work to do his job. He wasn't one of those prima donnas, showmanship. He just dug in and did his job. And Trent, I don't know this, but how many days was he ever on the IL? Because it wasn't that many. My second point, Trent, you were right. I listened to your pregame. That .33 Soriano was throwing for the season. You said that wasn't going to last. You know, you're a visionary, Trent. You're right. It went down to .28. So I want to know what your thoughts are.
Soriano is really good. Soriano is really good. And RJ, I know that you listen to this radio show all the time. You'll know that there's been nobody that's a bigger Jose Soriano fan than me. And by the way, not a coincidence that Mike Maddox becomes the pitching coach and all of a sudden Soriano is spotting that changeup and getting swing and miss. Jack Gahanowitz spotting the changeup, getting swing and miss. Reed Detmers, his changeup has completely changed him. I don't think that is a coincidence. I think we give a little credit where it's due, and that's to Mike Maddox. I think also credit where it's due to the Angel offense. And Terry Smith was rattling off the big offensive outputs the Angels have been putting up lately as they now get back over 500, 11-10 on the year. But the 10 wins last Friday night in Cincinnati, 9 wins on Sunday, 10 runs on Friday, 9 on Sunday, 10 in New York on Monday, 7 on Tuesday, yesterday 11, and tonight 8. So the Angels are putting up a lot of runs, which is great to see, and that certainly is going to help the pitching front. As far as it goes to Garret Anderson, I think that there is this perception of GA because he was quiet. He's an introvert. I think that there are a lot of folks that maybe misunderstood Garret Anderson because of that. but anybody that was fortunate enough to have gotten to talk with Garret Anderson on a deeper level beyond the surface, and you didn't have to be an ex-player, you didn't have to be a broadcaster, you didn't have to be anything special than just a caring, thoughtful person. And GA was going to not only give you the time of day, but open up and really have a conversation so you could see that light. And Garret Anderson brought that light whenever anybody had a chance to really get to talk with GA. Garret Anderson was never for the superficial. He was not good at small talk. Like, he was not having it. Like, if you wanted to have a real conversation, nobody better. If you wanted to just kind of shoot the breeze, GA was not that guy. God love him. 714-2-830-830. Let's go to Jordan from Rancho Cucamonga, hanging with us on Angels Recap. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, great game today. It's exciting to see us having an ace in our staff. And, you know, it is a sad day, obviously, for us Angel fans in the baseball world. A lot of what's been said already is kind of what I would say about Garret. You know, I think he was a little underrated, I guess I would say. But he did a lot for our franchise and a lot of records, and I'm sure anybody outside the Angels organization really didn't know a lot about him. But switching up a little bit, I would say the West looks like it's wide open. But I am not sold on Kikuchi. I wasn't sold on him last year. I think he throws way too many pitches, could barely get to 5 innings. And I think if we want some more success, he's going to have to pick his game up and get us some wins because, you know, cutting 500 is not going to help this team. And if not, we're going to have to look for another starting pitcher or get someone, you know, from the farm system or somewhere, you know, some trade deadline for. That's
a fair assessment. I think that if you're asking Kikuchi to be your ace, you're in trouble. I think if you're asking him to be your 3 or a 4, I think that you're going to be all right. And I think that now we're seeing Detmers and Gahanowicz so far look like they're taking that step to me, or maybe that's the case for Kikuchi. Let's not forget he was an all-star last year with a sub-4 ERA. That's not nothing. So I think Kikuchi has more in the tank for sure. All right, let's go to Luke from Huntington Beach, hanging with us on Angels Recap. Welcome to the show, Luke.
Hey, Trent. Thanks for taking my call, man. I mean, normally in this scenario, I'd be calling and making a funny joke or saying some outlandish, outrageous thing to talk about the Angels. But I feel like this has been a tough day in the Luke from Huntington Beach household. Garret Anderson, I'm 38 years old, so Garret Anderson is Angels baseball to me. I mean, he encompassed my entire childhood and playing career of baseball. And I wanted to tell a story. They do the Little League Day at Angel Stadium, so where the kids get to go walk out on the field, and then there's like a select amount of kids who get chosen to actually, like, you know, be part of the anthem or go in the radio booth or whatever. So I was lucky enough to be able to get chosen to go out with the players to sing the national anthem, and I got Garret Anderson, who was my favorite player, and unsurprisingly, he said nothing, but it was like he was so stoic. And I think, you know, 7, 8 years old, looking up at this ball player and just being like, you're a hero, like you're a god to me. And I just, it's so sad hearing what happened. And 53 is just unbelievably young. And I don't know. This was a tough day for, I think, a lot of people in our life that watched the Angels, grew up with the Angels, kind of looked up to guys like Garret Anderson and Tim Salmon, and it was just tough watching the broadcast. But yeah, anyways, a great win. I love this team right now. This is just a sad day.
All right. Thank you very much, Luke. It is a sad day. It's a sad day. This is one, I'll just tell you on a personal note, you know, we get to know a lot of the players, and I still pinch myself. I can't believe how well I've gotten to know so many of the guys that were a part of that 2002 championship team. I mean, when the championship team is the championship team, they're around, and you just kind of get to know them more. Garret Anderson hits different because he was in our little broadcast world. Like, we have a everyone's friends. Everyone gets along really well. And Garret Anderson was such a huge part of that. I can't tell you how many hundreds of games I hung out with GA, which is still like crazy. Who am I? But at the same time, Garret Anderson being so giving of himself to want to share his baseball knowledge and give insight on players and talk about things beyond just baseball, but other sports and in life, and has so much wisdom. And it's not like it was just me that he had this with. I mean, there were many thousands of people that I think probably feel something like that with Garret Anderson. 714-283-3830 is the phone number. The show is Angels Recap. The host's name, that's me. I'm Trent Rush here on Angels Radio, AM 830 KLAA, Orange County, Los Angeles, and Inland Empire. We're taking your phone calls now, paying tribute to Garret Anderson on a great night for the Angels. An 8-0 win. Jose Soriano, another scoreless performance, 5 2/3. Angels gave up 3 hits and a shutout combined tonight. Only 1 extra base hit all game. All of that, though, doesn't it feel a little small compared to the magnitude of the loss of Garret Anderson? And that's what we're here tonight. I want you guys to have this opportunity to tell your story here on Angels Radio. Dan is calling in from New Mexico. Dan, first of all, are you a Lobos guy or are you an Aggies guy?
No, I'm a California transplant over here.
Oh, all right, very good.
I'm local.
I've spent a lot of time in Albuquerque covering Lobo basketball at the Pit. I love going to New Mexico. Dan, you're in a beautiful place now, but so is Aliso Viejo. What you got for us tonight?
Trent, I just want to say thank you, not just for taking so many of our calls and making it about fan experience and sharing a tribute to GA, but also for your time you took on X today to reply to so many of us. You know, the Angels have a way, I won't take too much of your time, but the Angels have a way of showing up in big ways. If you think back to when Skaggs passed, how that team showed up, this team showed up today and just dominated the hottest team in baseball. The Angels have a lot of heart. This team has heart. And I got to hand it to them. Even when the team struggles, they find a way to play with true charisma and heart to inspire their fans and inspire each other. And to your listeners, if there's anybody who's like under the age of 30 that kind of Garret Anderson was somehow missed on them, I just want to make one point about why he was so significant. I'm going to try to keep it together here because why he was so significant to Angels fans everywhere. If you came up in the 80s or earlier, or even the early 90s, the Angels were a destination for players that were in their age 38 to 40 years. They'd retire. They might even be like future Hall of Famers. But it was kind of just like a last run, or a lot of homegrown players that just didn't really make it. And Salmon and Anderson were the beginning of these homegrown stars, whereas you faced all your friends who were like, I'm a Dodgers fan, why are you an Angels fan? And you just say it because I am, I love them. Garret Anderson and Tim Salmon were the beginning of those guys that you could point to and say, these are our guys. These are our guys. And not only that, with all the accolades that you and others have pointed out about GA, his spirit, his charisma, who he was, this took everybody by surprise. But you know what? I got to think that there wasn't much left for him to prove on Earth. And while we'd all still want to have him, he passed any test, I think, from what I've heard, that a man can face in life. And so he's an angel ascending for us, and we love him. So thanks for taking my call, Trent.
And thank you for making it, Dan. I don't know how to respond to that. Dan in New Mexico brought it tonight. And I think encapsulated everything that GA stood for. Garret Anderson taught us how to be a fierce competitor and a gentleman at the same time. That's my number one takeaway from Garret Anderson. I want to hear some more of your stories here. Let's go to Sammy in Fontana. Next with us on Angels Recap. Welcome, Sammy.
Hey, how you doing, Trent?
Hanging in there, bud.
Hey, I just, sitting in my garage, and I'm 33 now. I was 9 when the Angels won in 2002. And, Garret was just, I think he's the embodiment of Angels fans. We're calm, we're cool, we're quiet, and he was just such a special player, special personality. I remember being on the phone with my grandpa, who's since been gone for about 7 years now, and recapping the games, and every hit, we're calling each other, and we knew when GA was up, there was just a sense of calm. like he'd been here before, and we were just a scrappy wild card team, clawing for a place. And I'm trying not to cry here, Trent, but, he's just always in our hearts, and I know Angels fans are hurting tonight, and I'm going to get off this phone call before I start crying.
All right, Sammy, you do that. There's been a lot of tears today at the ballpark because of what Garret Anderson meant to so many. I think people maybe forget sometimes that there were some really lean years. After the run in the 80s, there were some lean years in the early 90s when Garret Anderson joined the organization. 94, gets the call-up, gets 2 hits in his debut, is the runner-up for Rookie of the Year the next year. Now, in 95, that was the great race with Seattle, and obviously it didn't go the Angel way. But then there were some lean years after that as well, before you get into the 2000s. And in the 2000s, the Angels won 900 games. It wasn't just 02. That decade, they won 900 games. And Garret Anderson was a part of that bridge from the really tough times and carried the Angels and was at the focal point of all of the best years of Angels baseball. I think that's pretty neat. Let's get to Matt from the Inland Empire hanging with us on Angels Recap now. What you got for us, Matt?
Hey, Trent. Thanks for taking my call. I was going to talk about the game tonight, but, I definitely got to start off with, my goodness, GA. Just today I was, devastated. He's honestly a year younger than I am. And to see this happen to me, he's an Angel legend. Honestly, a lot of times you can pencil in something. With Garret, you can ink it in, be confident. Every year you knew that he was going to be there. You knew what you're going to get out of him. Consistency. And it was just something about him, just, a true Angel. And it's, very hard taking, this today. So rest in peace. But a great Angel will never be forgotten. And real quick, Trent, I do want to mention something about tonight's game is, the offseason, when we got Mike Maddox, I said that's going to be the best move we made all season. This young pitching staff, he's going to help out them greatly. My only question about tonight, I would have left him in to finish the 6th. He's, you got to give him that confidence. He's your ace. Let him go out there and try to finish it. It's 8-0. If he gives up a home run, 8-3, take him out. But give him that opportunity. You got to give your ace that opportunity.
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree a little bit tonight, and I think the reason why I disagree is because it was 8-0. He was at 99 pitches, and I think that the Angels did give him that opportunity to try to finish it out. But after you walk Xander Bogaerts, following giving up the hit to Manny Machado, he gets the 2 strikeouts to start the 6th. The Angels gave him the chance. I think by facing Bogaerts, he got the extra batter. Machado singles, they could have pulled him there. Kurt Suzuki giving him one more shot, and then he ends up walking Bogaerts, and it's like, okay, man, your job is done. There's no reason to push it when you have a lead like that, and he can leave the game feeling good. And credit to Chase Silseth for getting him out of it, getting Gavin Sheets to fly out, and he's able to preserve his scoreless night. 5 2/3, 2 hits, 4 walks, 8 strikeouts. All right, we're going to get some more of your phone calls coming up in a bit. Thank you, Matt in the Inland Empire, for making the call tonight. We'll try to get to as many as possible tonight, 714-2-830-830. But first, I just want to leave you with this as we close out our opening segment. Just a thought on who Garret Anderson was as a player and as a person. When we make mention of legendary figures, the tales of their feats are often embellished, their greatness overstated. This day, we mourn an Angels icon for embracing the understated, quiet greatness, never personified better on the diamond than by Garret Anderson. We all know GA is the 2002 World Series champion, the Angels' all-time hits leader, but that paled in comparison to his role as husband to Teresa and father to Brianne, Bailey, and Trey. Anyone that knew GA knew how his kids were doing in sports, well, as long as you'd ask, because he would never boast unprompted. Garret Anderson played more games in an Angels uniform than any player in franchise history. After 17 Major League seasons, 15 with the Halos, the Forever Angel returned home as a broadcaster with the club for the last 13 years. But GA was best at letting his bat do the talking. The club leader in hits and doubles also drove in more runs than any other player in club history. In 2002, Anderson led all of baseball with his 56 doubles, and it was his bases-clearing 3-run double in Game 7 of the World Series that year that would be the winning hit for the Angels' lone championship.
Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. That's headed into the corner. Sanders is over to play it. Eckstein's in. Erstad's in. Here comes Salmon. He scores. Garret Anderson clears the bases with a double into the corner and right, and the Angels lead 4-1.
Anderson played in 3 All-Star games, but in 2003, not only won the Home Run Derby, he was MVP at the Midsummer Classic.
Batting fifth from the Anaheim Angels, left fielder Garret Anderson.
Ortiz getting loose for the National League, and Anderson lines one into right for a base hit. That pitch was up, and Garret Anderson jumped on it. 1 on, nobody out. He has E6, and Anderson gets into one into right center field. Garret Anderson has homered. A 2-run shot, and it's 5-3. It's for Dusty Baker, the National League manager, as Garret Anderson gets another base hit. That ball is going to get down and roll all the way to the wall. Anderson will cruise into second with a 1-out double, and Anderson is 3 for 4, lacking only a triple to hit for the cycle.
Garret, congratulations on being named the 2003 Ted Williams Most Valuable Player Award. 3 hits tonight, leading the American League to victory in a really exciting game. Congratulations, you've had a remarkable year. On behalf of Jackie Archie, the American League, and everybody, a job really well done. Thanks very much.
That was the GA we saw from afar, but the GA his peers knew was a man who was a brother. More than any stat, being a teammate was most important to Anderson.
Being a good teammate goes a long way with a lot of people. You know, if you go out and respect your teammates and pull for them and, you know, give them tough love when you have to, it goes a long way. And when you're with a group of guys for 6 months, you develop brothers. And so that was the biggest compliment for me, saying that I was a good teammate.
A 4th-round selection out of Kennedy High School in Granada Hills, GA was SoCal to his core. The calm, cool, collected 22-year-old had 2 hits in his Major League debut in July 1994 before finishing as the runner-up for Rookie of the Year the next season. Even in the time leading up to the World Series year and the 3 All-Star appearances in 4 campaigns, Anderson was about as steady and consistent of a bat as you would find in baseball. A .293 career hitter, Anderson averaged 21 homers, 38 doubles, and 99 RBIs a year. But there is still room for the bold. Twice, Garret Anderson led the league in doubles. He had 200 hits in the 2003 season, and on August 21st, 2007, Anderson drove in 10 runs in 1 game. GA would eventually be enshrined into the Angels Hall of Fame in 2016.
Truly humbling to be here right now. To Artie, Carol, and all of you in the Angels organization, thank you for bringing everyone together for this ceremony. Truly appreciate it. To all my teammates and friends who are sitting out here with me, who have taken the time out of their busy schedules to come see me inducted into the Angels Hall of Fame, thank you. And after signing my first pro contract with the Angels, I get to finish where I started as an 18-year-old, an Angel. Thank you.
In the same way Garret Anderson was as a player, his community work was quiet yet impactful. He would spend time with young fans and give back humbly and without fanfare. Garret Anderson embodied the best of Angels baseball throughout his life. A leader, a mentor, a champion, and a friend. Leaves us at the age of 53.
Stay up to date on everything Angels with a new issue of Angel magazine every month. Read exclusive interviews with your favorite players, coaches, and more. Everything you need to know about Angels baseball can be found in Angel magazine. Available at the Angels Stadium team store or online at angels.com/magazine. It's your source for everything Angels. It's Angel magazine at the Angels Stadium team store or at angels.com/magazine.
We all have difficult times and face challenges. You are not alone. There are things you can incorporate in your daily life to support your mental wellness. Make sure you get enough rest and set a positive mindset for the day ahead. Grab a friend. Take some time to get outdoors to breathe in fresh air. End your day by jotting down 3 positive things that went well for you. For more resources on ways to navigate your mental wellness, visit angels.ocnavigator.org. The OC Navigator is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency.
Angels get an 8-0 shutout win over the San Diego Padres tonight. Halos snap the Padres' 8-game win streak. Angels back over 500. They're 11-10 on the season. My name is Trent Rush. Welcome you back here on Angels Recap 714-2-830-830. Getting to many of your phone calls tonight. By the way, did want to let you know about this. The Angels just won you some free fries with that win tonight. Yeah, get free medium fries tomorrow with any $2 purchase only on the app at participating McDonald's. It's valid once per person, excludes tax, must opt into rewards. As far as a star of the game tonight, I think that is pretty clear when Jose Soriano is reaching these historic levels, having gone 5 starts now to go 5-0 with a .28 ERA. He has given up 1 earned run in 5 starts. Walter Johnson, Fernando Valenzuela, Jose Soriano, the only 3 pitchers in baseball history who can say that. So that makes Jose Soriano our star of the game, presented by Hanukkah Minolta. Let's get some more of your phone calls here on what's been a tough, emotional day for Angels baseball at 714-2-830-830. Craig from San Bernardino joins us on the program now. Welcome, Craig.
Hey, Trent. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just feel like our heart is really telling us what the story of GA was. He was a legend, and our hearts are telling us, our hearts are affirming that he really was. I know he was on God's team, and I know GA's blessed right now, but we're going to miss him. I appreciate that brother that called earlier, shared his age. Yeah, that's hitting hard on me too. I'm 57, and that's hitting hard because GA was pretty young, and it just adding another element to it. But real fast, just wanted to thank you, Trent and Roger and Terry, even facilitating all of this for us today, because honestly, like you said, it all seems small. And honestly, I didn't want to do baseball today. I just wanted to just reflect on GA and just let it pour out of my heart. But you know what? I just want to say a sincere thank you to you and Roger and Terry and everybody that facilitated this game for us today. And then finally, just to the Angel fans, I'm proud of our fans. We have a legacy with the Angels. It started with Gene Autry. There's a real legacy that runs through the veins of this organization. And you know what? I think that's the best way we're going to get through it, is to be Angel fans, to be open, to share with each other, appreciate each other. But that's it, though. So appreciate it.
Absolutely, Craig in San Bernardino. Great point. I just want a couple other people that I just think deserve a mention. And I'm not going to get to everybody, and I for sure am missing some things, but just people I interacted with today that I know out of hand, and a lot of the tributes in what's happened. It's not just what we do on air, in the front-facing people, and I know that we get the credit for that, but there's so much more that goes behind the scenes. I know on television, the job like Max Leinwan does, and Evan Schaff, and that group, and the way that they go about it, they really do a phenomenal job. And there's a lot of people in the TV truck. Ed Barnes, huge to make a lot of this happen on radio. Jorge Sevilla plays a very important role. I got Dan and Alejandro with me in the control room right now. As far as just the public relations department, Adam Chodsko, Matt Birch, I talked with them specifically today. Here's the thing about all this. Davin Maskey, In-Game Entertainment. The pregame tribute was out of this world cool. And just to do it that quickly, Brian Sanders facilities and runs the ballpark, and Barney Lopez to have the beautiful GA out in center field. There are so many hands that go into this, and there are dozens, hundreds more that I'm not getting to. It's everybody comes together, and one of the special things about this organization, there is a very mom and pop family vibe here, and everybody knows everybody. And everybody, on a day like this, it's not about let's get our job done today. It's how can we do the very best we can to serve our friend to the level he deserves. And Garret Anderson truly was a friend to just about everybody here. Very few people are like that. Maybe GA is the only one. 714-2-830-830. How about let's go to Brian from Gardena next with us on Angels Recap. Hey, Brian.
Oh, dear God, I didn't even know. This is a hard day for me. It's a really hard day. I wasn't expecting this news first thing in the morning. I love GA. Like, if you want to put it in words, when you're growing up as a young black kid out here, that's my Kobe. That's what GA means to me. It gave me an opportunity. I'm 38, by the way, so that's my entire childhood. I'm seeing an image, an opportunity to do something different other than a basketball and a football. He meant a lot to our community. I had the unique opportunity in 2014, 2015 to play for his dad. He runs a Sunday league, so you've got a mouth on him. GA is, but it's, I don't know, this one hits me from all kinds of sides. And to your point, Trent, it was, I'm a videographer now. To put together something like that right before, just upon hearing this news, there is a lot going on behind the scenes. I'm just trying to take it all in, just trying to understand what's going on, and man, this one hits. As soon as I saw that 1995 game, it was Randy Johnson versus, I forgot who was pitching for us, but it was like the play-in game.
It was Mark Langston. Yep.
It was Mark Langston. Right. And then I'm seeing Tim Salmon go toe-to-toe with Randy, and I'm seeing that game made me an Angels fan. Even though the turnout didn't go our way, and that's what solidified me. I've been here since then. Man, I can only imagine how Timmy's feeling. My heart goes out to everybody who's on the Angels staff and team, and on the bright side, like this team, they're 15-6 in my heart, but I'm just glad we're back over 500 and marching forward.
They really should be 15-6 right now. The way they've played, it's like, seriously. They played a really tough schedule, and to be over 500, I think most people would take it. But they've played actually a lot better than that. Brian and Gardena, thank you very much for the phone call. How about David and Hawthorne next on Angels Recap? Welcome, David.
Hey, Trent, how you doing, man?
Hanging in there, man.
Yeah, I know. I was just shocked. My friend texted me this morning. I got up and I saw the picture of, GA. Like, no, it can't be right. It can't be right. It's crazy. I remember it seems like this yesterday. I was there at Game 7 watching him clear the bases and all his career. I saw pretty much his whole career, and it's just really hits me. It's really sad. I know it hits you, and it's a lot of us. He's a good guy, and was a great player as well, and it's really tough. But as far as the team goes, I think tonight was a nice tribute. I'm sure some of those guys in the dugout were definitely touched by this a lot, and the way we responded tonight. Beat a team that's won like 7 or 8 in a row. This team is really. I think they're going to be there for the long run. I think the pitching has been better. We got to get Kikuchi going, but I think the pitching's been a lot better. Kahanowitz and Detmers and Soriano. Crazy. And then our bullpen had a few leaks there in New York, but overall, I think this team has been a lot better than people think they're going to be. I think we have a shot at making some noise this year, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, Dave, I think that's a pretty good assessment. I think that's a really good assessment of kind of where the Angels are at right now. And thank you for the kind words on Garret Anderson. You mentioned some of the players knowing GA. I know like Mike Trout and Joe Adell especially. I'm sure there are others, but I know like really those guys knew Garret Anderson pretty darn well. I spoke with Joe Adell after he had his bases, or he had his 2-run double with 2 outs in the 5th inning that kind of broke the game open tonight. So we spoke with him afterwards, and here's the conversation we had with Joe Adell. Yeah, Joe broke the game open with that 2-run double in the 5th inning. In a night like this, with so many emotions in the ballpark, also taking on a red-hot team in San Diego to come back from a really good road trip, for you guys to be able to have a moment like that in this game to break it open there, what's that say about what you're able to do right now offensively and just kind of where this team's at offensively?
Yeah, I mean, every time we show up to the park, we're going to battle, and, you can see it in our at-bats. There's no give-in in these at-bats. We're fighting all the way through. On the pitching side, Soriano has been just unbelievable. It's been so much fun to watch. You got a guy that's coming out, and he's going 5-6 shutty like that every time he's going out. It makes our job easier at the plate. So, again, it's a well-played game on both sides, and it's pretty special.
What do you think it does for a team when you have an ace like that and Soriano every 5th day, you know that he's going to go shove for you?
Yeah, obviously for us, it doesn't matter who's out there on the mound. Like, offensively, we're going to go do our thing and grind through our at-bats, and we owe it to put up runs on the board. We're not going to win games without putting runs up. But obviously, when you got a guy that's coming in and doing what he does with his arsenal, it makes your job a little easier at the plate to just keep the line moving and do your job, because that's special, man.
Speaking of special, today has been an emotional day, as we mentioned, after the passing of Garret Anderson. I know you knew GA well. To be able to have all those interactions through the years, I know we all miss him so much, but what are some takeaways, things that you were able to learn from Garret Anderson?
Yeah, obviously somebody getting drafted into this organization, you're going to do your homework. And coming in, obviously, Garret Anderson was a guy that we were well familiar with, just as much as Tim Salmon and everybody else. And so really just getting the opportunity to sit with him and really talk baseball, and just him being around the yard, his presence around the yard is something that I talked about earlier is going to be missed. It's just one of those familiar faces you're used to seeing, and when you show up to the ball field, you're expecting to see it. And so for us, it was definitely a tough day. And, like I said, we're with the family, and prayers up all the way around. But, we went out here and did it for him tonight.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe. Congrats on the win.
Thanks, Trent.
Joe Adell's a good man. A lot of the same things I talk about Garret Anderson. I feel the same way about Tim Salmon on a lot of fronts, and I kind of feel that about Joe Adell. Joe. When we Angel fans have gotten to see Joe kind of grow up before our very eyes, and pretty neat. 714-2-830-830. Let's go to Edgar from Riverside next with us here on Angels Recap. What's up, Edgar?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing okay. What's up? Yep. Go for it.
Awesome. Yeah. No, man. Give me one. Thank you so much, sir.
Don't get in an accident, Edgar.
Taco Bell.
Hold on. What are you ordering at Taco Bell right now?
I got some cheesy corded crunch, Mexican pizza, and we're good to go.
Your total is going to be $18.73. So is that going to be cash or card?
Exactly.
All right. What you got? Can you talk, or are you busy at the drive-thru?
No, I'm actually all set to go. So you
know
what? I'm a '94 kid. I remember the honks going down Anaheim Boulevard, State College. We won the 2002 World Series, and it was amazing. I saw the parade. And you know what's so amazing is that Garret Anderson reminds me of being a person who's very stoic. A stoic person, stoic personality. We get the job done. And it reminds me a lot about Mike Trout. Mike Trout's very stoic. He gets the job done. He loves the organization. And you know what? He loves the city of Anaheim and the fans. So it clicks with me. It reminds me of, the blue collar. You do your everyday job. You do your work. And guess what? It pays off. And it shows a lot what this community is and who this fan base is. And then, you know what? Prayers to the Anderson family. I know it's difficult, but a halo will always be a halo. And forever, thank you. And I cherish what you shared and what he's given us to cheer for.
All right, Edgar. Thank you very much for the phone call. I will say, on a night where we've had a lot of amazing, touching tributes and incredible calls from fans, having one from the drive-thru at a Taco Bell was not on my bingo card. I did not see that coming. But Edgar in Riverside, enjoy that cheesy gordita crunch. 714-2-830-830. Dave from Encino is next with us here on Angels Recap. Hello, Dave.
Hi. Hey. just wanted to call in to say thanks to Garret Anderson, and it was a good win tonight. And I can remember Garret Anderson as being one of the best outfielders. And people said that he would be slacking out there, but he was not. He was just making it look easy all the time. And he had so many great years with such a high batting average. And so it was just a shock and a loss. And I also, put all my thoughts and best wishes to his family. And in Encino here, he was a Valley guy. He went to Kennedy High School. So I just also wanted to shout that out. And he lived in Valencia, where I'm also part of as well for a little while. But he was always a great player, and, you could always count on his bat. And, of course, the 2002 hit, and then Game 7 in the World Series will always be a memory of mine. I've been an Angels fan for my whole life, and, that was a greatest memory of the Angels.
Yeah, I mean, Garret Anderson, I think you are one of many, many, many millions that feel that way about their favorite Angel memories. Garret Anderson has been at the core of all those, and it touches us differently. I was thinking the other day about Mickey Mantle, and there was a generation that so I'm 33. So, my grandparents probably would have been, Mantle fans. 'Cause I don't know that even, I'm not even sure, my dad would have, truly appreciated Mickey Mantle. It would have been, the generation before that. And the way they talk about him and worship him, there is something about baseball. There is, this childhood connection that runs so deep to our souls that it stays with us forever. And whoever your favorite player was at 10 years old ends up being your favorite player for the rest of your life. And for me, it was those Angel teams. I mean, I've said many times it's the Kingfish. And as I've gotten to know Garret Anderson, Garret Anderson and Troy Glaus, and they were right there. David Eckstein and Darren Erstad. Gosh, I love Darren Erstad. Who was at the game tonight, by the way? Scott Spezio. Adam Kennedy, of course. What Benji Molina did behind the plate. I mean, that team, you just remembered that team and the fondest memories from your youth. And that's what stays with you. And I think there's a whole generation of Angel fan that is feeling that tonight more than just about anybody else. And then even those that are longtime Angel fans that are older, even some of the younger fans that kind of got to know. I ran into a family tonight, and the kid was, not even 10 years old probably. And he was talking about Garret Anderson. And he read up about him, and he went on YouTube and he watched highlights and really took a liking to the way he played and an appreciation. And I think we need to see more of that, more of understanding that generation. And I think that, the same way that, people that are part of my era go back and watch guys from the 70s and 80s to understand them a little bit better. I think that for some of that to happen now with GA, I think that that's a really cool thing. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll hear from Kurt Suzuki. We got a nightcap still to get to as well. My name is Trent Rush. You're listening to Angels Recap on an 8-0 victorious night for the Angels. Snap the Padres 8-game win streak here on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
Changes in memory can be confusing and scary, but you are not alone. Alzheimer's Orange County is here to help you and your loved ones navigate every step. Call our helpline at 844-373-4400 or visit www.alzoc.org to learn more about local resources and services to make life easier and more hopeful. That's alzoc.org. Don't face your journey alone. Support, guidance, and understanding are just a call or click away.
I want my Dippin' Dots.
Hey, Angel fans. Are you looking for a treat that's a home run? You got it. Slide into one of the Dippin' Dot locations throughout Angel Stadium for a cup of your favorite game day treat. You will find all of your favorite flavors at each of our locations, so take a break during the game and score a cup of your very own beaded ice cream at Dippin' Dots. It's the fresh, fun, and flavorful treat you need. Check us out at the Dippin' Dot carts and Sweet Shop locations all over Angel Stadium. Taste the fun with Dippin' Dots.
I want my Dippin' Dots.
Let me read you this quote. Our hearts are deeply saddened with the news of Garrett's passing. He was a tremendous husband, father, ball player, and leader who earned the utmost respect of everyone that he touched. Garrett's life will continue to serve as an inspiration to us all. And God bless. That from 19-year Angel manager Mike Scioscia with some thoughts on the passing of Garret Anderson. 714-283-8830 is the phone number here on Angels Recap tonight. We've been taking your calls all night long, reflecting on the legacy and the life of Garret Anderson, who passed away at the age of 53. The Angels got an 8-0 win over the Padres tonight, which quite frankly feels very small. Jose Soriano is like in the record books now for what he's done. We're talking like putting Soriano next to Walter Johnson kind of numbers, which is absurd. But even that, again, pales in comparison to the magnitude of the legacy of Garret Anderson as we continue to honor GA tonight. Real quick before we hear from Kurt Suzuki, did want to point out that as we go down on the farm, it's presented by State Farm. The Trash Pandas down at Rocket City got a 7-4 win over the Barons tonight. Two-hit game for Wade Meckler in that one. Austin Call had a couple of hits as well, but it was Tucker Flint who stole the show with a 3-hit performance and brought in a couple of runs in the ball game tonight at the AA level. All right, let's take you down inside the Angels clubhouse. Here's Angels manager Kurt Suzuki following the Halos' 8-0 win.
Kurt, obviously a lot of good things out there tonight. I guess starting with the offense, 1 through 9, delivering still. How nice was it to bring that home from the road trip?
Yeah, the bats have been incredible. Obviously, just grinding the at-bats out. You know, even the outs that we make, it's some grinding at bats where you're, making the pitcher throw 6 pitches, 7 pitches, whatnot, and then big hits, timely hits. But I think it's just the consistency, right? 1 through 9 is everybody's having consistent at bats. Nobody's trying to do too much, and just the thing that we're doing good, obviously the homers, but we're keeping the line moving, right? Just get guys on, doubles, get guys on. So it was a good night tonight.
Pretty emotional day, and Joe talked about it before the game. Could you kind of see that in them? And then Joe with his double, he kind of fist pumps like there was a purpose out there.
Yeah, no doubt. There was definitely some emotions tonight, obviously. So it was definitely nice to get that win tonight.
Padres were able to work 4 walks, a couple hits from Soriano, but in general it was just another dominant start. What did you see from him compared to the previous starts?
Yeah, Sori, I think the thing that impressed was, I don't know if you guys saw it, just to us it looked like he had to grind a little bit tonight, and I think that's the maturity showing up now where he's learning how to pitch when you can, say this lightly, but without his best stuff. He learned how to pitch, he learned how to navigate a great lineup over there without his best stuff and give us 5 2/3 and no runs on 2 hits was pretty incredible. Just, can't say enough.
How big was it to give Romano that 9th inning just so that he can kind of get New York out of his system?
Yeah, we wanted to get him back out there as soon as we could. Wanted to get back on the mound, and it was nice for him to get in there and finish the game for us, and just kind of get back on the mound, just get some positive vibes going, and we were behind him. Where everybody's rooting for him, so it's been it was nice to get him out there, and had some couple punch outs. It was good.
This kind of stuff, the offense can kind of come and go. You've seen it already this season. What's the key to kind of maintaining, maybe not 1 through 9 as much as you're getting now, but solid, consistent offense?
Yeah, it's just taking it day by day, really, and I think the one thing that these guys do really well is they play for each other, and They want to get the next guy up. They believe in each other. And I think when you have that belief in there with each other, for each other, the at-bats take care of itself. And we understand there's going to be some tough times that we face some good pitching that's good. And, we're not going to be at our best. But I think if we keep believing in each other and playing for each other, we'll be okay.
Kurt, Soriano, there's just been so much promise with him since he's arrived, on the big league scene a few years ago. What's it like to just kind of see him arrive now and become this, mature pitcher who's just off to a great start?
Yeah, it's crazy. He started in the bullpen and, moved to rotation. And like I said, a little bit earlier, it's the maturity, navigating through a great lineup without having his, arguably his best stuff. And you could see him grinding a little bit, but he stayed calm. He made pitches when he had to. And, that's the guy you want out there every 5 days, I'll tell you that much.
All right, so that's Kurt Suzuki just a few minutes ago down in the Angels clubhouse. Let's get to our out-of-town scoreboard presented by New Era Cap. Cubs, 12-4 winners at home over the Mets tonight, while the Orioles got a 6-0 win, erasing a 4-0 deficit to come back and beat the Guardians on the road by a couple of runs in Cleveland. Austin Riley had a big night, 2 home runs, including a 3-run blast in the Braves, 9-0 shutout in Philadelphia. O'Neal Cruz had a 2-run homer in the Pirates' 5-1 victory over Tampa Bay. Giants went to the nation's capital and beat the Nats 10-5 tonight, while the Yankees were able to bounce back and get a 4-2 home win over Kansas City. It was a 10-inning affair in Miami where the Brewers beat the Marlins 7-5. What a game at Fenway Park tonight. 1-0 Red Sox in 10 innings thanks to Masataka Yoshida walking it off for Boston. The Reds went to Minnesota and came away with a 2-1 victory this evening, while the Cardinals, also road winners, they beat the Astros 9-4. The Dodgers and Rockies had to deal with snow earlier this afternoon, but they were able to clear the field and play the game. Max Muncy then went on to homer twice in what ended up being the coldest game in Dodgers history. Tyler Glasnow ends up completing 7 innings, giving up just 2 hits in the Dodgers' 7-1 win over the Rockies. Also, White Sox 9-2 winners over the A's tonight. Munetake Murakami had his first career grand slam in that one for Chicago. And Brandon Nimmo had a leadoff home run. And then it was no looking back for Jacob deGrom's 4 shutout frames. The Texas Rangers blanked Seattle 5-0. Seattle now 5 games under 500. While the Diamondbacks got a 6-3 win over the Toronto Blue Jays, who are also 5 games under 500. They're 1-6 on the road this year. It's Toronto who comes to town after this Padres series. We'll step aside for a moment. A final thought when we come back here on Angels Recap. I'm Trent Rush on Angels Radio and the Angels Radio app.
From Southern California's top teams to front row concerts, Hollywood shows, and World Cup thrills, Sports Illustrated Tickets brings it all to you. Same seats, better prices. Skip the lines and get your tickets instantly, online or on the app. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action this summer. Visit sitickets.com today. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Be there for every game, every show, every unforgettable moment.
On the field, the Angels play for more than wins. They play for Southern California. And off the field, F&M Bank does the same. Recognized nationally by Forbes as one of the best banks in the nation for 2026, F&M Bank never forgets where it all started. Serving SoCal since 1907, they're committed to the businesses, families, and communities we call home. F&M Bank, recognized nationally, committed locally. Learn more at fmb.com. Member FDIC. Copyright 2026 Forbes, used under license.
Back here on Angels Recap. Angels 8-0 winners tonight over the San Diego Padres, thanks in large part to Jose Soriano going 5 2/3 scoreless innings. Coming up tomorrow, Angels will go for a series win against San Diego. It's Star Wars weekend continuing here at the Big A, 6:38 start time. Yusei Kikuchi against Herman Marquez. And then on Sunday, Reed Detmers faces Michael King in a marquee matchup here at the Big A on Sunday afternoon. By the way, We're going to be over at Brewery X coming up after the game on Sunday. Would love for you to join us out there on the patio. If you didn't get a chance to call into the show tonight and share some GA stories here on the show, maybe you want to do so in person coming up Sunday over at Brewery X. In the meantime, now it's time to close up shop as we always do, and that is with our nightcap.
For tonight's final thought, this is the Nightcap.
When we make mention of legendary figures, the tales of their feats are often embellished, their greatness overstated. This day, we mourn an Angels icon for embracing the understated, quiet greatness, never personified better on the diamond than by Garret Anderson. We all know GA is the 2002 World Series champion, the Angels' all-time hits leader, but that paled in comparison to his role as husband to Teresa and father to Brianne, Bailey, and Trey. Anyone that knew GA knew how his kids were doing in sports, well, as long as you'd ask, because he would never boast unprompted. Garret Anderson played more games in an Angels uniform than any player in franchise history. After 17 Major League seasons, 15 with the Halos, the Forever Angel returned home as a broadcaster with the club for the last 13 years. But GA was best at letting his bat do the talking. The club leader in hits and doubles also drove in more runs than any other player in club history. In 2002, Anderson led all of baseball with his 56 doubles, and it was his bases-clearing 3-run double in Game 7 of the World Series that year that would be the winning hit for the Angels' lone championship.
Here's the pitch to him. A line drive down the right field line. That's headed into the corner. Sanders is over to play it. Eckstein's in. Erstad's in. Here comes Salmon. He scores. Garret Anderson clears the bases with a double into the corner and right, and the Angels lead 4-1.
Anderson played in 3 All-Star games, but in 2003, not only won the Home Run Derby, he was MVP at the Midsummer Classic.
Batting fifth from the Anaheim Angels, left fielder Garret Anderson.
Ortiz getting loose for the National League, and Anderson lines one into right for a base hit. That pitch was up, and Garret Anderson jumped on it, 1 on, nobody out. Gets E6, and Anderson gets into one into right center field. Garret Anderson has homered. A 2-run shot, and it's 5-3. It's for Dusty Baker, the National League manager, as Garret Anderson gets another base hit. That ball is going to get down and roll all the way to the wall. Anderson will cruise into second with a 1-out double, and Anderson is 3 for 4, lacking only a triple to hit for the cycle.
Garret, congratulations on being named the 2003 Ted Williams Most Valuable Player Award. 3 hits tonight, leading the American League to victory in a really exciting game. Congratulations, you've had a remarkable year. On behalf of Jackie Archie, the American League, and everybody, a job really well done. Thanks very much.
That was the GA we saw from afar, but the GA his peers knew was a man who was a brother. More than any stat, being a teammate was most important to Anderson.
Being a good teammate goes a long way with a lot of people. You know, if you go out and respect your teammates and pull for them and, you know, give them tough love when you have to, it goes a long way. And when you're with a group of guys for 6 months, you develop brothers. And so that was the biggest compliment for me, saying that I was a good teammate.
A 4th-round selection out of Kennedy High School in Granada Hills, GA was SoCal to his core. The calm, cool, collected 22-year-old had 2 hits in his Major League debut in July 1994 before finishing as the runner-up for Rookie of the Year the next season. Even in the time leading up to the World Series year and the 3 All-Star appearances in 4 campaigns, Anderson was about as steady and consistent of a bat as you would find in baseball. A .293 career hitter, Anderson averaged 21 homers, 38 doubles, and 99 RBIs a year. But there is still room for the bold. Twice, Garret Anderson led the league in doubles. He had 200 hits in the 2003 season, and on August 21st, 2007, Anderson drove in 10 runs in 1 game. GA would eventually be enshrined into the Angels Hall of Fame in 2016.
Truly humbling to be here right now. To Artie, Carol, and all of you in the Angels organization, thank you for bringing everyone together for this ceremony. Truly appreciate it. To all my teammates and friends who are sitting out here with me, who have taken the time out of their busy schedules to come see me inducted into the Angels Hall of Fame, thank you. And after signing my first pro contract with the Angels, I get to finish where I started as an 18-year-old, an Angel. Thank you.
In the same way Garret Anderson was as a player, his community work was quiet yet impactful. He would spend time with young fans and give back humbly and without fanfare. Garret Anderson embodied the best of Angels baseball throughout his life. A leader, a mentor, a champion, and a friend. Leaves us at the age of 53.
You've been listening to Angels Recap. Join us again for the next Angels game here on Angels Radio and the AM 830 app.